in the end,
So I figured out the
hello.
problem.
Yes?
So I just can't stream with the dongle.
Oh, okay.
The fuck?
I'm pretty sure it worked the first time I tried it, but I just tested it before coming back on stream. I disconnected from the internet first, then connected using the dongle, and then it said can't find stream server. I removed the dongle, connect to normal internet, then it finds the stream server.
Alright then.
But the issue is
really
that my
strange.
computer randomly disconnects from this Wi-Fi, but it doesn't the dongle.
No, fun.
I don't know why the
And
dongle would
when
be
it
doing that.
disconnects from the Wi-Fi, I can't reconnect. It just gets rid of the option until I restart the computer.
Fun.
And when I update the network, it just uninstalls the Wi-Fi, and then I need to use the dongle to reinstall the Wi-Fi. So I need the dongle to do everything but stream, apparently.
Nice.
That's dumb.
So, but it seems to only crash the internet, or it seems to only disconnect when I try to launch up music. So I'm going to stream without music and see if it continues fine. Because it seems the second I start playing music is when I disconnect. It's happened like 3 times now.
I see.
So we're just going to try without music and see if it runs the stream.
Damn.
I'm going to put my phone on charge since I don't need it. Also, we are live.
Yeah, I did notice.
I remember.
I remember in September.
Do you remember
I don't.
Saturday night, the September?
I don't. Shut up.
Did you know that Elite Beat Agents is the greatest fucking game to ever
I
exist?
don't know what you said because I took my headset off the second you actually said the name.
Elite Beat Agents.
Is that DS game?
Yeah!
I've never played it, but I've seen it.
It's so good. It's actually so good.
Yeah, but it doesn't have Rider Retribution in the name, so it's probably shit.
Yeah, it does actually. It's the last song. Yeah, it's the last song.
Oh, shut up! It doesn't have Jake. In
No.
it.
It has Jumpin' Jack Flash.
Yeah, but is it Darkest Sky? You know about that game? That's an obscure one.
Ooh.
What are you two talking about?
There's
Breaking out the big one, aren't you?
There's a game called Darkest Sky, and it's a RPG where you fight trolls, and it's subtly a Skittles advertisement. Like it's just like the opening to the game is like 20 minutes, and it's like a normal RPG. Like you gotta go slay the dragon, city village, people dying, and then you know how you'll usually find like a mythical sword or something at the start of a RPG. In this, you find the orange Skittle. And they don't call it a Skittle, they call it an artifact, but it's clearly a Skittle. And they never once say Skittles, but when you grab it, it makes a rainbow.
It's so good.
And that game sucks ass.
It does.
It's real bad. It's on the fucking PS2.
Fucking hell. No, because you use like wands and shit, and the way to power up your wand is through Skittles, which doesn't make any sense.
Oh, shut up though.
What kind of bullshit is this?
It's real. Skittles do that, bro. Have you ever tried?
I'm sure they do. No, I have not.
Then that's why.
I cannot say that I've tried it.
That's why.
Shut your face. It definitely does not do that. If Skittles did that,
Kick him off the stream. He doesn't believe.
Skittle stream.
a stream. I thought it was a podcast.
Skittle podcast.
Skittles podcast.
What's your
Kick
favorite
him off.
Skittle? Mine's
Skittles
red.
I mean, whose isn't fucking like red or purple?
Skittles
likes green.
Pog.
Be a fool
I bet.
to not.
I bet Cormac
or
likes
purple.
blue because he's a racist.
You will never fuck the green MMM.
MMM?
The green MMM?
Yeah.
Mm. Don't fucking talk about the green M&M in my vicinity. I hate that bitch. She reminds me of Jinx from Pokemon. She looks hideous. Fucking green ass.
You
Incredible
said
Hulk-looking
Jinx
ass.
from Pokemon, and I was like, I mean Jinx from League of Legends? I was like, wait, he likes Jinx from League of Legends.
Yeah.
Why would he call her hideous? Then I remembered there is a Pokemon called Jinx,
And
and I
it's
immediately
the
wanted to
blackface
vomit.
monster.
Don't call her a monster.
Yeah, it is! Look at Jinx, right? Like, Google Pokemon Jinx and look at it and tell me that it isn't the most racist shit you've ever seen.
It is.
Looks like something you would draw, racist.
No, I'm not a racist.
Yeah, Jinx is your favorite, shut up. Yeah, you love it.
Yeah, you love it.
You love it.
The
Mwah,
filthy
you
Twitter goblin.
love it.
Is there people on Twitter going about Jinx still?
No, I
Probably.
I haven't seen any. Let's check.
Twitter never
Just
forgets.
check.
It doesn't forget. They just wait 5 years so they
Yeah.
dig it up
Oh.
and call it all dirt.
Oh, okay, that's something we could talk about. We could talk about the Resident Evil shit that's happened on Twitter. Because that's news.
Yeah.
Oh, the fact that half the people are like, oh look at this cool inspiration from the movie, and 2 people they stole the designs from Frankenstein's arm, and then everyone else was like, no, they fucking didn't.
I fucking love
there's
Heisenberg so
one
much.
that's really funny. So Heisenberg, who's like the dude with the big hammer, he's a Nazi. Well, he's an ex-Nazi or something. He has a Nazi war tag. And I haven't played the game myself. I know nothing of the characters, but I know Twitter is pissed off that a villain is a bad person. Because that was something all over my Twitter was people complaining that Heisenberg used to be an ex-Nazi, and they're like, that's not cool. Why is he an ex-Nazi? And then everyone was like, oh my god, the villain was a bad person all along? That sucks. Who would have saw that coming?
Jesus Christ.
You know, 'cause
Heisenberg.
people saying remove the dog tags. It's not cool to reference Nazis. And it's like, he's a villain!
What? I didn't
Yeah,
even know
Twitter
they were.
doesn't- Is Twitter still mad? I haven't seen anything about fucking Wolfenstein.
Yeah, exactly.
the
No one
game's
goes on about
all
that.
Yeah.
about Nazis.
But,
Even fucking Mecha Hitler.
yeah. But
Come
no,
on.
They were
Yeah.
just pissed at a Resident Evil character having it. And I mean,
How
everyone's
dare
everyone's
Resident Evil.
everyone's pissed off that Lady D is the first boss and she's done within the first hour. That's I saw
Not
everyone's
first.
pissed.
It's
Well,
like first 3.
She's like the first of the 5 you kill, right?
Yeah. First 3, 4 hours, yeah.
Yeah, and people were pissed off about that because they wanted her to be the main villain, but
Oh, what your fucking giant goth
a big
massive
titty.
woman
goth
waifu
woman.
isn't the main enemy?
It's
Sucks to
another
be you,
goth
I
woman
guess.
that's the main enemy.
Jeez,
Oh,
And she has
fucking
bird
Mother
wings.
Miranda's awful.
I know nothing.
She's
I've
literally
only
nothing.
seen a bit of the Lady D stuff because Lady D
Yeah.
funny meme.
Yes.
I saw someone mod her into have Thomas the Train Engine's face.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I
That's
just say
scary.
Thomas the Train Engine.
It's the same thing.
Christ.
Train tanks.
Everybody knows who you're talking about.
Bro, why they call it a tank engine, bro? They're using train engines. That's dumb.
No, they have engine with a big tank on it.
Like a giant World War II
Right.
tank, yes.
A
With a big gun.
land ship. A land ship.
Yeah, dude, land ships. You mean a car?
No, a land ship.
Yeah,
Different.
truck.
No, land ship.
Look, it's a sky car.
No, it's a land ship. Also,
No,
why the
it's in the
fuck would a car
sky.
be in the sky? It's just a plane.
Exactly.
Why are jet skis
land
called jet
ship,
skis
bro.
and not motorcycles?
No,
huh?
you see, a boat on land is a land ship, but a car in the sky, that's a plane.
No, it's not a boat on land. That's the thing. It's
It's a
just,
land ship.
it's just very large land vehicle. For some reason
Yeah,
they call it
truck.
a land ship.
Yeah,
No, fucking tank. You said old World War tank.
yeah,
The land ship tank.
they call it a truck, dude.
I'm about to fucking end myself. Holy shit.
Alex, you dare question me, someone who knows nothing about cars, about vehicles? How dare you?
Versus me, someone who knows a bit about cars
Which is
and
why
vehicles.
you're wrong, because I know nothing, and therefore I'm wrong.
You're always wrong.
Alex, you do not like the Star Wars movies.
You don't. Name one
Just
character. I bet you'll say Han Solo, who isn't even Star Wars, idiot.
Dude,
What?
Harrison, I hate Star Wars
Yeah,
Ford.
dude, Han Solo's from Indiana Jones, dude.
He is, you know.
He fucks his students.
What? That's the porno version. What are you on?
Indiana Bones, bro.
Oh no.
Have you never seen Short Round?
Real. Don't talk about Short Round. If I can bring Short Round up in the podcast. It's just, the podcast is a safe place from Short Round. If I can talk about that kid. He's a racist.
Short Round is the thing that gets you, huh?
Yeah, I hate Short Round. I want to punt kick him.
The fucking name, I keep forgetting it's called that.
Fucking...
Even in the actual... I just remember, now that you've said that, all I can think about is logging onto fucking Lego Indiana Jones, the original
and
adventures.
whipping your brother.
Using my characters for a like free play mission, going, yes, I need someone small who can go in the small spot. Short Round.
He's short and round.
Is he round? I don't think he is that round.
Skinny. He's like a scrawny skeleton.
He's literally like a small
He's
child.
a starving Asian kid.
He is.
No, but I used to
And
play
then
like
he
when
just
Jones
kidnaps
was my
him.
brother, and then when he was forced to play the female character, I'd whip him to whip, so then Indiana Jones and female character would make out just to annoy him.
Yeah.
Like, stop, that's gross. I'm like, no, look at it, you love it. You don't get to play the game, you get to watch Indiana Jones make out with women. Loser.
And now, he harasses me.
Who's Short Round?
Yeah, Short Round harasses me IRL.
Yeah, you're lying in bed, and then he goes to and goes, Mr. John! He starts throwing shit at you.
Yeah.
He's calling
Snakes.
you Mr. Jones.
Why is it gotta be snakes?
And then he explodes. He just combusts.
Because of the snakes.
Do you think Short Round is Mr. Indiana Jones? Short Round Indiana Jones should fuse to become Short Jones?
Dude, holy
Or
shit.
Indie Round?
Indiana Round.
And then it would be like a short Asian old man.
Let's
It
see.
would be awesome. That'd be the best movie ever. I would watch that. I would watch Indiana Round. That'd be sick. Oh, there are actually a lot of games released this month, didn't there?
Yeah.
I'm just
and
sitting there
a lot
thinking
of
about what came out.
a lot of coming out next month too.
Yeah, and then E3's next month too.
Yeah. No, like fucking
Oh,
like what announcements did we have this month? We had 3 big announcements. We had the Dragon Quest, we had Far Cry 6,
oh yeah, I forgot
and
Far
we
Cry.
had.
Far Cry 6 is not a big announcement. Everybody knew that was coming.
No, it's big.
Well, I didn't. And we had.
Far Cry-
we
I
had
was
the
talking
Sonic.
To,
Oh yeah, there was a new Sonic.
I was fucking talking to I was talking to Ryan because he stayed up and watched the reveal thing. So we were playing Division until midnight anyway. He stayed up a little bit longer and watched it, and he's like, I couldn't tell if I was watching a trailer for Far Cry 4, 5, or New Dawn.
Yeah, fair.
Oh
It's
no.
like, understandable. He's like, again, it's a Far Cry game, like a new Far Cry game, so it looks fun, but it also looks the same.
They stopped.
Ooh.
Like ever since
Different.
3, they just kind of stopped,
They're just like, alright, cookie cut it.
and they've also never beaten 3. Because 3 is too good.
Yeah, that's what like I've never played 3. That's what everyone I've ever spoken to.
Well, it's
says,
because
is
the
that-
main thing, like you can tell they start doing it 4 onwards. They try to hook you in on the new villain because they're like, oh look, it's the new Vaz, it's Pagan Min, it's Joseph or whatever, and like now the black guy.
I do not remember any of the villains from Far Cry 5.
Exactly. No, there was
And I
there was
beat it.
Joseph Seed.
and they really pushed
Yeah.
Joseph Seed real hard. They really wanted you to
Did
like
they?
him. They did.
And there was that
he
girl
got,
too.
He got a sequel. He was in New Dawn as like one of the major characters.
Oh.
Fucking.
They-
Okay, so I played Far Cry 5 and finished it, and then immediately started playing Far Cry New Dawn after playing nothing but Far Cry 5 for like 2 weeks to try and finish it. And I didn't. Oh god, it's the same thing again. Never mind. I need to stop for a few months.
Gotta run.
I was just
It
like, I
literally
can't
just
do this.
is.
I can't
Holy
do this
shit.
again.
Just a big gust of wind knocked shit off my shelf.
Far Cry 6 looks like Just Cause but first person. Like
Yeah,
Just
pretty
Cause
much. Yeah.
3 but
Yeah, dude, but now there's a new villain. They're gonna be just as cool as Vars, we promise. The funny thing about Vars, because they're constantly trying to beat Vars, but the reason Vars was cool was because they didn't like him. It's because he's
they
done
almost
with.
didn't have.
No, because Vars wasn't a big character. He was like, he dies halfway through the game. But everyone liked Vars because he was just fun. But now they constantly like with Joseph. Joseph is in your face the whole game.
Yep.
So therefore, I don't like him because they clearly want me to like him. Well, I like Vars because Vars is just some asshole. I got trapped on an island. He goes, "Hey, look at you, pussy! You fell from the sky, idiot!" And he starts kicking me. He doesn't do a speech about God and T-pose on me. And then he has the really realistic snot.
T-posing God speech, though.
Yeah. Have you seen the Joseph Seed scene? He has the super realistic snot.
I have not.
It's
I mean,
really
I probably have
gross.
because I finished the game. Are you
It's
talking
when you.
about
It's when
500
you.
or-
It's literally when you kill all of the other like minor bosses. And he
Oh,
yells
you mean his
that-
fucking children?
Yeah, and then he calls you a snake in the garden as he's yelling that. There's like a huge snot bubble dripping down, and it's like snot dripping down his mouth.
Ew.
See.
It's real gross, and it's super hot. And then he sucks it all back in. It's like down to his like chin, so you just watch it fly up.
Ew.
It's real
Ooh.
gross. It's
The
my
hell?
favorite scene because it's really gross. Yeah, but I don't like that they always make new villains. Just like Pagan Min, I liked because he was a weirdo, and also he wasn't a villain because if you waited, like if you there was the thing if you waited 10 minutes at the start of the game,
Secret ending.
yeah,
Yeah,
he was
that.
100%
He would just
legit.
come back and then you'd be done.
Yeah, and he wasn't lying. He was
The game
super
just
real with
finishes.
you. And he like never
Yeah.
lied. He was super real with you. But if you don't, well, I mean, he's an oppressive asshole anyway. Like he's still oppressing people. But like at least he's not a liar, and he is your daddy.
Ooh.
Dadums.
Your dadums.
I love dadums.
Fucking tiger. The tiger in the DLC.
Oh, Tiger's awesome. Shut up.
It is. It's so
You
good.
love tigers. And then Far Cry Primal came out, and then it was okay. I liked it, but also the reason I like it is I'm a caveman. That's the only reason.
Yes.
I couldn't tell you anything about the plot or gameplay. All I know is I was a caveman and I beat a tiger over the head with a stick.
Yeah.
And that's all I care about. What else came out? That was Pokemon Snap. That came out this month, right?
It did.
Dude, that's the game I'm going to review today. I'll do it later.
Yeah. Also, I think Neo came out
yeah,
too
the new
this
Neo.
month.
What else? I mean, there was a lot, like Strive was announced a release date. I didn't realize we missed a closed beta. I mean, the open beta.
I
I
know.
would have made a stream out of it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else came out. Because Pokemon Snap and Resident Evil were the two.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because everyone talked about Resident Evil, and Nintendo released the game, so everyone talked about it because Nintendo released the game.
Mass Effect.
Oh yeah, there was
The
Mass Effect
collection?
HD remake, like collection.
Yeah.
Legendary edition, whatever they're calling it.
I'll probably pick it up much later. I'm not really dying to play Mass Effect again. To be fair, I can free
Biomutant.
no longer. I know nothing about
Yeah.
Biomutant.
Oh, Biomutant. I want
There's a rat.
to it, and I want
Yeah,
to play
the
it.
fucking rap. I do too.
I actually haven't watched anything on it yet. I'm like semi trying to avoid it. Not 100% like must never touch the internet, but just like I won't click on anything that's like really a video about it. But at the same time, I want to see what it's like, so I can like completely decide
see
if
if you
I
want
get
it.
it.
Yeah.
The only like
I've seen a
safe
couple
way
of
to do
trailers and
that
stuff for it.
is if like you because there's some channels that just play games, like they'll like show you a game real quick. It might be in the middle, and they'll do like side missions, and that's a real safe way to watch to get a feel of a game without we're starting from the start, so you're gonna see the first 3 hours. And then when you
Yeah,
play
I
the game,
know.
you'll see what happens in the first 3 hours, and you'll be waiting to get through it. Or hey, this is the end of the game. Check it
Yeah.
out. But I know nothing about Biomutant besides he plays a rat.
Yes.
I know from
Yeah.
when it was like announced and shit way back a couple years ago, they were talking about like the whole idea is that you gain abilities and shit by mutating a little bit. Like it's very
They said
organic
it's
based.
like a cross between Devil May Cry and Ratchet and Clank. So, but like
That's
What?
a weird combo.
I was about to say I've never fucking heard that. Who said that?
The peeps.
The-
I mean, from
yeah.
what I saw, like the screenshots, it kind of looks Devil May Cry like.
like the combat and stuff.
Like I've only seen like two
Oh, okay.
images. Like I seen the rat, and then the rat swing a sword. I think.
Yeah, Biomutant is Devil May Cry with a mutant
you're-
fox.
but you're a
Breath of the
rat.
Wild. Breath of the Wild meets Devil May Cry.
Fair.
Let's see.
Is Virgil in it?
I fucking wish.
Is Virgil a rat?
Yeah, SMT Nocturne. came
Oh
out.
yeah, Nocturne released.
Yeah.
That's something I'm definitely gonna have to pick up later. It is on PC, so I might stream it because I never streamed the original like I said I would.
Hell yeah.
That was a thing I said I was gonna do. I said I'll beat the original before Nocturne gets released again, and I didn't. Because I was like, oh yeah, we'll play the original, because the original one's really hard and can be fun. And then I played it by myself.
Understandable.
To be fair, usually if I'm really into a game, I don't stream it because I prefer just to sit and enjoy it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's fair
first
Fair
time
enough.
for, like, Ghost of Tsushima, I could have streamed, because I got it when it first came out, but I was just so into it that I was like, nah, I'm just gonna sit here and play it.
Yeah, that game, I think it would have been ruined if we had streamed it from the get-go. Like, it's so much
It's
better
also, like,
just
because
experiencing it.
I was playing on very hard mode too, like whatever the highest difficulty is. You don't want to like eat shit on stream because you want to make progress during a stream, right? Like you don't want to be stuck.
Yeah, it's like, you don't mind, it's not about, like, just dying on stream, it's more when you're just doing, trying to do the same
if
thing
you're like,
for 3 hours.
and then it's like, well, no content happened.
Yeah.
Like you're throwing yourself at this one like village to take it over, and you just can't do it, and you've been doing it for 2 hours. You're like, maybe I should do something else so we actually progress the story. But then if you're not streaming it, you can just go, fuck it, I will fight this same building for 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who's gonna stop me?
You
No
will.
one?
exactly.
Fucking Christ, it's raining a lot.
It is, it really is. Just picked up.
I just closed my window.
I arrived at work this morning. It was bucketing down super hard, so I ran from my car in the workshop, and my entire like the back side of me was just completely soaked.
Oh
Dude,
no.
you peed out your ass?
My
Bruh.
my hair
Dude.
was fucking dripping when I sat down at my bench, and I was like, "This will be a fun day." And it was actually a
Epic.
pretty good day. Like the whole day was pretty good. Here's something I can talk about that happened on a very personal scale. Like no one else would have fucking known about it because, basically,
Yeah.
me and Ryan went to a like have a go day at the pistol club here in fake France on Sunday morning. And we fired some pistols, and it was pretty fun. We got to use a semi-automatic and a revolver with
Ooh.
38 special ammo in it.
Ooh, nice.
And my boss is a longtime member of the club, and today he just randomly says to my manager, he's like, "Oh, by the way, yeah, Alex came along to the thing on the weekend. He's really fucking good at shooting." And I was like, "What?"
He's gonna shoot
The
you.
whole literally the whole time I was there on the Sunday, he was just like, "Damn, like you're really good at this. Have you ever used a pistol before?" And I was like, "No."
I played
I
video
had a
games, you
rifle,
wanna
like-
get it, boomer.
I've fired a
Yeah.
rifle like 5 times in my life. I've never used a pistol.
I've
I actually
FPS boys.
I actually did make a tweet about it, and I put up my my
I saw.
targets from the day. I was very surprised at my accuracy.
What are you
Your
firing?
marksmanship.
Revolvers and just normal pistols?
So we had to start with, I fired 2 different air pistols, which are really small bullets, like 22 caliber or a tiny bit smaller than that even. and
Hmm.
they're air, not gunpowder, so you don't even need hearing protection for them. That was indoors, and
Ah.
2 little square targets. So one of them is like an older style air pistol that's owned by the club, and the other one of the targets was a new fancy carbon lightweight thing with an air trigger that was owned by one of the members who brought it along for people to try.
Oh shit.
Um, like $600 to $800 each for these things, even more sometimes. And yeah, I was pretty deep with those, and then we moved on to a funky little. Think of a bolt action rifle but pistol.
What?
Using. Yeah, this was with like
The
actual
flintlock pistol.
gunpowder ammo. It was you just kind of like pull back the slide. It was like a circle. You pull it back, load your little bullet into the top of it, and then push it in and lock it in. You have a little cocking lever, and then you can fire it.
Oh
Like
shit.
that's the first thing we
Bolt
used, and then we
actions are
moved straight
fucking
on
cool.
to a semi-automatic handgun. It wasn't a Glock. It was a was it H? No, it was not H. What was it? Can't remember what brand it was now. But it was just your
funny.
standard kind of semi-automatic handgun, 10 rounds in the magazine. Those things are fun. I have never fired a semi-automatic weapon before in my life. My dad only has bolt-action rifles,
Mm.
because of laws and stuff for having it on the farm.
Yep.
A semi-automatic pistol is so much fun. You literally just bang, bang. And the guy's like, make sure you hold the pistol with your arms straight. And this is something I
I
wasn't
thought you were
expecting.
gonna say
'Cause
sideways.
Yeah.
I've always expected it to be like when you're firing a gun, you want to keep your elbow like a little bit bent, so that you don't like damage your arm from the recoil. It's like no, you want your arm to be straight and hold it as like tight as you can, because you need the recoil power to like push the slide all the way back and load the next bullet in a semi-automatic pistol. So if you just let it fly backwards every time it fires, it won't have enough. All the force goes into your arm and not into the slide, so it doesn't work. And I was like,
Because
oh, that's pretty interesting.
also, if you keep your arms straight, the shock, the recoil will travel easier, and it'll escape easier as well, right? Wouldn't it?
Out your ass.
Yeah.
The wind.
And then, so yeah, we did that one, and then we moved on to the 38 special ammo in a revolver, which was a Smith & Wesson silver revolver that I got to use. Very fun.
Ooh, shit, nice.
I've only ever fired one gun, and I never fired one again because I got bullied.
Oh,
I
no.
think I told the story.
You can barely feel the recoil, even in 38 special revolver ammo. It's designed to be like competition ammo, so it's designed for going through wood and stuff, not metal and people. So it's a lot less powerful. So it has less recoil and stuff, which is really good for when you're like practicing and learning. And yeah, I was actually just pretty good at it from what everyone at the club was saying. So I'm probably gonna end up joining that in the future.
And
Be
then you
going
can-
along
And then you can kill people like GTA 5, because that's what video games do to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You normally I stand video games don't cause violence, but that's just because I never had a gun.
Oh.
But now,
Here's the best part. Like once I've become, so I need to go along to a couple of the like shoots, or the weekly shoots, without actually applying to be a member, so they can get an idea of me, make sure that I'm not gonna be like a rage teen who's gonna just get a gun and start opening fire stupidly, and like make sure I'm being safe, etc. And then once they're happy with that, I apply to be a member, become a member, get my pistol license over the course of like 6 to 8 months, I think it is. And then after that, I can legally buy a pistol,
Nice.
and then you got a home
and I
defense.
can get myself a semi-automatic pistol, which would be really cool.
And then if anyone comes to the house uninvited, like Tate, you can just shoot them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would
Hell
shoot
yeah.
Tate.
Fuck
I
Tate.
would-
I would shoot Tate too.
He deserves it.
Love that guy.
All my homies want to shoot Tate.
He deserves it. Yeah, but
He
Tate-
does.
Can we talk about his fucking like alcohol problem?
Yes, please.
Because it's becoming an actual problem. Like, it's no, like, actual alcoholism, because he's clearly doing it for a meme. But he needs to stop drinking alcohol, because he just breaks shit.
Yeah, no, like, the
Oh,
fuck... Oh
God.
my god.
Like,
That fucking night, that one night was so magical.
I've already told Alex this, so I'll just recap for the sake of the podcast. But basically, Tate calls a group chat that me and Chris are in. Chris doesn't join because I think he's watching a stream or something. So it's just me and Tate wants me to watch a My Hero Academia movie with him. So I go, yeah, sure, I haven't seen any of My Hero movies. So we're watching it, and then he's like, oh, I want to play a drinking game. And I'm like, I don't have alcohol. He's like, no, I'll just play it by myself. And I'm like, that's weird, but okay. And then the drinking game is every time the Invisible Girl shows up, he takes a shot. Because she's a minor character. She's extremely a minor character. Why is there static?
I hear that as well. It's Chris.
What the fuck? Is he dying?
No?
Continue with the story.
Okay, I think that's better.
Chris
Yeah,
just,
the
like,
stack's gone.
loses confidence.
But basically, so I'm watching the movie with him, and then, well, first, the Invisible Girl became a later one, because he was like, I'll take a shot every time I cringe, or something, and I'm like, you're going to die.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So then,
the love of cringe.
so then I say every time you laugh, but then he decides not to do that because he would kill himself because he's Tate, he's very giddy. So I would just say dumb shit. What was it, Chris? You were there for that one. I just said something that like made no sense, and he like lost. Oh, it was All Might parachuting. It was just the idea of All Might having a parachute made Tate laugh super hard. And I was like, that's not funny. That's just a guy wearing a parachute.
Tate, he's protecting his...
Like, it's not like All Might's a weird person to wear a parachute either. He's just a guy.
No,
like,
wearing a parachute is just completely unheard of.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, but then we do the Invisible Girl, and then he basically drinks the whole bottle because he was drinking before we started drinking games. He's Tate, and then and then we're getting towards the end of the movie. Chris joins at this point, and then Tate's just laughing. And he's being dumb, and then Chris leaves because he's like, I don't want to watch My Hero Academia. That's gay.
I finished watching the movie. I just didn't want to watch the
the
second one.
Yeah, the other shit we were watching. And then so then I continue watching with Tate, but then he doesn't end up loading the second movie. We're just talking, and we both have our webcams on. And I go, hey Tate, and I kiss my fist, and I do the bro fist. So he does it in return, but he doesn't do it slowly. He just slams his webcam with full force. And then the camera flies upwards, and I watch alcohol spill all over his desk. And then he's going like, oh fuck, oh shit, and then it takes him like 10 minutes, then he fixes it, and then I call Chris, because I'm like, Tate's going insane, because, like, at this point...
me?
I called you after, I called Chris first, because he was in the group chat. Like, I forced Chris into the group call.
God.
Yes.
But basically, Tate went onto eBay, and then he was like, I have $200, let's waste it. I go, no, you should save that money. And then he buys a glass for like $150 when I'm telling him not to.
No. You gotta say what glass it is.
Okay, the Badlands Chugs shoe glass.
Yes.
He spent $150 on that because he didn't understand it was USD. Even though I was telling him it was. And then he he goes on eBay because he wants to blow more money. So then I go, if you're gonna buy something, buy a gift for someone else, you alcoholic. He's like, let's get Chris a gift. So he instantly tries to buy Fortnite Monopoly. So I'm literally fighting him. Like, it's legitimately an argument of me saying, don't buy Fortnite Monopoly, you idiot. And he's like, no, but it's funny. And I'm like, would you ever play it? Would Chris ever play it? And then I make him watch a review. I convince him, like, watch a review, at least. And he watches about 2 seconds of review and goes boring, and then turns it off and then cancels the order. And then Chris comes back, and then Tate starts going on about Attack on Titan. But then, like, I'm not paying attention, I'll be honest. I was completely out of it. I wasn't paying any attention. And then Tate just starts punching his keyboard, and that's when I start paying attention again. And I go, what are you doing? He's like, there's alcohol in my keyboard. So he starts punching it. And then I'm watching him for like 4 minutes, and Chris is yelling at him like, stop. And I'm like, Tate, just turn the keyboard upside down. He goes, oh yeah, true. and then he removes all the keys from his keyboard, then turns it upside down, and then he spends the next 10 minutes trying to rebuild the keyboard, in which he realizes him punching the keyboard has broken the keys. So now his keyboard was typing out of his control, and the control V was broken first, so he was posting links to Badlands Chug's merch store in random discords. He posted it in the non-safe for work in my Discord, and spammed our own chat with it.
Yeah.
Out of his own control. And then it finally stops and just starts spamming one letter, so he punches his mouse, and then the mouse stops working. And then he can't turn his computer off, so then he just calls me the phone, and he's just like, yeah, I'm just talking on my phone now, my computer's broke. I'm like, what the fuck?
And he only got his computer,
before he called, I called Alex, because I was like, this is dumb. I want to tell Alex, because Alex would be pissed at Tate's breaking his really expensive computer.
Yeah, I'm so mad that he has enough disposable income to buy this god tier thing and then treats it like that.
Honestly,
I'm just pissed off because, bruh.
I get secondhand anger out of fucking
such a
people
waste of money.
Being stupid to technology. I'm like, stop.
He really, like, we need to have like an intervention with him and talk to him about not abusing technology, because he's gone through 4 PS4s.
Yes.
We need to like legitimately sit him down and be like, Tate, whatever you do to your consoles, you need to stop. Chris, remember when he came to my fucking house with his controller and it was missing? So like,
yes.
So like, Alex, you know, like PS4 controllers, you got 2 little like grips on the bottom, right? He snapped off the right grip for some reason.
Ow!
I
so
don't
it looked
know.
like a penis.
Yeah, it looked like a pistol, with just one handle.
Jesus Christ.
And then we're playing Dragon Ball Fighters, and I have 2 controllers, but he insists he brings his own, and it wasn't a joke. He was like, no, I like playing on my controller. I'm like, okay. And I didn't know what was up with his controller at this point. And then he brings the controller, and he like forces it to be used, and I keep thinking it's like a joke because it's a bad controller, haha, funny. But it's not. He's like actually wanting to use it, and then I'm like, okay, you can use it then. And then every time he would lose a match or win a match or pass on, he would try handing me the controller and go, fuck off, give me my one. I'm not playing with that. There's like exposed wires and shit.
Yeah, and it wasn't Mads there?
No, it was... No, he could have brought another controller, but it was Mads. So he brought his one.
Yeah,
like, you didn't even need to bring one, I have 2!
Tate, you fucking...
Okay, but he like keeps insisting that he plays that one. I'm like, it's why? And then remember when every time we would talk to him, he's like, "Oh yeah, I need to buy a new PS4 controller." Like, didn't you buy a new one last week?
Yeah, no, honestly, fucking.
He's real bad with technology. He's got that dumb brain. He's got that fucking ape-man brain.
Yeah. Actual idiot.
It's fucking scary. I gave him my VR, so I hope he doesn't fucking break it.
Oh no.
Well, I sold it to him, so it's his now, technically.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be pissed if he uses it once and then just breaks it.
This is why it's not allowed in my house.
Yeah, no, I get worried. That's why whenever he comes to my house, I hide my charger. I literally like put it in a drawer because you wouldn't go through someone else's drawers. That's rude.
Mm.
Well, you'd think so.
Yeah. Well, there was like kids in high school that would, but they're the kids that you go, yeah, they wouldn't come to my house more than once.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can think of a couple kids that would open my drawer and just go, yo, you got a book in here?
You got Lego Star Wars for the Nintendo DS? Dude.
That's awesome.
That is.
But also, yeah, Tate's scary. I'm trying to think if Tate's
Fucking...
done... The only thing I feel like Tate's done this month, because he's been working really late, is that. I cannot... He hasn't even barely played anything with me. He's just been fucking insane. Like, we'll just... Like, me and Chris will be in a call talking about, like, actual, like, news. And Tate will join and go, lol, I'm drinking, lol.
Yep.
Then he'll just start screaming. And then he'll start screen sharing videos of like birds.
No, and like the funny memes and shit, and I don't care.
Sharing meme compilations.
I literally just don't care.
Ever since he got his computer, he has gone mad with power now that he realizes he can screen share.
Because he's share on mobile. Don't tell him
but like now he can screen share YouTube and his games, so he constantly does
screen
it.
share everything.
And I'd be like, Tate, I'm sitting on my couch, I'm just talking to you on my headset, and he's like, no, get up and watch me play this game I bought for $2. And I go, no.
Fucking lunch lady.
Yeah, he bought a game that was like $5 called Lunch Lady.
He actually bought Lunch Lady, did he?
Yes.
Yes.
And
damn it.
we were watching it, and me and Chris are sitting there like, look like this looks like shit, and Tate's like, I'm actually scared. I'm like, no, you're not. Shut up.
And then the
He's
fucking
like
lunch lady
like
appears.
A
He did.
He saw her coming. He
actually
looked at her. He ran at her, and then he screamed. He's a fucking idiot.
Actual idiot.
I love Tate. He's dumb. Oh, Tate's the best.
He is.
I hate him. I fucking hate him. But yeah, and also I haven't really talked Cormac this month that much either, besides like maybe we talked about Invincible at the start of the month. That's another thing. Invincible ended this month, which everyone talked about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I talked to Cormac about Invincible because Cormac read the comics way before it got animated. So I was talking to him about Invincible, about some later stuff that happens in it, because I too read it. And then and we were just talking about that, and then I've only really kept up with him talking about comics and stuff like we used to do because we're fucking losers. Like, I'll just call him at like 5 and go, yo, have you read like the Batman have you read what's it called? Dark Knight Metal? And he goes, dude, that shit's sick. Because no one else I know reads comics.
Yep.
To be fair, comics are some dumb shit. There's a comic book for the WWE, and it's so funny because there's an Ultimate Warrior comic where he rapes Santa, and that's the actual plot. It's awesome.
Is the Undertaker in it?
No, Undertaker has a comic where he fights the devil and gets crucified in hell.
Dude, that's the coolest shit.
It's the cover was the Undertaker crucified on a giant spiky cross being lit on fire, and he just looks annoyed.
That's the fucking
he looks
best.
Mildly infuriated. It was really
The Undertaker's so good, dude.
He's Shadow.
Yeah.
John Cena's Sonic.
No! Don't say that. Don't ever say that.
This already sounds horrifying.
It's awesome though. But also, Friday Night Funking, the Kickstarter ended. I'm gonna say this on stream so that I have no way of forgetting because it's literally recorded. Chris paid for mine and I owe him the money. So I'm just making sure I don't forget that by putting it here.
Yes.
Because I do rewatch these. And I am very forgetful.
And it's
$140, right? Because I still owe you for Minecraft too.
Yeah, that's true.
It was.
You guys have
like,
Minecraft too?
Yeah, dude.
Dude.
Oh,
I got
man.
it. Yeah,
I want
Chris
Minecraft
got the
too.
inside details.
Can you hook me up? Did Trump give it to you?
Yeah, dude.
You did.
Yeah, dude.
Is it his final act as president?
Barack Trump, dude. Dude, what the fuck is Trump's last name?
Shut up.
But yeah,
somehow that's actually better or worse rather than the fucking Obama last
Well, it's
name.
because everyone says Donald Trump. Like, they always say the full name. Where everyone just says Obama. Obama's cool.
So, the BTS meal finally got released
the McDonald's BTS fucking burger.
So we can finally figure out what John cooked.
Shut up! He's been telling this joke all week.
I love that joke
Every
so
time
much.
I've talked to Chris, he keeps saying, what has John cooked? So bad. Stop.
I don't even know anything about this BTS.
There's a guy in BTS called like Jung-uk or something.
Yeah.
And Chris keeps saying, what has John cooked? Stop!
Wow.
You fucking loser. Stop. No, Chris
That's
has this
so
thing.
interesting.
No, Chris just has this thing where he tells awful jokes constantly, and he repeats them to a point of like mind-numbingly bad that I start laughing. Like the first 3 times, like stop, and he'll say it like 6 more times, and then it gets me. He's done it with Danganronpa with Sonya, because he always goes, "Oh yeah, and there's Sonya, never mind her," and then he laughs to himself like a loser. Stop! You're crying! Stop!
Fucking Christ.
Fucking stop. You're a fucking ass. You're insane. I bet there's literal tears in your eyes. You laugh at like awful jokes and Tate just laughs at like a squirrel falling over. We're like the opposites. No, Tate started crying at himself because he said let's watch the Mr. The Simpsons anime.
Yeah.
And then he laughed to himself for like 40 minutes crying. He was on webcam. His face was red. Because he said Mr. The Simpsons.
Mr. The Simpsons anime.
Yeah, what a hero. Yeah. You done?
I'm done. I'm good.
Okay, don't say the joke again.
Not this time, at least.
Yeah, wait 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Just hit it. But yeah, then other than that, there was the Guilty Gear. A couple things happened with Guilty Gear. Because they announced the release date first. Then they announced a pre-order bonus, which everyone got pissed because it sucks.
It's fucking awful.
It's literally just 2 palette swaps that were in every other game for free. So there's not even like a character or anything, which still is shit. I still think pre-order bonus characters for fighting games is shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mortal Kombat 11 one was the worst because the pre-order bonus character you got after playing the game for 40 minutes.
Wow.
So you spent an extra $20 to play a character 40 minutes early.
Oh no.
That sucked.
That's actually
still the worst one because it's insulting. I even had a whole stream talking about it. Is the My Hero One's Justice Nomu? Because
oh god, yes.
Nomu's my main. I love my boy Nomu. But in My Hero's Justice 1, Nomu was just like a boss character. Like he wasn't a playable character. But now he's playable in 2, but they didn't add moves to him. So he plays like he does when he's a bot, but his bot doesn't have supers. The special moves and the finishes. He doesn't have those because he is an NPC. So you play a character that has like a quarter of the moves as everyone else. And it sucked because I love
nothing.
Nomu.
In other words, literally nothing.
And it hurts because I'm the only person on the planet that cares about Nomu. Anyway, no one else has complained about that, but that's shitty. No other game has ever done that. That's so bad.
Honestly.
But My Hero fans just don't care. To be fair, I'm pretty sure most My Hero fans go, "Oh, Todoroki's in it again. Hell yeah." You know, only I'm the one that cares about Gang Orca. Only me. I stand alone.
Only you.
I don't know why Gang Orca's the sickest. Literally the coolest character.
He actually is. Gang Orca's actually so good.
Yeah, but with Guilty Gear, it's literally 2 skins. Like, not even skins, it's like, so actually like basic fighting games, just like the character, then there'll be like colors you can pick, just to be different if you pick the same character.
You said palette swaps earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, like a palette swap. Like, you like sometimes you unlock them for winning a couple of games, but it's literally just like if you pick the same character, you can be a different color.
Yeah.
The pre-order bonus, you get 2 colors for 2 characters. No, you get 1 color each for 2 characters. And they're not even like that cool. The coolest thing about them is it changes the effects, because like Soul uses fire, Kai uses lightning, and it switches them around so Kai uses fire, which is kind of cool, but then you go, why do I care?
Yeah.
True.
Because most people probably aren't going to play Kai and Soul, because they're the Ryu and Ken, who cares? Everyone wants to play fucking Potemkin. And fucking Nagaruki.
Nagaruki.
Yeah, Nagaruki
yes.
is the coolest character. Everyone wants to play that. No one wants to play. Well, people want to play Soul, but no one wants to play Kai, except me. Because Kai has a cool song, and also he's the closest to Verdrew you're gonna get.
Kai is fucking holding orders, be just or be dead is like
Yeah,
one
good
of
song.
the best. I love it.
But yeah, they announced
So
that, and
much.
everyone gets pissed about the pre-order. But then, like, you know, with most games, if you get the pre-order, you get the digital deluxe edition, which is just a soundtrack usually.
Yep.
And then instantly, everyone stopped complaining the second they showed May's theme, and they only showed 10 seconds of it.
Yeah.
And literally, everyone stopped bitching. It was super funny. And the reason is because every other song, for like Alex and probably people who will watch this later on YouTube that don't understand Guilty Gear is just, you know, fighting game, but its main thing is like rock. It's like very music. Like, you know how JoJo has a lot of music references?
Yes.
Guilty Gear has a lot too. I was telling Chris before the stream, the ranking systems, you know, like in League and other games, you have like gold rank, silver rank.
Yeah.
In Guilty Gear, there's 10.
Like music themed?
Yeah, they're all named after different songs that lead up to the final one being Stairway to Heaven, and then if you clear Stairway to Heaven rank, you go to Heaven, where all the best players are, and then if you get beaten too hard in Heaven, you go back to Hell, in which you have to climb back up.
Which is so good because
the game's Heaven or Hell.
Because in every match before, you know how the title.
Yeah, let's like go fight.
Yeah, it's Heaven or Hell. That's rock.
Yeah, and it's like
so
super
good.
rock and like heavy metal. Is like the music, and people like May's theme because like Soul Bad Guy's a guitar solo like screaming, but May's is a cutesy girl singing like to a My Chemical Romance guitar solo.
Yes.
It's like punk rock from like the early 2000 emo shit. And people
so
love
good.
it because instead of having heavy metal or Russian chanting or like a pirate shanty but rock form, it's just a girl singing a pop song to emo rock. And it's literally been memed to hell already, and it's only been 2 days. Literally every time I open YouTube, there's Tatsuki, May theme, or Disaster of Passion edits, and it's only 10 seconds of the song. It's not even the full song.
Yep.
And I guarantee when the game comes out, everyone's gonna be tired of the song already.
Yeah, that'd be true.
I'm starting to get tired of it, and I also like it.
So, have they only released 10 seconds of it, or is it just 10 seconds?
They literally, they showed
it's like 30 seconds.
Well, yeah, it's like 30. So what they did was they were showing off what you get if you get the soundtrack, like, you know, deluxe edition. We get the soundtrack disc, and they were just going through every theme you get. So you get like the main game theme, which is Smell the Game. You get Soul Bad Guy's theme. I forget the name. You get Kai's theme. You get Disaster of Passion, which is May's theme. And while they show you all the songs, they show a snippet of each song as they go down the list. And the only way you can hear May's is in there because she wasn't playable in the beta, so no one got to hear a song yet.
I see.
She's like the only character that wasn't playable in the beta, so no one knows how she plays or her song or her intros. And the best way to describe May to a new player is she's not really a lolly anymore, but she's a lolly pirate.
Pretty much.
She's not a lolly anymore, though.
I see.
I was talking to Chris about this before. The first Guilty Gear game, she looks like she's 26, maybe 30. Guilty Gear Exard, which was the last one, she looks like she's 10. And in this one, she looks like how she's supposed to look. She looks like a 19-year-old. She looks like how she's supposed to. She's like a pirate girl with big baggy clothes and a huge anchor. But everyone knows her for being a lolly with a high-pitched voice that just yells Tatsuki over and over again.
Tatsugeki.
But yeah, I'm just sad because no one talks about my boy Faust theme, which is my favorite. To be fair, no one talks about Faust, period.
I know.
He's my favorite, he's so funny. Well, no one talked about him ever, but he's in every game because he's one of the main characters. But no one plays Faust but me. Well, trolls play him. There'll be people who play him to be a dick.
Yeah.
Because he's like your random gimmick character. He has a move that makes a random item.
Yeah.
Which can heal the enemy, or it can summon an army. Which is bullshit, so people use him to troll. Where he's supposed to be like a trap character, because he has like the little bit of the beta I saw with Faust in the actual like trailer breakdown of him by the company is he has a new Scarecrow move where he becomes 3 Scarecrows, and then he can, depending on what button input you do, depends which Scarecrow he is. But what they say to do is you throw an item, and as the item is in the air before you can see it, become a Scarecrow, and depending on what the item is, if it's a health item or not, switch to the Scarecrow close to it to obtain it, or the Scarecrow further away to not blow up if it's a nuke. Or just hope it's like in between, it hits the enemy, and then you just fall from the sky and suplex him, or whatever the fuck Faust does. Or Vor him.
Yeah!
Faust does Vor.
The Faust Vor.
But also, just like, on the topic of Faust, because I am going to play Guilty Gear at some point, and I will probably review it for the podcast. Faust is the only character I actually care about story-wise, because they've changed him and haven't explained it. So, like, for Alex and, like, this, and, like, for chat, Faust in the other games, well, in the first game, he was a bald doctor, who was just called Dr. Baldhead. And then in, like, Exard, the last one, he is, I think you might have seen him out, I think I played the game, like, while you were over once. He's, like, freakishly tall, he's, like, 10 foot, and he wears a bag on his head.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I do remember
and
you telling
he
me
has
showing me that guy.
Yeah, he has a scalpel that's the size of him as his weapon. And he like walks on all fours, and he's like a freakish man, and he like teleports using doors.
He's just freakish in general.
Yeah, he has really gangly limbs. But Chris, can I get you to send an image to general of the new Faust?
Yeah.
Because,
yes.
Because it's kind of hard to describe. Maybe send old Faust first, because the drastic change is what's shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so the original Faust is a big, goofy, anime gag character. He would throw a bomb, it'll explode, and then he'll get covered in ash and shake it off, that kind of character. Like Tom and Jerry. Right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, he's a big goofball. But now, he's a horror character. Who is constant bone-cracking, goggling like the Grudge, and he's genuinely horrifying. And he has really freakish limbs, and he crawls really slowly like a zombie. So he went from being like really high-pitched, loud, funny man to a goggling horror creature that crawls around on all fours and is constantly breaking his own bones.
So good.
And
that's horrifying.
So here is normal Faust.
Just a general. Yeah, my favorite, my boy, with his big tie.
And then here is Strive Faust.
What they did to my boy. They changed. It's such a drastic change. They just haven't explained it. They just go, "Yeah, that's Faust now. Deal with it."
Honestly.
And no one cares. Like, no one else but me is asking what happened to him.
No one has questioned it.
No one has made a video or anything about it.
Not even MatPat.
Yeah.
Not even MatPat.
I would be shocked if MatPat knew what a Guilty Gear is.
Also, here's the Faust Vor.
Oh hell yeah!
This is my favorite.
Yeah, he's eating chips enough. Yeah, but I want to know why he became a disgusting zombie. Because I was telling Chris about this. They did a really weird thing with Faust. I think they might have changed it now. But in the Japanese version of Strive, Faust doesn't talk. Because you know how every fighting game now they have dramatic intros? Where every character has like a bunch of dialogue to say to the other?
Every character's gotta fucking speak to the other one.
Like for a minute.
Otherwise it's not a fighting game.
Faust doesn't do that. The other character might speak to him, but Faust just points. He does his limp walk towards them, and then he just points as like knuckle crack of his bones cracking as he points. And that's it. But then in the English version, when he versus himself, he talks, but only himself.
And only in the English version?
Yeah, only in the English version, and it's really bizarre, and then I don't remember the quote fully, but it's, "Another doctor, we can save everyone," and then they just fight. So I don't even know what the point of that is. And also, Faust is still a gag character, like, they still make him a joke. He's both supposed to be threatening, but he's still a joke, because his super is he trips you over, and then he feels bad, and he gets a wheelchair and runs at you, and then accidentally hits your shin with the wheelchair. And then your character screams out in pain because their shin got hit. And
it's so good!
And they have a very dramatic zoom in on their face, where it's super animated.
Yeah!
And because his last super was he shoved his fingers up your ass.
Whoa.
And then he cut to the character's face of them reacting in like a super animated way. And the best part about it was, depending on who you did it to, there was different reactions. If you did it to Eno, she loved it. If you did it to Dizzy, her ghost took it by accident. And if you did the Chips enough, he kinda liked it, but he's trying to hide it. And if you did the Soul Bad guy...
Like...
Oh, yeah, the Raven's one's the best. If you do it to Raven, his eyes do the anime yellow shine. And he looks directly into the camera. Yeah, but they're still trying to make him a joke, but I want to know what's up with him, because I was telling Chris about this, because people don't believe this, because a lot of people didn't watch the Guilty Gear Zod story mode, because, keyword, I said watch, you don't play it. It's like 20 hours of cutscene, and no gameplay, not even joking.
Oh,
It's a visual
mad.
Gameplay at all?
No gameplay at all,
No.
it's a visual novel. You just read it.
Oh.
There's like animation going on behind you, and sometimes they talk, but most of the time you're reading.
Mm.
Which a lot of people didn't do it. I didn't. I just watched someone explain it to me. But Faust is a main character in the sense that he's kind of the hero of the story. Because Faust's storyline is, when he was Dr. Baldhead, he was working on this little girl, and then Zato, who's the assassin character, killed the little girl. He didn't know, he thought he did it by accident. He goes insane, kills about 40 people. And then he enters a tournament, because why not? And then at the end of the tournament, he goes, oh wait, it wasn't me that killed that girl. I killed those 40 people, so I can't be a doctor anymore, so I'll put this bag on my head and become a new doctor. And then that's how Faust is made, and then he becomes friends with the vampire lord, Slayer, and that's how he gets his teleport powers. And then basically he has Deadpool bullshit powers of he's insane.
I see.
Mhm.
And then in Zod, he is just like hanging out with Dizzy, because there's another girl that's sick, because Faust likes helping sick children, I guess. And then basically...
Do you fucking Make-A-Wish Foundation?
Probably.
Yes.
I mean, he's a super doctor who shoves his fingers up your ass.
Super doctor who shoves his fingers up your ass.
And
You love
gives
it.
people afros.
Yeah, he gives people afros so you get a bigger hitbox who can hit you from further away. I fucking hate and love Faust. But then basically, so Dizzy is like, I don't really know how to describe Dizzy. She has like demon and angel powers. She's like super powerful.
Yeah, she's a gear, basically.
Oh yeah, gears.
If
Anime
you
plot
understand.
bullshit. Just assume like she's a main plot point. Anime bullshit.
Yes.
See.
And then basically
So she has
she leaves because everyone sees her as a freak. And then Faust is like, oh, I gotta go tell Dizzy real quick. Hey, Dizzy, you should leave forever because all the assassins want to kill you. And then she leaves, and that's the end of her story. But she'll probably come back as DLC for Strive because she's really popular.
She is really popular. She's probably like my favorite.
Yeah, she's your fave. I'm biking. Except she's not gonna be in Strive for another 20 years. That's the rule of biking. But then like Faust is the main character in the sense that the overall kind of arching plot of Guilty Gear is Japan got fucking destroyed, like it's a crater,
Mhm.
like it's just a hole to nothing,
Oh.
like the whole of Japan was turned into a giant hole in the earth, and
shit.
and all Japanese people are dying of like an illness. And May, the pirate girl, she's Japanese, and Faust's plotline becomes he wants to help May before she dies, and then Johnny is like May's caretaker, and then him and Johnny team up and they fight Bedman, who just don't worry about Bedman, he's just dumb.
What's that name?
He's dead anyways.
Yeah, he's a dead guy in a bed, and the bed is what you fight.
Oh.
But Bedman attacks them, and then basically Faust creates a cure for what's killing the Japanese, and then the end is like, Faust saved everyone! But now Faust is a zombie. So did he get the infection or something?
Who knows?
Or is it not Faust? Because that's another thing, that it could just not be Faust. It could be one of those bullshit things where it's a made... Because if you look at his picture, like you sent Chris, he's like, on his chest, he's like stitched together.
Hmm.
I mean, I told you there was a really solid theory that maybe it's Zato and Faust combined, because Zato is basically Faust's rival. And the animations for Zombie Faust are a lot like how Zato moves. But then Zato's in the game as a separate character, so it's not that. But I'm curious of how Faust is going to be in the story mode, because he's kind of the hero of the last one. So now he's a dead zombie. Is no one going to care? Soul doesn't care. Soul's going to go, what the fuck are you? And he's going to go point at him, and Soul's going to kill him. And then it's going to be like, okay, there goes Faust. He's
Dragon and Stole.
Yeah, Faust's dead now. R.I.P. Faust.
Rip Bozo.
Yeah.
Rip my homie.
He's probably going to be a jobber. They probably literally made him a zombie just so he could be a jobber, so you fight him a bunch.
No.
Fuck is a jobber? I'm so confused.
So a jobber is, they're like in movies and games. So a jobber is literally a character that exists to just be beaten or just to block your way. So like, you know, if you're
Pretty
playing
much.
like you're playing Pokemon.
Rivals.
Yes.
I was about to say Pokemon rivals.
You're playing Pokemon and then like Team Skull is blocking a road. That they're jobbing.
Yeah.
They're doing their job. And then, like, in movie sense, it's like, you know, in Batman, the goons that just exist for Batman to beat up one by one, they're jobbing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just
Pretty much.
they're just doing their job, which is to suck.
Yep.
And that's probably what Faust is gonna be. He's probably just going to exist for you to fight a bunch.
But it also means like a bunch of dumbasses too.
Yeah, it's just losers. It's just people that are useless overall.
Pretty much.
Like, they just exist to be nothing. Just to be in your way. But yeah, Faust is probably just a jobber now. Because then they're like, oh, look, it's a zombie. You know, he can't talk, so just fight him.
Yep.
Just kick his ass.
Talk, so beat him up.
Beat
That's
him
right.
up.
We did Barrett against fucking
Yeah,
death. I
beat
don't know
up
what death
disabled people. It's funny.
Beat up
Yeah.
disabled people. Guilty.
Beat up
of this
disabled
fucking
people.
crime.
Gear. That's my favorite.
So
game.
guys, I have to ask you the question.
Is it
No,
who's
you
the
don't.
guiltiest Gear?
You don't have to ask
Yeah,
it,
you
Chris.
Is
You
it?
just want to.
Oh, is this the fucking McDonald's thing again?
No, I was gonna ask who was the guiltiest gear, but
I
you got
was
it
right.
to me before.
I was waiting
I'm
for you
so
to say it.
I'm so
It
upset.
was such a... You're upset over an obvious question being obvious.
That's
You
not
don't
one of his
understand
jokes.
why-
It's a bunch.
You don't understand my attachment to these jokes, Alex.
I don't, because they're fucking awful.
That's why you love them. That's it. That's literally why. Chris, you're a jobber.
You need... Chris, go get a fucking job.
Chris, you're a jobber. You're literally a
I'm
jobber.
not.
Yes, you are.
I'm
No,
assuming
Chris,
you
if
do not
we...
have a job, and that's why you occupy your time with this bullshit.
No, Chris, if we
I've
were,
been
like...
doing this.
Chris, if
Yeah.
we were like, say in a video game, right, like, you know, a side-scrolling beat 'em up like Streets of Rage, right, where you just beat up a bunch of goons to get to the boss, which in this case would be me, like the Outcast beat 'em up, right?
Yeah.
You would literally be the first goon that shows up a bunch.
Oh,
You did that one special goon.
Yeah,
You
and
did
then,
one special
no, you would
goon
be
that
the
keeps coming
one
back
goon
no matter how many times
that's
you beat
in
him.
every fight. Like the first one they fight, and then you're there always. And then Tate would be like the second one, that's the slightly bigger one, maybe the grappler. And
yeah.
then Malloy would be the girl with the whip
Yes.
that every game has. And then Alex would probably be like the first or second boss. And then Cormac would be the boss before me.
And then you would be the final boss.
Yeah, I'd be the final boss because I'm the coolest, obviously.
And
Yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
move as the final boss is to just fucking like revive the other boss and.
Oh
make
yeah,
it
no,
a shit-
you had to do a boss rush. You had to fight everyone at once, and then you can fight me, and then I'm really easy.
Yeah.
You punch me once and I die. Yeah, Chris, you're a jobber.
You like sands.
Yeah,
Just sands still.
yeah, I just teleport a bunch.
Eventually.
I made the game a first-person shooter, but only when you fight me.
Fucking genre changes.
Yeah, they're the best.
They are.
Yeah, Guilty Gear Strive, cool. It comes out the day I move. It comes out
Amazing.
the 8th for Japan, the 11th for us, and the 11th's the day I move.
Yep.
Oh,
So
so you
that's-
haven't
And then-
moved yet. You're just like
Packing.
pairing and shit. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, I go to the new house on the 11th. Which is why we're streaming
Nice,
today
bro.
instead of the first Monday of next month, because I wouldn't be able to. Because it would be the 7th.
Yeah, understandable.
But yeah, I thought about it because that would be next week, but
Understandable.
we'll be literally in the middle of like carrying desks out of the house.
And E3 as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then we gotta do. We can still do E3. The main thing I'm scared of doing E3 online is I want to do it with Tate because Tate has funny reactions. But last time we did a reaction thing with Tate, which was Arceus, it sucked because Tate was a couple seconds before me because he wasn't streaming, and streaming causes you to have a bit slower internet. So Tate was like 5, maybe 4 seconds ahead of me. And then it was really annoying because I'm streaming with the webcam on. I'm trying to talk to chat or like be entertaining.
Oh yeah.
And then Tate would
go,
hey, shush! And then I would go quiet, and then when the cool thing happens for me, which is about 3 seconds after Tate, he would scream over it.
Fucking Tate, honestly.
And then I would go, Tate, I'm trying to listen to it. He goes, shut up, I'm reacting. And I go, they can't see it. Yeah, no, I've literally told Tate so many times, like, Tate, you need to understand that if you were the one streaming, I would be silent. If I'm streaming, you can't scream over the cool shit or the actual audio of the stream.
Yeah.
I would screen share, but then there's just way more buffering. Because I'm just killing my internet. Which is why I want to do it in person, but they're gonna be at 10 fucking, PM for all of us. Because we're Australian.
Yeah.
So what's the point of going to someone's house till 1 and then going home? Tate said we could do it at his, but I don't want to. But the thing is, we had to do it multiple nights in a row, and I don't want to stay at Tate's for a week.
Oh, that I didn't even think of that.
Because remember, he was like, "Oh yeah, no, you can just stay in that little porch area because it's big enough for people to stay in." But we had to do it multiple days. I don't really want to be stuck at Tate's for a week.
Oh no.
I feel like Tate's parents would kill me.
Probably would. They probably actually would.
We need a lawyer who can just drive us home. Alex, you wouldn't be up at 12 a.m. You'd probably be asleep for work.
What day it is.
I'm pretty sure it's for the week.
If it's any day that is not Friday, then I'm asleep. Maybe sometimes Saturdays I stay up late.
I assume it's gonna be usually throughout the week. Because it's 5?
Usually I stay up late Friday because then it means I can just game on Friday, and then on Saturday I fucking go to sleep reasonably the same time as usual because then I'm dead on Sunday and I'm not fucking recovering still on Monday.
I need to sleep early tonight because I'm working tomorrow morning. I'm not doing the cafe job because it's closed. On Tuesdays I'm doing catering.
Hell yeah.
Which I haven't done in a while, so it's pretty simple. I just set up chairs and I bring food.
Oh yeah. Nice, dude.
Yeah, I don't remember how much this pays. I'm hoping it's good.
Yes.
Yeah, but catering's strictly just working with my mother.
Oh,
it's literally
hell yeah.
helping my mum set up weddings and events. Yeah, and then she's going away to Perth, so I probably won't work again this week.
Oh, you guys want a fun story from today
Yes.
from the land of the working technician?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I shall not name it because of us wanting to avoid getting figured out who we are, and also for kind of protecting them because I don't want them to get fucking hate from some random internet person that might see this. Basically, a certain business that I used to work for last year for a little bit after I finished with CBH and before I started with my current job, has been upgrading their FPOS terminals at the start of the year, and they swapped from one brand to a new brand. So the old brand was called Pyro, and their new brand, the new one they've got is the one that we service, specifically me, which is Ingenico branded terminals. And they've been having lots of problems with them. And a few weeks ago, I went and installed a new terminal for them, a new Ingenico one that's integrated into a point of sales machine. So basically, think of Wesson IGA, where the FPOS machine activates when you press a button on
Oh no.
connect to it.
Oh no.
So my job as the technician for Ingenico is simply to install the software on the machine, then hook up the FPOS terminal so that it will talk to the software on the machine. That's it. I'm not supposed to do any work on making it talk to the actual software. I just make sure that it works, and then I tell the merchant that they got to get their IT for their POS software to do the rest of it. So I didn't actually realize that I wasn't supposed to try and completely do it myself, and I was there for 2.5 hours the first time I went around, try and get it all working for them. And then when I went back the next week because I couldn't get it sorted, it was on a Friday, and I went back on the Monday the next week. They were closed to have a look at it again. I told them, look, I'm only supposed to go up to this. I didn't realize it's part of our contract that I only do this much. I actually am not allowed to touch anything else because if something goes wrong or gets damaged, then we become liable, which we're not supposed to. So blah blah blah. Told all that, they're like, yeah, cool, no worries. I told them exactly what they had to do. No worries.
Hmm.
I told them exactly what they had to do, how to do it, who to talk to, blah blah blah. Even gave them extra info. Today I see a job come in to replace that terminal I installed with a new one, and I was like, oh, maybe. And
Oh
I was
no.
like, oh, like it's just a swap out, like replace it for a new version of that one. Like it's the same
Yeah.
thing, they just want a new one. And I was like, oh, maybe it's like just playing up. First thing I see in the notes is it just says merchant has requested that Alex not do this with question marks next to it
Oh no.
because the fucking they book the job through, right? They have to call up their bank, which they send to Ingenico, which then sends it to us. So the bank and Ingenico are like, who the fuck is Alex, and why do they not want him working on this job? So they put questions marks into it because they're like, oh, maybe the technicians will know what it's talking about. And I read that and I was like, I'm laughing, but that's actually so unprofessional and kind of hurtful.
You
Oh.
cried.
The fact that they basically just like, oh, clearly because he didn't do it for us, he did it wrong, so we want someone else to do it. And I was
Wow.
like, nice. I asked one of the other guys and he's going to do it tomorrow morning, and I can't wait for him to come back and tell me that he did exactly what I did and told them exactly what I said, and they'll be like, wait, what? Why aren't you doing the rest of it? I'll be like, because he wasn't fucking lying the first time. We're not allowed to.
And then they'll put it in again and then ask for him and you not to work on it.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, and if they do that, there'll be no one who can fucking work on it for them. Because there's like 2 or 3 of us that actually do FPOS stuff regularly. No, actually, I'm the only person who does it regularly. Whenever I'm unavailable, there is at least 3 other people who do know how to do it. Like, it's very simple stuff. You just read the manuals and stuff like that. Pretty easy. But they typically, like the other people in the business, the other technicians, they do their own stuff as well. So that's why I do predominantly FPOS machines. So it's like everybody's gonna do the same thing or using the same manuals. Like no one can fucking just do it for you.
No, we should though.
Oh Christ.
And it's the fact that I was talking to mom about it. It's just the fact that I used to work for them and they know me, and they know that I'm like doing my job and stuff, doing it. I'm trying to do whatever I can for them.
Doing
Like,
and doing and doing
I'll
it
go
well.
I'll go as far as I can. And I gave them literally all the info, wrote down phone numbers for that they already have, or they already should have had. Like, it is the most disorganized fucking place at the management level. They just have no idea what they're doing. Because it's like, when I was the first time, I called up the IT department for the software they use on their point of sales machine and said, hey, I need you guys to help me out with this. They're like, don't actually have a record of that merchant in the system, and it took fucking 30 minutes for him, and like 3 times he had to call back after going and checking like 20 of his other colleagues, and they finally found it, and he was like, I don't even know why this is labeled like this, like how the fuck they set this up, but this shit is weird. And then when he was going to access their computer remotely, all of the like login passwords that should have been what they set them as were incorrect. He's like, okay, I can't log into the technician account because for some reason it doesn't exist.
Why don't you just
And I
do
was
better
like,
though, lol?
the whole thing is like, oh, fuck, yeah,
Nah, I feel like
it's hilarious,
I feel like
but it's
I could have
also
done it.
pain.
Easy,
could have.
easy peasy.
Could have.
Actually,
They
easiest
literally.
thing in the world.
Here's the thing. They
My
literally
God.
don't have to do anything except make a phone call and do exactly what the fucking guy on the phone tells them to. They don't have to know what they're doing, they just have to listen to someone tell them what to do. But apparently they're bad at that because I told them what to do and they didn't listen.
No, but there's literally there's a thing where like this is a real thing because I've seen it multiple times that when people do call to help and then they get like an Indian person do it, they just refuse to listen.
Yeah,
But it's just
be like that.
It's just because like the stereotype, and also to be fair, they are kind of hard to understand sometimes.
And scammers are basically made up of.
Okay, you never call scammers; they call you. Big difference.
Yeah.
The thing this is like,
Hello.
some of the places like in Jenico has some Indians in it, I think, but like just they have decent phones. Just listen, like actually pay attention, and you can usually hear. And if it's really difficult to hear, just politely say, "Hey, I'm sorry, it's a bit hard to understand you." Like
just ask to repeat again, and if they yell at you, just report them.
Yeah.
If like just be understanding and be fucking chill and do your best to just like take in the information.
The absolute worst one I have ever had, like I didn't do it, was my mother, but like where we live, the internet's pretty ass. The company here is pretty shit at handling it, and my internet sometimes will just die for a week for no reason, and then they won't compensate us. Like we'll call and they'll go, whatever, and they'll fix it like another week later, but they won't compensate us for it. Or anything like that. They'll just go, no, deal with it, idiot. And one time went down, my mum was pissed because she just worked like a long day dealing with like, Red Rooster at the time. So she was angry. And she comes in and then she calls them and is like, listen, why is our Wi-Fi down? And the guy just isn't answering and she goes, can you just fucking tell me? And the guy hangs up on her and I'm guessing he was like, what a rude bitch or something. And then he just disconnected us fully. He just cut us off. For no reason. And then my mother got even more pissed and we just had no internet for like a month. And then they put us back on. I was like, do you know who did it? Like, no, he didn't give us a name. We called him, he didn't help, and then he disconnected us. That guy should have been fired. What an asshole.
Honestly, yeah.
Oh, here's another thing. This is like very much like no one else is gonna fucking know anything about this. I'm gonna be careful. I have to be careful what I say, not just for like stream reasons, but legal reasons. I'm not gonna like get fucking arrested and sent to the gulag, but I just to not give out explicit details about stuff to do with my job, certain explicit details. So the easiest way of putting this, during some FPOS installations, end up calling merchant services of like whatever bank terminals for. In the case this morning, it was NAB. When I was calling them to help me get a password on a terminal reset, and the first person I spoke to was like, "No, we don't do that. You need to call in Jenica." And I was like, "Okay." Hung up. I was like, "That is complete bullshit," but I'll call them anyway, just in case the procedures changed. I called him up and I was like, "So, listen, I'm pretty sure they're wrong, but they said you guys changed the passwords." And he's like, "The fuck?" Like, he's like, the banks control the password because it's the bank's customer. We just deal with the like physical stuff and the initial setup. And I was like, that's what I thought. It's always been like that. And he's like, yep. I was like, all right, I'll call him back. Called him back. Got someone who actually was like, yeah, we'll do the password. And I was like, just kind of nicely mentioned at the end. I was like, hey, by the way, when I first called up, someone said that you guys don't do the passwords, so you might want to just like let everyone in the office know or whatever.
And then they just got angry at you and said, "Leave!"
No, she was like super apologetic. She's like, "Oh my god, I'm sorry for like that they wasted your time." I was like, I know that you must have get some technicians that are super fucking pissed when you waste like 2 minutes, but I don't care.
I got it done. Also, just like basic facts, but people still need to know. You ever call a place for help? Like, those like scams on a website where you get a thing and it's like, oh, your computer has a deadly virus, call this number. Like those pop-ups. Yeah. You ever call those, or you ever get called about something and you're actually, for some reason, falling for it, and you're like, oh, okay, I'll pay the thing, and then if they tell you to get a gift card, instantly hang up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
if they tell you that you need a gift card to pay, what kind of a...
Yeah, I've
Shit is
seen
this?
so many people that, or like those scams and shit, and people will actually call it, and then they go like, "You'll need gift card," and they're like, "Why do I need a gift card?" It's like, "Oh, the bank's currently down. You need to use a gift card."
And it makes no
Most
sense.
bullshit reason.
And then they're like, "That doesn't make sense. I can open the bank app on my phone. I can buy shit with the money." No, it's down though. You need a gift card. But like, how the fuck do people generally fall for that? The second someone says you need a gift card, you should instantly go, "Okay, I'm hanging up now."
Yeah, but it's mainly old people. It's mainly
Yeah,
like
fair.
the elderly and shit. That's why it's like
I can't
so
wait
scummy,
till
you
our
know?
generation are the old people, because then literally no one will fall for it.
You don't do scams that just get more advanced.
It's true, they evolve.
Well, okay,
Hmm.
they'll get more advanced when it stops being just idiots trying to pull it off.
They will get more blatant.
Yeah.
Someone will literally kick your house down with a knife and say you gotta pay to live.
Someone will kick your house down with a knife and say, "Pay to live."
Yeah.
I meant door, but I like the idea of the whole house being kicked with a
They
knife.
kick your house down and just say, "Pay
Yeah.
to live."
It's like
Not
it's
pay to live. Pay to live.
Yeah, it's just an
Who's
Indian
live?
man.
Why am I paying?
It's just an Indian man with a big mustache goes, "Paid live." He just your house just explodes.
Oh no.
That's awesome.
It's him.
That
It's him,
is.
the house
It's
kicker,
really him.
destroyer of property.
It's a scam, but he always gets away with it. There's some kind of loophole that lets him break houses. He says it's for fucking business expenses. He just gets away with it.
Expenses.
I can't do anything, and then I have to pay to rebuild my house. But he owns the company. I need to pay to rebuild it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hey guys, welcome to my non-scam. They would literally just start doing this stupid ironic shit of being like, "This is totally a scam." And people go, "You know what? I will buy it because it's funny."
Oh god.
Oh
I
you're right.
pray.
Tate's gonna be the next generation. People like Tate will be the generation that get.
Tate by himself is the next generation.
He's just
Yeah.
like, this is a scam, but it's funny.
It's funny. No, because that
So
happens.
here's a-
Like there will be like there's the Incredible Bulk movie, which I make fun of because of the "I hate dust" line. But like they purposely made it bad and they pushed it on YouTubers, like force them, like, "Hey, review it," and then like because they want the YouTubers to say it's bad because they know people will go see it if it's bad.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then literally there's YouTubers that review and go like, "Actually, don't see this. It's not even worth reviewing because they made it bad on purpose. So there's no actual point in seeing it." It's not funny, but it's like the Sharknado effect that I talked about, where it's like I think Cool Cat's funny because it's trying to be good, where I don't like Sharknado because it's trying to be bad.
Yeah.
When something
I like Sharknado
genuinely,
because it just looks like dog shit.
it's not Sharknado's still funny, but like the reason I will find Cool Cat way funnier and I legitimately like cry laughing at Cool Cat is it's not that I'm laughing with the movie, I'm laughing at it.
We still have to watch the
420
the
Awards.
and the coronavirus one.
We do.
Cause it's out. The coronavirus
The
is
only
actually
issue
out.
is it's 100% the same movie, because that's what he did with the Cool Cat superhero movie. It's the exact same movie, except he adds one scene.
Yes.
What a fucking hero. Well, Derek
The
Savage
dirty
is a con
dog.
artist. I've talked about this many times.
He
Cool Cat
is. He's
is-
more.
Like, he legitimately tried with Cool Cat. Like, he tried to a point where he legitimately got pissed if you made fun of it. Like, he would take down videos, and he made his own YouTube videos directing him at other YouTubers who actually, like, well, not other YouTubers because he's not really a YouTuber, but he directed them at YouTubers, like, "Hey, those people that said my movie are bad are bullies, don't listen to them, they're breaking copyright," and then he used footage of their videos in his video, which is what he was saying they're not allowed to do. And then he got yelled at for that, and then he got copyright claimed, and YouTube passed it, because by his own rules, that YouTube got copyright claimed by that, and then he got more pissed, and he literally, like, was threatening to fight people that said Cool Cat was bad.
He's David Cage and Hideo Kojima mixed together.
Yeah, that's Derek Savage. But, like, Derek
Jesus
Savage
Christ.
is funny because now he's, like, going full into it. He's like, "Yeah, no, my movie's bad. Please, please buy it. It's bad. Please." Because it's the only way he can make money. But also, he
Yep.
still hates it if you make fun of it, because if you remember, he blocked me. Because I wanted
He
to buy
did.
it. And I was like truthful about it, like, oh, I want to buy it because it's shit, and he blocked me. And he won't let me buy Cool Cat again.
No.
Buy it somewhere else.
I
What?
mean, you can, but it's just not as funny if you don't get it from the
Yeah.
source. Because Derek's
They're
buying
it from the fucking director.
Alex, buying the Cool Cat movie is so scary. It's so sketch. Because you go to the website, and then you have to give him your email, and you have to PayPal him the money.
What the fuck?
And you need to send him an email as to why you want the movie.
Is he a deviant artist or something?
Right? This movie was in cinemas too. That's the funniest shit about Cool Cat, was it was in a cinema.
Oh,
It was
I didn't know
on
that
the
part.
Hollywood cinemas too. It was made in Hollywood. It was released in Hollywood. It was a huge release. But no one saw it because it's Cool Cat. The fucking trailer
God.
has Comic Sans in it, unironically.
Dear lord.
Imagine if a fucking AAA movie had Comic Sans in it.
I would scream.
I
You would
wanted
shit
to.
yourself.
There definitely are some. But yeah, but like the Cool Cat, like getting Cool Cat is a journey because you don't actually know if you're just. There's just a chance you won't get it.
Yeah.
Derek
Only
is
the
a hack.
worthy.
And then he blocked me because I was like, oh, I want to get Cool Cat because I think it's funny. And then he blocked me and I'm not allowed to buy from his website. Because he doesn't like trolls.
How does it stop you from buying it on the website?
Well, I only blocked like one email, but I can't be bothered
Oh,
doing
it blocked
another
your
one.
email. Okay. I was like, I'm interested because I've seen several ways that you can like block people from doing stuff on websites, and there's like account blocking, which is what that
Yeah,
would
just
be
like your
since
email.
it's email based. But then there's also IP blocking,
This
which
is the extreme.
So you remember I have told you about how I used to do the fucking sci-fi roleplay back in the day, a few years ago.
Yes.
The guy who owned that, I have raged about, or not raged, but ranted about him and how much of a sweaty, manlet American he is. The
Americans are
fucking
cool.
stereotypical 50-year-old American who just lives out in a fucking log cabin and is like, my freedom.
Oh
You can't.
god.
Did you vote for Trump?
I bet he did. He probably wouldn't admit it, but I bet he fucking did.
Yep.
He's not a redneck,
okay, wait.
he's just an idiot.
Have you guys
And
seen
so
those
the thing is-
hilarious Donald Trump? Like, sorry to sidetrack, but I just want to bring this up real quick. Have you seen those hilarious fucking Donald Trump supporters that are wearing like Blacks for Trump shirt, but they're all white?
Oh god.
There was a huge thing about white people wearing these shirts that say Blacks for Trump, and they didn't realize how stupid that looks. Because what they thought it meant was, oh yeah, black people support Trump, but it meant like, I'm black and I support Trump.
Oh.
And then there was pictures of people wearing shirts that literally said, I'm black and I support Trump, and they were white, like, fat dudes with beards and, like, rednecks. And then when they were asked about, like, yeah, the shirt's black. Like, what?
Oh god. No.
Okay, so on his RP website, he's not allowed multiple accounts. Like, you're not allowed to have multiple accounts. And if someone that you live in the same house with has to make an account, you have to like prove to him that it's a different person. Otherwise, because like the IP blocking, he like prevents you from having two accounts made from the same IP address. Like, bruh, why do you
Wow.
care so much?
You might troll him, bro.
I'm about to expose it right now. I'm not gonna say in detail at the people. I'm gonna say their names, but his fucking website back in the day, like way before I joined, in 2008, 2010 era, when it was basically just a bunch of horny American men doing smut RP with cat girls.
Hell
Yeah, no, with okay, so they were role playing with other guys. Let's be honest.
Yes, absolutely.
That's
Now,
100%
here's the
ERP.
best part, right? This is a sci-fi futuristic universe, and the cat girls are synthetically created.
So you can beat
called
them.
Neko Valkyria or something, because they're basically super soldiers. They're tiny cat girl super soldiers that are sexually charged at all times. That's what they used to be.
What the fuck?
Seems like an anime.
The early models had what was it? Fucking
Big booba.
rocket, like they had missile tits.
Hell
Amazing.
yeah, Katy Perry.
Um,
And they had rocket fuel in their ass.
Amazing.
And they had rocket fuel in their ass. 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 And they had rocket fu
Where else are you gonna put it?
Yeah.
And here's another thing: in universe, they had a set debate over if cat girls should be allowed to reject other cat girls from trying to just molest them on the spaceships.
What? The fuck?
Because
What?
all of them were in canon, like this years ago, back when it was a shithole, from what I've been told.
The horny pit.
They like all the cat girls were apparently fucking all the time, and players who wanted to play one that wasn't horny just got told no. You're like, you can't play a non-horny cat girl. It just doesn't work like that. So someone started an in-universe debate in their fucking government about how they should have the ability to turn off their sexual drive. Like the cat girls in universe should have the ability to turn off their sexual drive if they want, and they should be allowed to say no to a fucking worker or colleague in arms
So what
trying
you're
to
saying
basically
is,
rape them.
so what you're saying is there was a huge debate and argument about if consent should exist.
Yes!
Oh no!
Yes! Pretty much, there was a debate about if you should be allowed to not want to fuck, and if you don't want to fuck, you should be allowed to tell people that, and they have to actually listen to you instead of just going, "Wow, you're such a tease," and then shoving their fingers up your ass.
Yeah, they have to
Christ.
actually give consent. like actual humans. No, there are so many horror stories about the roleplay world, because I've said it many times. I've been in like a Danganronpa and Persona 1 where I just kind of sat around because I'm an asshole and I bully people. But I did also just generally talk to people who cared about those games and stuff. Like I met like Mona and a bunch of people who I talked to regularly and even had on streams from them. Just because it's like, you know, oh, I like Persona, I want to meet people to talk about Persona, I'll join this group chat that just happens to have a roleplay section. But like there's like genuine things of people that like genuinely want to just have fun or like make a character, you know, test out like a character because writing. And then there's just like, lol, big dick slam in your mouth.
Yeah.
I remember seeing one. It was like a furry character, and they literally were just like grouping someone who was playing like, you know, a teen-ish character, like a Futaba-esque character of like a neat kind of shy girl, and they were just groping her. And they literally were saying at a character like, no, I'm not. I don't do sex, like sexual stuff. And they're like, no, shut up, though. Just do it.
Wow.
They're like, no, like I'm telling you as a person to a person, not character to character, I don't do smut. Nah, just do it though.
And they're like, and I'm telling you as a person that I don't
have
care.
A choice. Do it. And they're like, can't you just go find someone that wants to do it? No.
You don't have a choice, man.
I'm horny now.
That's threatening.
It's the fucking vibe that it gives off, though. So so basically, here's the thing, right? In this website, you have to be. Back when I joined, you could join it when you were 16, and then when 18, you could ask for access to like the 18 plus area where all the actual smart people was. Because eventually they segregate and stuff. And like, oh, okay, maybe we shouldn't just have it fucking everywhere. And they got rid of like all their old horny bastard players because they all just like, I don't know, died or got older and didn't want to do it anymore.
So like I can get real sex.
Or not. But
good fucking luck.
Yeah, it's like if you're writing it that much.
If you're the kind of person that forces sex roleplay on people, you probably won't get the puss.
I forgot that my dinner was ready like 15 minutes ago because I was talking.
Bruh.
I'll come back and finish this story off in a bit.
Fair. Yeah. Horny bad?
So, I've done one part of my Chris Chan fucking thing.
Hell yeah, dude. You love comics. While else is gone, maybe I should review Pokemon Snap since I don't think he really wants to hear it.
Yeah.
Because I know you don't care that much, but he probably doesn't want to hear it. Because since the last 2 streams he's been in, I've just talked about Pokemon. Yeah. Oh, dude, is that Sonny Chu?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sony?
Oh, yes, it is. It is Sony Chu.
Hell yeah! But yeah, Pokemon Snap came out. I got it a bit later than everyone else. I want to say like 20 days late. I got it recently. Is the meme. Like maybe a week ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And I beat it. I haven't 100%ed it. I've beaten the story, and the fact that a Pokemon Snap game has a plot is dumb.
Very.
But,
It's astounding.
But like the most you can talk about in Snap is just the gameplay, because like who really cares about the story? I mean, I'll talk about it because it's there and it's funny to talk about. But like, yeah, you start the game, you pick your gender. Obviously, I picked blonde boy with blue eyes because it's the closest I'll get to Dave.
Nice.
Just called him Dave too. You start the game, and then the professor's there, and then he says something funny, and then like go to the fucking park and take pictures, idiot. So you go to the park, in which I was happy that the first Pokemon you see is Pichu and Grookey. I'm glad Grookey is like the first one you fucking see. I love me some
And not
Grookey.
one of the later ones. Oh yeah, Grookey, yeah.
Sobble was the last Pokemon I saw.
Wow.
Literally, I had to go out of my way to find Sobble. Sobble's like a secret. Which was shocking to me. Because I'm pretty sure it was like the most popular Gen 8. Well, Cinderace is because Japan.
Yep.
But like every person I talk to, like Tate and Keely and all that, they all love Sobble. Like most people I know like Sobble.
He's a cute little frog boy.
They relate to him because he's depressed and cries a lot like a huge baby.
Ah,
Because
yes.
they're big babies like Tate, who's a big baby who needs diaper. So like Sobble is like at the end, but you get Grookey, in which I took one of my favorite pictures first time, which is just Grookey from a distance, and I talked about it because it's really funny. When you had to select photos, it's super blurry because they haven't loaded yet.
Yeah.
So it looked like a Bigfoot sighting because he was in the pose. So I picked it because I thought it was funny, but then it actually becomes high resolution when it actually loads in there. When it's permanently being saved, it becomes a high resolution. Because, you know, the pictures actually look great. But I was sad that it wasn't as gross. Yeah, but then, like, you know, it's just your basic picture stuff, you know? There's not to be said. I can't really think of any cool journey things that happen along the way besides, like, scripted events because they're cool. I accidentally took a great picture. I was trying to get a picture of a Wurmple and a, what's the gliding electric squirrel called? Elmoga?
Yeah, Emolga.
Yeah, Emolga, like, glided in front, like, the 1 second I hit the photo button, and I got, like, a perfect picture of it on, like, my first run, which is still in my photo decks, because it's, like, the best picture I ever took of it.
Nice.
And it was completely by accident. I'm happy with that. That's cool. Yeah, but then you continue on, and, like, basically, like, Todd from the first game shows up, which was cool.
Oh, yeah.
He's hot.
Ooh.
They made him, like, a hot 20-year-old young man.
So you're telling me Todd Snap
is
in this game?
Yes.
Wow.
And they made him like Yowie bait looking character.
Oh god.
Yeah. Well, but the cast is there's you, who doesn't have a name besides obviously the name you give yourself, but they never say anything. There's the professor who I forgot the name of. There's a Rita who's the lolly. The needed single female lolly character.
Nice.
And then there's an asshole guy that shows up who looks like Gone Freaks with the big stupid spiky hair.
Holy shit, Todd Snap's real.
Yeah, dude. But then but like this kid, I hate this kid. I don't even know his name, but he's Todd's apprentice. He walks like he shat himself, and he's always pissed. And he's like, "Hey, get your own master!" And he like pushes you out the way because Todd's talking to you. And I hate him.
Oh my god.
And he just bitches the whole time. He's the worst. He's supposed to be your rival, but you never do anything against him. He just is a cunt.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you go take pictures, and then besides that, I can only really talk about the stages, because like the plot only comes in from the stages. But basically, the first plot is you do the forest, and like, hey, there's a weird reading. And then there's the Illumina Pokemon, which are in the trailer. And the first one is Meganium, you know, the Gen 2 starter. Which is kind of shocking that it gets a spotlight, because Meganium's like the least popular one, but hey, it's cool that it finally got some love.
Yeah, finally.
And it's beautiful. I think it was my most high-rated photo until the Legendaries got unlocked. Which I believe the current highest-rated photo was Mew. But yeah, you take Meganium, and then you unlock 2 areas. No, you unlock the jungle first.
Yeah.
Go out to the jungle, and then the jungle the jungle's on a new island, so there's 2 areas, but you don't get the second area of the jungle till later in the game. There's nothing too cool about the jungle besides the jungle. There's like Swampurts and Slackings and Arbok. Arbok's my favorite in this game because it's super hard to get pictures of because it's always hiding behind bushes like an asshole.
Yeah.
Every picture you take of it, it's glaring at you from behind a tree.
Nice.
And it just looks pissed, and you get to peg an apple at its head.
Yeah.
And then it vours the apple. It's epic.
That's amazing.
And then I felt really bad because you unlock the night stages after you beat them for the first time.
Yeah,
and Arbok on the first level of the night stage, he's just sleeping in a tree, and I didn't realize because there's like stupid bullshit you just had to do. So far, I figured out almost everything by myself. There's a couple I had to Google, but it's like shit like play a song at this certain location because you get a music box and stuff.
Yeah,
but I didn't realize there was a special event with Arbok. It was in a tree, and I just kept throwing apples at it because it's funny. But I think if you hit it with 5 apples, it just falls out the tree and eats shit.
No.
And I got a picture of it just falling out the tree in pure horror, and then it gets up and walks away, and then I think it triggers an event with another Pokemon, which is how you get like the 4-star picture of it.
Yeah.
Because you had to do certain things on like events that happen later in the course. Some was simple, some was like, oh, use an Illumina orb on this plant. This like glowing flower, and then a Pokemon will jump out the bush to look at the flower. Or, there's a sleeping Pokemon, play music next to it.
Yeah.
Or throw an apple at it. Some are very simple, some are ridiculous. But that's the fun part.
The Lugia one you're telling me about.
Yeah, but that's the fun part of it, because it's kind of a puzzle.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, but the jungle is cool. It's probably one of my favorites, because it's just a long course, and there's like multiple paths in it. But you don't... Hello, I'm reviewing Pokemon Snap.
Nice.
I'm just up to like the second area, but like the jungle's probably my second favorite area. More of it comes later in the game. But then you unlock my favorite area. You unlock 2 stages at once. You unlock a desert and a beach.
Nice.
The beach island, because it's 3 areas there. You unlock them after you beat the beach. But,
Is Surfing Pikachu there?
Yes.
God, yes.
But it's a beach, a reef, and then underwater, and that's my favorite island. Because it's beautiful.
Ooh,
and it's the first island.
That is really pretty.
It's the first island I 100%ed. Because
that does sound really pretty.
There. But it's also the one with the hardest fucking legendary. It's the Lugia.
Oh. Yeah.
But I'll get to that at the end. Because Lugia is like one of the last things you have to do. But yeah, you go through the beach. It's not too crazy. It's just like, there's Crabrawlers and Magikarps. It's not too insane.
Yeah.
The reef's better because Sharpedos are being assholes. And it's just you throw a bunch of apples into a whirlpool and then a Magikarp will launch at you at Mach speed. That's pretty epic.
Amazing.
I accidentally killed a Pukumuku. That was awesome. There's like an alternate route you can go where there's just Pelipper's chilling, and then one of the Pelipers has like a Pukumuku just resting on its beak. And then I was like, oh, that's cool. So I threw an apple at it because I'm an asshole. And then it scared the Pelipper, and the Pelipper just like jumped, and then the Pukumuku shot like 20 feet in the air and just fell in the ocean, and it was like a bottomless pit. I'm pretty sure that Pukumuku fucking died. I'm pretty sure. Because they can't swim, so I'm pretty sure it just sunk to the bottom and died.
Jesus.
But I got a 4-star picture out of it, so hell yeah.
Nice one, dude.
I killed a Pokemon, but I got a good rating.
So what is Pokemon Snap all about? It's just like...
You take, so there's 4 stars for each Pokemon. So there's like, they're like ranks in a way, right? So it's not the quality, so 4 stars doesn't mean it's a better picture. What it is there's like 4 things that Pokemon do. And each like certain thing has multiple ways of triggering it. So 1 star is just like the Pokemon sitting or running. And depending on how you angle it, or like the background, or like how centered the Pokemon is, will depend on the score of it. The second thing is like them dancing, or if you feed them, or if you hit them in the head with an apple. Like, it's like a reaction. The third one is a bit more different. It kind of varies depending on Pokemon to Pokemon. And 4 is usually a rare kind of thing you can get them to do. Sometimes some 4 stars are super easy. So
in a way, it's like a...
the plot of the game is you're making your own Pokedex, so you have to take pictures of the Pokemon doing certain things so you can fill the Pokedex with what they're doing.
Yeah, so it's like Dead Rising in a way.
Yeah, except there's no erotic pictures. You don't get an erotic score. But
I want no.
people would wish. Yeah, but you clear the water stage, and at the end of the water stage, the boss. There's bosses in Pokemon Snap. Chris was shocked to find that out.
I was.
There's bosses in this photography game. But the boss of the Ocean Zone is Wishy Washy, which is cool because it becomes the big Wishy Washy if you do a certain thing, and then you had to get the big one to glow, and it's like you're getting chased by Jaws. It's really cool. I think Tate said it's his favorite.
That is super cool.
And then like I beat the Ocean Zone first because it was my favorite, and then you have to go do the volcano one next. Well, the desert one, which leads to a volcano. Because the first stage is the desert. The desert's great. Pokemon constantly die. There's a Scolipede that's just vibing, and then a tornado just picks it up.
Yeah.
Just watch it freak out, and then that's the 4-star for the Scolipede. It's super easy to get. You just gotta watch the Scolipede die. Awesome.
Amazing.
I know the 3-star for the little cactus boy is easy. You just throw an apple at him, and then he gets stuck in his spikes. And then there's the 3-star. Because he tries to remove the apple, but he can't because it's on his head. What an idiot.
Actual dumbass.
And then, Lycan Rocks show up there too. Lycan Rocks are cool. Tyranitar's there, Genghis Khan's there. It's also where Torchic is, so I like it because Torchic's the best. Desert overall is pretty meh, besides Torchic. Torchic's great. You can peg a dog in the head if you want to do that.
You're about to say you can pay. I was like, excuse me?
Yes.
You get to ditch an apple at a dog's head if you want. That's awesome.
Epic.
And then you unlock. I think it literally just goes straight to volcano. I don't think there's an in between. I think it's literally desert then volcano. I can't.
Shit.
I don't think there's.
I guess that makes sense. Desert.
Well, it's just because
like
the ocean one has 3 levels. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just desert and volcano. Volcano is a lot of people's favorites. I'm pretty meh on it. It's a volcano. You get it what you get. It's fire types.
Yep.
The favorite Pokemon there for me is what's his fucking name? What's Inferno's mid-evolution? Monferno.
Yeah.
Monferno is super hard to get pictures of because they jump around like a bunch of cunts. And they're constantly throwing rocks at a Pokemon and just jumping around. They're super hard to get pictures of. But they're great because they just interfere with you.
Nice.
Tyrantrum? Yeah, Tyrantrum just runs out and scares a bunch of Archeops, which is great because they're little bitches. I killed a bunch of Gravelers. I didn't realize you can. Well, I'm pretty sure they're flying because they're rocks, but they're hanging onto the side of walls, and I throw an apple at them to try and wake them up, and then they just fall into the lava.
Oh.
Just disappear. So I killed 3 of them when I found out I can do that, because I thought that's how you get one. I thought that's how you get a 4-star or something. No, it's a 1-star.
Oh,
so it's
they just die.
It's just a Graveler falling into lava, and it's 1 star and 200 points. It's just a Pokemon burning alive. It's fine.
Yeah.
A lot of
they're rocks.
Charmanders in the volcano. They're
Nice.
vibing. They're great. They dance if you play the music. It's great. I hit them in the head a bunch too. They deserve it. Bastards.
They do. Yep.
And then there's Typhlosions at the end, and that's cool because Typhlosion's cool. And then the boss of the volcano sucks ass. It's probably my least favorite. It's really annoying.
Oh.
It's Volcarona, but there's 2 of them, which sounds cool. Volcarona's pretty. Volcarona's a bitch. The gimmick is you have to hit Volcarona twice with the apple because it has a force field of fire. Then you need to hit with a Lumina Orb and take pictures of it, but it's so fast and hard to hit.
Oh god.
And it's really annoying. I managed to get 2 pictures at the end of it, and it's also a really long course.
Shit.
I've heard similar complaints about it. People hate it too. It sucks because Volcarona is probably the prettiest out of all the Illumina Pokemon. Yeah, and then once you clear the desert and the ocean, you unlock the I think it's literally called. It's not the forest. It's something woods, but it's where the ghost types are. So it's.
That's sweet.
I feel like it would be my favorite zone, except there's only Trevenant.
Damn.
There's no Duskull or anything, sadly. But there's Trevenants and Espers, but this zone has a cool gimmick. I think I told you about this because it's a cool zone. Basically, the first time you go through, you wouldn't know. It only kind of happens once you beat the zone for the first time. But, so what happens is you go through a foggy forest, and then eventually the screen will go pure white, and then the fog will clear, and then you're in a normal forest where there's normal Pokemon, and then I'll go back to the foggy forest, which is all dead trees and ghost Pokemon. and then it'll cut to the end where all the Pokemon are alive again. But what happens is if you're in the Foggy Forest, certain things you do in the Foggy Forest, like certain Pokemon interact with, will trigger different events, and you'll go to different. You'll trigger different seasons and different locations. And in order to get all the Pokemon, you need to do it. But it's cool because there's shit like if you play a song for a Lonely Trevenant, it will welcome you to a new area which unlocks the Winter Zone.
Yes.
But if you throw an apple at an Espeon and make it cry, you go to the Autumn Zone. And there's like 4 zones for all 4 seasons. And it's cool because there's a bunch of different shit that happens in each zone every time you go through. For some reason, this was a shock to me, Gardevoir is only in the snow zone of the forest, which is weird because Gardevoir doesn't strike me as a snow Pokemon. But that's apparently where it hangs out, and it's the only place you can find it.
That is weird.
Also, a normal Ninetales, the Firefox, is also in the snow zone. that was weird. It should have been in a volcano.
That is a bit weird.
But yeah, that zone's cool. And then you unlock the Illumina Pokemon for that one, which is also a great one. It's Milotic. Very simple. It's literally just wait for it to dive out the water and get pictures of it.
Nice.
Fun. It's probably one of my favorites. And then you unlock the final zone. Well, actually, no, there's one zone after it, but it's the final boss zone, whatever. But it's just Snow Zone. I like the Snow Zone a lot. It has Piplups. Of course.
Nice.
Of course, I love it. Piplup's my favorite. It took me forever to realize there was alternate routes in the Snow Zone. It took me a couple days, in fact, to realize how to trigger the alternate route.
Sure.
Because I went through it a bunch of times trying to get it to max, but I was always like 80,000 points short, and I only got like 1,000 each time I went through. So I was like, what am I missing? So then I ended up just Googling it because I was like, okay, obviously there's something I'm missing. What is it? And then what you had to do is you had to take a picture of a certain Pokemon twice, and then it's a lone sand slash, and they don't like getting pictures taken of them. And I'll get so fed up that I'll run away and dig a tunnel you can go through.
Ooh, that's cool.
I didn't even know there was a sand slash because it's like at the start of the course to like behind you.
Yeah.
So you had to instantly turn around. And I didn't realize it was there, so I did the course like 20 times before realizing, oh wait, it's fucking there at the start.
Oh.
So that was a bit annoying, but at least I got thousands of pictures of Piplups being cunts.
Yeah.
And then the ultimate zone to that one's the best one because you go through like a foggy area where Snoms are just being Snoms. And then you go, there's another course, if you abuse a Frostlass, she just creates a hole and you go through that to another secret route, which is pretty cool. There's an Auroras frozen in ice. And then there's just a bunch of Piplups and shit being assholes. Also, if you go at that secret route at the night and you hit a Jinx with an Illumina Orb, Suicune spawns. That's cool.
Ooh.
The Suicune's cool. It Jesus dogs across the water.
Yes.
But yeah, then there's like it's like a water ice dog and it just runs across the water, like Jesus.
I see.
Jesus. But yeah, and then there's a cave. There's not too much to the cave. It's Zubats and Crobats and Gengar. I like the cave a lot because it's where a lot of ghosts are. Everyone loves Gengar. He's a little war boy.
Yeah.
Big war
fucking absolute nerdlet.
He's a big purple disgusting freakazoid.
Tongue.
It's a big purple disappointment.
He is pretty disappointing. But then the I don't think there's oh yeah, the Illumina for that area is Steelix. I was kind of shocked Steelix was an Illumina Pokemon.
Yeah.
Steelix? Who gives a shit? Like Volcarona and Milotic are pretty.
Yeah, but
Steelix
it's fucking Steelix.
Yeah, like Steelix isn't like hideous, but it's not really beautiful. Like wishy-washy in the other 4. Yeah, and then you beat Steelix and it's like, wait, there's a 6th one? What could it be? And then you unlock the Ancient Ruins, which is just one course. And you beat the Ancient Ruins actually. So the game doesn't actually tell you how to beat it. You just go to the secret ruins. And there's just a bunch of flowers around. And they don't tell you what to do. They just go, oh, check out these secret ruins. They didn't even hint that there's a boss. They just say, oh, check out these ruins. And then there was just a bunch of flowers. So throughout the course, they just lit every flower up. And you had to do certain things to get all the flowers revealed because Pokemon are surrounding them. Like there's a Golurk in front of one. You need to activate him by using Lunar Orb on him. And then he'll become a rocket and fly away. And then you can hit it. But then you do that, and then you unlock a teleporter, and then there's the final boss. Which, the fact that there's a final fucking boss in a photography game is retarded. But it's Xerneas, the god of life, and it was
honestly
really
like fucking
dumb.
Yeah, but then it's revealed that the final boss is Xerneas, the God of Life, which I thought was really cool because it's from X and Y, and Nintendo likes to act like X and Y doesn't exist. So it's cool that they gave it any attention. Because
it is really cool.
No like starters or any other main Pokemon for X and Y is in the game except for Xerneas. There's Tyrantrum and shit, but they're not the starters. There's no Froakie or Brexen or anything like that, which is really bizarre.
Wow. It is.
But I like it. It's probably one of the prettiest courses because Xerneas is pretty. And then once you beat the game, you unlock the legendaries. It has a really dumb thing where the professor's like, how are you able to get all these pictures of the Pokemon? And then everyone's like, it's super obvious. The professor's like, I don't get it. It's like, because, Professor, it's love. And the professor goes, that's stupid. That's dumb.
That is.
The professor
is.
Like, the little girl's like, don't you see, Professor? The Pokemon love him because they sense that he loves them. And I'm like, I've been hitting them in the head with apples the whole game and throwing them in lava. I've killed like 20 Pokemon throughout this game. I don't love them. I literally beat them till they do something, and then I take a picture of them. And the professor's like, is that some kind of book I haven't read? I don't know what that is. And then they all laugh, and then it ends.
Wow.
Why does that sound like a fucking Game Grumps?
It's really dumb.
Is that some kind of book I haven't read? I don't know what love is.
That's stupid. But then,
God.
But then you unlock the legendaries. And legendaries are cool, because now I get to talk about Lugia. Because Lugia's a bitch. So other legendaries are pretty simple. I would say Mew and Lugia are the hardest. Like, Ho-Oh is pretty hard to find, but Ho-Oh's gimmick is you go to the volcano map, and sometimes in the background or like in a hole, like if you're in the volcano, you look up, there'll be a hole above you. Sometimes Ho-Oh will fly above you, or he'll look down in. So you just kind of have to hope you find him. It's like a search, which is cool because I'm a photographer. I'm photographing wild animals. Yes. I want to chase the animal. And then, like, and Jirachi is just sleeping, and you have to wake it up, so it's like, Jirachi you just want to get. Celebi, just, if you're nice to the Pokemon in the forest, it will show up. But Lugia is a cunt. I didn't even know Lugia was in the game. I just thought there was no Pokemon in the Undersea area.
Ooh.
Like, no legendary. But to get Lugia, you had to take a secret route, in which you go deeper down, like, you go towards the bottom of the ocean, where all, like, the shrimp Pokemon are, like, the bottom.
Mm.
But to get it, there'll be an anglerfish Pokemon, Lantern. And you need to hit it with a Lumina Orb, because when you get to a certain area, Wailord swims up and it blocks the whole tunnel, so all the Pokemon swim away in a panic. Because they don't want to get crushed against the wall, because Wailords are fucking huge. But it will swim down and it'll squeeze through. But while the Wailord covers your screen, what happens is Jellicent, which are like these jellyfish ghost Pokemon that are pricks, they're holding Lantern and they're trying to take it up to the surface to suffocate it in the air because they're assholes.
Wow.
They do it to a bunch of Magikarps earlier. But it grabs the Lantern panics, and you have to hit both of them with an apple so they're like Gold Lantern. And you need to follow the Lantern to the bottom of the ocean and then basically protect it, and then it'll swim through a single tunnel. And then you follow it through the tunnel, and then Lugia's there, which you're not done yet. You have to then light up a bunch of lights around Lugia, in which it'll wake up, and then you can get, like, a single picture of it, then disappears. And the most annoying thing about doing that process is every other route you unlock, once you do it once, you have forever, not Lugia. You have to do the process every time you want to get a picture of him. So if you want to get all 4 stars of Lugia, you have to do that 4 times at least, if you're lucky. It's more likely like 10. So I've only taken 1 picture of Lugia and said, fuck it. I got the picture for my Pokedex, I don't need any more. As long as you get 1, it counts as you doing it. So I went, fuck you, Lugia. And Mew is pretty hard to get to, but it's also fun. So what you had to do with Mew, I had to Google how to do Mew, because I couldn't figure it out. But Mew is the same as the route I was talking about, where you had to quickly 360 the camera behind you, and then there'll be like the Marwa, I don't know what they're called, not Marwas, they're like little white mushroom Pokemon. They're from Sun and Moon. They have like pink and green mushrooms.
Yeah, no, the thin ones, yeah.
But they just chill, and if you play music for them, they will like start singing, and then Mew will just teleport in, but it's in like this shield, so you can't see it. and it will fly past you really fast, and you hit it with apples to then knock it out of the shield, in which it'll react and get angry at you, and then you can take a picture of it. But then if you hit it 3 times, and then play a song at the ruins, it'll come out, it'll see you, it'll disappear, and as you continue your course, eventually you'll forcibly be stopped because Mew will use its mind powers to stop you, and then it gets right up to your face, and it's just a cute cat.
Aww.
And it just plays with you, and then if you hit it with Lumina Orb, it'll jump around and get the 4-star, or it'll just follow you for the rest of the course. Like, it'll just vibe
Oh,
with
hell
you.
yeah.
And that's nice, because Mew's cute.
Mm.
Yeah, so it's kind of worth doing it, because once you do it, Mew just kind of vibes with you.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it's not a fucking 4-minute waste of time like Lugia. At least, like, you can do all the Mew shit with the throwing apples at it in like a minute at most. Because you get a boost button that lets you boost through the course quickly, so you can just boost to where it is and hit it in the head.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but also the fact that the main goal in Pokemon Snap is to fucking peg Pokemon in the head with apples is the best.
It's so good.
I love just seeing them peacefully relaxing, and then you interrupt them by hitting them in the head with a thick apple.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're just talking, and then you knock them out. And then another Pokemon that's really hard to get. I talked about this just before stream, I believe. Sobble, for some reason, is the hardest fucker to find, even though it's Sobble. Who as you,
Yeah.
yeah, Sobble from Sword and Shield, the little water boy.
Okay, no, I'm thinking someone else. I think maybe.
But like the reason it's shocking that Sobble's hard to find is Grookey is the first Pokemon you see, like period, which is his Grass type counter, and Scorbunny is like the second Pokemon you see. They're like the 2 earliest ones you see, but Sobble's the last Pokemon you'll probably see. Which is bizarre because it's Sobble. Because I saw Sobble after I saw Mew, which is like the legendary of legendaries. Like, it's the most rare.
Yeah, it's the first.
There's like
second. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mew was what all Pokemon were. Because Mew like is so like the stupid law of Pokemon is evolution. How evolution works was every Pokemon was Mew, but then Mew kind of evolved into multiple strains, and then kept evolving to we have all the Pokemon we have today.
Pretty much.
Mew's like the first ever Pokemon.
That's some bullshit fucking law.
Well, it was just like there's so many Mews, and then Mews can use Mews can like use transform, which is Ditto's ability, which is like they mimic what they're looking at. So the idea is they kept transforming till they became new beings.
Yeah.
Right.
And then that's why there's only like 1 Mew left, because just one didn't do it. And they're like extremely rare because it's basically like finding the first ever man.
Yeah.
Like the first prototype of man is the equivalent of finding Mew.
The first prototype of man.
Like an ape.
That gives me
Like
fucking. It gives me like it makes me think of a game, but I don't remember what game it is.
It's probably a game where you play as a robot. Oh, Nier!
Odyssey?
Nier! That's the plot of Nier.
First prototype of man.
Well, the Nier Automata is like your robots trying to find like the first man or some weird shit.
Oh yeah. Neo Automata.
And then it turns out humans have been dead forever, so shut up.
So good.
Losers. Yeah, Pokemon Snap is fun. It's not worth the money you got, so I got it on sale.
Nice.
How much is its base price?
I think it's 80.
Jesus Christ, for a fucking photo game?
Nintendo are very shit with prices.
Oh, they really are.
They are.
They're like, everybody will pay lots of money for this.
Well, the idea is... I've talked about it.
Shouldn't do it.
So what they did... I was talking about this, I think, last podcast or something, or it was on a stream, the Nintendo idea. So, like, on the Wii... So, Donkey Kong Country Freeze is a good example. Donkey Kong Country Freeze, on Wii U, on release, was $40. When it was re-released for Switch, it was $80.
Fucking hell. And it was just a...
And they added one new character.
Yeah.
Who was
like,
probably
no
at
new
most
levels.
worth $5.
No new levels, no new
nothing
like secrets
new
or anything.
besides a character that's literally Donkey Kong wearing a tank top.
Pretty much.
But,
as much as we love Funky, that's literally all
Funky,
he is.
Even though Funky's the best character, he's not worth an extra $40.
No.
But like the idea, and this is what I boiled it down to, is Nintendo will go, yeah, you could have played on the Switch, on the Wii U, But the Wii U was a console you had to play at home. Could you play it on the go? No. Then $40 extra, idiot.
Yeah.
The Wii U was the one you could play on the go.
You could play it on a screen, but not on the go. Like you couldn't. You had to be close to the console.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You couldn't like leave your house, which is just like the handheld screen. Where with the Switch is like the console is the handheld.
Yeah.
Which is admittedly cool, but I shouldn't have to pay $40 extra when I already paid $500 for the console.
Just a DS that got some extra perk points.
Nintendo bonus. Nintendo bonus.
I fucking hate Nintendo. Why do they have to make good games?
Honestly, why can't they just make shit games?
Yeah,
why
can't they be like Sega and just be shit?
Yeah.
Because Sega was so shit, they stopped making consoles, and now they make they make Yakuza now, and Yakuza, there's so many of them, but at least they're all fairly priced. And at least they're fun and long, so you're getting your money's worth. Like, even if you, don't like Yakuza, you're getting your money's worth. They're long as fuck and filled.
I'm super excited for Judgment 2, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. The only game I talked about, there's 2 games I'm excited for this year. E3 will probably change my mind because I'll announce something cool. But there's 2 games at the moment I'm excited for. Guilty Gear Strive, which comes out next week. And Friday Night Funkin' because I want to make Dave in it. And that's the only reason.
Yeah.
I also just want to see if they do it. If they actually... Because... I feel like they would, but I don't know if they'll do everything, because that's kind of the curse of Kickstarters, is they kind of don't think it through as well. And they're like, oh yeah, we got the money, we can do it, but then they just can't do one thing, because they just, it physically won't work. And then they're like, well shit, we got the money for it, what the fuck do we do?
Yeah.
Something else.
That's what does happen.
But then if you don't do it, fans get pissed. And I probably wouldn't care that much. If they say they remove 2 songs, because they're like, oh, we couldn't get these 2 songs to work.
This is the thing with Kickstarters. It's why it's important for the people behind the Kickstarter to do regular updates to their
the game
supporters, and
you mean emails hey, we couldn't get this working.
Yeah, pretty much when you pay for a Kickstarter, they are required to do at least one update. I think it's every 2 months.
So far, they have sent me a couple emails, but it's just shit oh shit, we made it to 2 million, fuck.
Yeah, no, it's just shit posts.
Yeah.
Wasn't it I looked at Ninja Muff and said, can we really do it? And he said, lol, I'll try.
I have every email from him.
I started getting them since you used my email for my one. So I started getting them, and they are pretty good, because it's just shit like I told Ninja Muffin that we can't possibly do all of it. Ninja Muffin says, well, I'm going to do it, shut up.
And then there's this whole arc where Kawaii Sprite is just missing and crying and shitting in the bathroom.
Yeah, because he's scared.
Yeah.
No, isn't it that he's great at to make 20 new fucking songs?
Yeah.
He's like, you guys had to get all of them, now I had to make 20 new fucking songs from scratch, thanks.
Hi, lol. Why did you guys give us so much money? You guys are weird, lol.
I love the one where they're like, hey, 10 grand, and we'll call you and say you suck.
There's a gif. They just emailed you a gif of a person smoking a bong.
What heroes. Oh, that's another thing we can talk about, because it's Friday Night Funkin' related, that happened this month. Idiots going on about how Friday Night Funkin' should be for kids. Or it's people getting angry and being like, oh, why my kid, what's the exact thing? It's it's them getting mad at Ninja Muffin and all that, it's parents or just people, kids getting angry at Ninja Muffin and being like, oh, can you turn the game down? My kid plays it, and them going, it's not meant for kids.
Yeah, honestly.
Literally, when one of the games things is that it's 18+, and they're like, oh, but it looks like a kid's game. It's it's not.
It's not. It's really not.
Literally, Senpai says how he's gonna fucking rip your nuts off after your girlfriend's done sucking on his.
Yeah.
And there's condoms and
that's
shit.
That's what I was going on with the fucking what is it? Oh, I can't remember. I think I was talking to Ryan about it, not you actually. But basically, recently there's been this horrible trend of it's not the parents' fault when the kid learns a bad habit or like is watching or exposed to something that they shouldn't be.
Which is a lie.
Even though it's rated MAR whatever, the parents don't regulate their kids' exposure to it and are like, oh wait, this thing's a bad influence. Get it removed.
It's so dumb.
Like, obviously, I'm not a parent, so I
Like-
can't talk for it, but if I was a parent and I was generally worried about, like, my kid just starts, like, say I have, like, a 6-year-old who just starts saying cunt fuck. Okay, what are they doing?
Yeah.
This? I would probably get on, if they had a console or they had a phone, I would just get on it while they're at school and look at it and see what they have downloaded.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like
It's like
Or-
an hour at most if you're going through everything.
or like fucking just don't get them a fucking console when they're 6.
Yeah, no, honestly.
I would say kids shouldn't have phones till they're at least like 13.
Yeah,
I
13.
don't think I didn't get an actual
I had an iPod when I was
smartphone.
10, and I only had my mum on it.
Yeah, I had an iPod Shuffle when I was like 10.
I had like an iPod Touch probably more like when I was 11 or something, and I literally only had my mum, and I only watched YouTube on it. And it ran like shit. But like, you know, like kid, like you get your kid like if I had a kid, I would get them a Nintendo console, even though I was just complaining about Nintendo prices. But on a Nintendo console, at least they advertise kid shit first. So at least if my kid wants something, it's most likely a kid's game being advertised to them.
Yeah, like you won't find like bad stuff in
And also,
fucking
since
Mario.
like our
Sorry.
generation are all kind of familiar with games, we'll kind of know a lot of names. So if my son says something like, "Oh, I want Smash Bros," I'm not gonna be like, "What's a Smash Bros?" But like, "Oh yeah, sure, that's sick for kids."
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's a good child-friendly fighting game.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of good friendly fighting games. What are you gonna give them? Mortal Kombat? Gonna give them Street
I
Fighter
guess.
with Chun-Li's huge ass?
Yeah, but dude, Bayonetta.
It's not a kid's game.
Shut up.
Bayonetta in Smash.
Oh yeah,
God.
I mean, kids have a sexual awakening eventually.
Yeah.
It should not be at 6.
Well, I was talking about this with Cormac. My dumb theory is that what happens like with furries and all that, right? Is that there just has to be like an age or like a certain day, like after you live, like a time limit is set when you're born. And I'm gonna say like 12 or something, right? Because I feel like that's around when I figured out like sex and all that. But it's just gonna be like this one day that happens. Like there's a timer since the day you're born, and then the second something happens there, whatever you're looking at is just hit with a synapse, and that's what you're attracted to.
Oh no.
Because I was thinking about it because like fart and scat and all that only got popular with like the generation kind of after us, and all that was over kids' TV was farts and like shit and all that.
Pretty fucking much.
And then like like with low and like furries and all that, like the huge burst of furries was the Looney Tunes era with Space Jam,
Yeah, legit. Lower the bunny and
which
shit.
everyone who was crazy about it was 12 at the time.
Mhm.
And like with me, I watched horror. I'm attracted to ghosts. I watched a lot of horror and like slasher stuff as a kid, and I want to fuck creepy ghost girls.
Fuck yeah.
And like a lot of people like big titty anime girls because they probably watched a lot of anime when they were younger. I mean, I feel like everyone I know watched anime when they were younger, like at least Pokemon or Bakugan or something.
Dude. Yeah.
The only anime I saw when I was younger, didn't even know that it was fucking called anime.
Yeah, I didn't know
But,
that with Bakugan or Pokemon.
Del Toro Quest.
I
Dude,
forgot about
Del
that, and then you
Toro
showed it to me,
Quest.
and then I remembered.
Del
Del
Toro
Toro
Quest the
is
greatest.
amazing.
Have you guys
It
watched
is.
Slug
And it's
Terror?
not like I can't
We-
fucking find it.
Just like Short Round, we do not talk about fucking
Slug Terror.
Del.
You don't like
Yeah.
Slug Terror, dude?
Slug Terror is amazing. What about?
You don't like Slug Terror, bro? There's like a bear in it or something. Slug
Fucking
Terror is the one where
name.
it's like it's a pistol you load slugs into, right? Like actual slugs.
Yes. Not always pistols. They literally are
gun.
like little slugs that are basically Pokemon with different abilities, and you
Shoot 'em.
shoot them at each other. It's like rock, paper scissors, but with different versions.
Loading my
One of them is
shotgun with
always just
slugs.
powerful. That's a normal sentence, but
Exactly.
context.
That's what I mean. Is like
Dumb
it's
as
like,
fuck.
like you tell your dad like, oh yeah, I want to load my gun up with slugs. Your dad goes, excuse me. You know what a slug is? Your floor.
It's
I'll
like,
slug you across the jaw with my fist, idiot.
oh, you wanna? My little boy wants to learn how to hunt properly, does
No,
he?
Dad,
It's
I
like,
want to
yeah,
shoot the
I want
fire
the
slug.
yes, I want the fire slug and the rock slug, and I want one of the evil slugs because they're overpowered. Like, the fuck?
He's like, you mean an incendiary round? Oh.
You mean that thing that's illegal everywhere?
No, I want the fire slug, Dad. What does that mean?
I really want to get my pistol license so I can buy a revolver.
So you can
And
buy the
have a
Slugterra gun?
revolver. Yeah, I want to buy
Yeah.
a fucking Slugterra gun.
Alex, that's a Twitter post. You get your gun's license, you show, you go, now I have my first gun, and then you just show off the Slugterra pistol.
I'm gonna show up a fucking Nerf pistol. Be like, I finally got my
And
pistol license.
I would go, now I can finally do it, and then just pose with a Slugterra gun.
Someone will have to buy me a Slugterra gun.
Does that even exist? There has to be one toy.
Chris,
Yeah. Oh, look.
Chris,
I'm looking.
Yeah, Chris, I've
find
explained
the
you.
merch.
Chris, what you are, like what I've explained you to Outcast overall, like the big role you play, like not the main, but like what you're good at is you're the info guy.
Yeah.
You get like,
Yeah.
all the data. You're our little
Dude,
navigator.
yes! Holy shit, they exist!
Have to. It's too rad.
Yes, fucking yes. Send me links. How much are they?
20,000.
I just need like a basic shitty ass replica Slugterra gun.
Oh, I forgot
Wait.
what the main character looked like.
Oh, I forgot. It's the kids show. They'll fucking make toys. Oh god.
Oh, the blue one, no.
Yeah, that's the blue. That's
I
the main
forgot that
character.
he had. I forgot that he had a best friend that was fucking just a blue buff guy.
Oh no!
Slugterra too obscure. Would anyone know about Slugterra?
They fucking better.
Is that the villain? Every villain from that era was just a dude in a red and black suit.
It's true.
Business bad.
What up, nerds?
Oh, it's he. We're talking about Slugterra.
Fun.
I'm trying to figure if I can use my new flight
tell me.
joystick in armor.
Hell yeah.
Of course you
I
are.
don't think this is gonna go well.
Alex,
It's not.
Alex was talking about getting a pistol's license, and I was saying for a Twitter post he should show his pistol license and then hold a Slugterra gun. And be like, I finally got it.
That's cursed.
I would love that.
I mean, I would love it, but
Good.
it's still cursed.
He's like, I finally got my pistol's license, don't mess with me, and he's aiming the Slugterra gun.
Yeah!
That'd be great.
That would be great.
I just realized this Slugterra pistol, you shoot it, and then like the little sticky bit is a picture of your slug when it opens up.
Yeah!
That's retarded.
Yeah!
That's so dumb. Because that would stick to a wall. You wouldn't even see the slug. It's facing the wrong way. You would hit a wall with it, and then the slug's face would be against a wall.
Yeah!
That's dumb. Slugterra's stupid.
It is.
I hate Slugterra.
That's cursed.
I don't even know any Slugterra characters.
And Ben, I'm assigning keys for my. I'm
Oh,
assigning my
God.
joystick to controls.
Right. I wanted to stop by for a few minutes so I could share something interesting that happened this month. Since that is kind of the whole point of this podcast, isn't it?
Yeesh.
Yeah.
My university caught fire.
Like
Why is everything near you catching fire?
To be fair, I wasn't near it when it caught fire.
that's why it's
Ooh.
fire.
First a McDonald's burned down, a fucking university's burned down.
Is there an awesomeness?
It wasn't burned down. There was an electrical fault that caused a small fire and had been setting off the fire alarm for 3 days. So the fire department had been called out like 3 times already.
Shit.
So I'm driving to university and I get a text message and I have the thing that reads out my text messages. And it's just like, hey guys, due to the campus catching fire, our class will be held in a different room today. See you there, lecturer.
I was really hoping the text would just be screaming.
Yeah.
It was just. Ah!
A About 30 seconds later, I pulled up to pick Anthony up, and he's like, well, that's one way to start a new trimester.
Oh,
It
that's
was
good.
like
So it wasn't.
cursed as fuck. No, apparently it was just a small electrical fault that, like, burnt something for, like, enough that the upstairs is, like, full of smoke.
Shit.
And was also setting off the smoke alarm constantly. So there's an electrician in doing work on it, apparently.
You don't know. It's been vaping. You don't know.
But it also meant that we couldn't have the air conditioner on today in the lecture theatre when there was like, it was like 3/4 full. So by the end of our 3-hour lecture period, we were melting.
It's been a real
It was
cold up here on the other side.
Yeah, it's been really
It's
cold.
super cold.
Oh, but just like
It's been cold. But yeah, it's a completely insulated room. There's no windows or anything. It is just a room inside a building.
Imagine if the fire
So it was
started in
sweaty
there
as
while you were in
fuck.
there. You would have fucking been cooked.
Oh.
Sardines. Hey, you know, there
Oh,
could have just
that-
been a 6-slug terror fight that caused the fire.
Dude, you
Yes,
know it.
clearly.
That's what happened in my eyes. You guys want to have a slug terror
No,
fight?
in my eyes, one of my classmates set fire to the building. We got the text, and within minutes, someone in one of my servers, like of my uni friends, had acted that person. Was like, "What the fuck did you do?" Within minutes of us getting the text message.
Guys just went lol.
No, instead, her housemate replied with a photo of them in the car on the way to university.
Shit.
For all you know, it could have been going away from uni. You don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would have just sent a selfie of going lol, lol fire.
Yeah. And then
You gotta make it
the
cool.
person sent a Mega Man explosion gif.
Hey, you gotta make it cryptic. You gotta like send a picture that goes like, "Lol, I'm about to get lit," and then like 2 minutes later, school catches fire.
If I had known that the text message was coming, if I had some form of premonition where I could have known that text message was coming, I would have absolutely done that. I would have absolutely
If I had
texted
the power,
someone and been like, "Yo, I'm about to get lit," and then let everyone get a text message.
and then like you just get blamed. I've always said that like I want time reversal powers, but I definitely don't deserve them because I'll do really dumb
Yes,
shit.
absolutely.
Like I will ask someone what they like, and then they'll say it, and then I would rewind time and then start a conversation about it and go, "Yeah, I hate that," just to piss them off. Just to...
Wow.
Or I would like.
I do it to creep people out. I'd like learn what like their most treasured possession is, or the thing they want most in life, and then rewind time and get it for them, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
I would steal money, rewind time, and then gift it to someone. Like gift them
No,
back
steal,
their money.
yeah, steal money from someone and then gift them the money back.
And I'm like, "Wow, dude, that's really generous of you." But yeah, don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it, bro.
You could. No, what I would do is I'd steal something, and then like I would steal something. Like I would hold something in a store and then rewind time to when I was outside the store and just hope that how it works is that it's still in my hand.
The ultimate form of
Just shoplifting.
shoplifting.
It's like because then it's just in the past and disappeared.
Yeah, it just dematerialized.
I would.
There was some other dude in the shop about to pick it up, and it just dematerialized in front of him, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
I would throw a ball at Chris's head and then keep rewinding time just as it leaves my hand so I can watch it repeatedly hit him over and over again.
No.
You don't have
do that too.
You don't have to. That's what a
would.
video is for.
It's
Throw
true.
the ball and record it.
Hey,
No, but
if
if I do it like that, I can then rewind to a point where I never threw the ball at him, so he'll never get mad at me.
Oh no. The master plan.
That's literally a thing that happens in Life is Strange too. It's
Yeah, I
something
was
you can do.
I was thinking
But
about that the
it's
whole time.
It's someone angrily throws a ball and it bounces and hits like this fat girl on the head, then she cries, and you can rewind time but then stop it and then just keep the ball hitting her over and over again.
Lol.
And then, well, you're supposed to
That is
rewind
absolutely
it.
what I would do.
Well, you're supposed to rewind it and help it, or you can just not because the game is like about your choices. But like the good thing is
Yeah.
to rewind it and stop the ball just to be nice. But who the fuck does that? I just hit her in the back of the head repeatedly and then just let it hit her and walk off.
Yeah.
absolutely what I would do.
It's just super funny. It's what anyone would do if they had those powers. You'd just be an asshole.
Yeah, just be an ass. Yeah.
I was talking about, I think it was to Kaylee, about like why I love Adachi so much. It's because he's exactly what people would be if they had powers. Just
Yeah, if they had the power, if I had the power to push people into a TV and kill them, I would absolutely just do it to people that annoy me.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because it's like why can't you walk?
I would carry one of those pocket. I don't remember how it works. I think it has to be a big enough TV to get in.
Yeah, I think it has to be
But-
human size, right?
If we waive that rule, I would carry one of those pocket TVs with me, just walk around with it, and someone's like, there's some jackass like taking up the whole footpath and just push him in.
That just reminded me of Namatame when he's like doing the whole stupid like saving people thing. He just
Yeah.
has a TV in his truck.
Yeah.
He has a huge flat screen in the back of his truck.
Yeah, because it does have to be the right size, because that's why you go to Juness to get in. You can't just do it from your bedroom, because the
But it's
TV's
still,
not big
it's
enough.
still really funny that he has to carry a whole
It is.
fucking TV, and then he has to like grab children by the throat and drag them to his truck.
Does the TV have to be turned on, is the question.
I think, because like the midnight channel maybe. Although you can go to it during the day, so maybe not.
How does he power the TV then? Does he like drag them in?
He has a generator.
Duck tie them, like kidnap them, duck tie them up, then spend 5 minutes starting a generator up.
Yeah. Doing it, or does he? No, Tommy's
Did you
dumb.
say duck tie them up?
Yes.
Fuck
How
that.
else do you stop kids from running away?
Exactly. I mean, so I found
Duck
out.
tie.
I found
Yeah,
out.
it's like hog tying, but it's a different way, so it's called duck tying.
I found
Right.
this really fun little game I saw people playing on like it was on YouTube, but it's like really old. It's just called the Walmart game, which you get $20 and just see what you can buy. And I found it really funny because one of the people playing it came back with like baby food, a hacksaw, and baby body bags.
Oh no.
So what are you gonna do with that?
What are the implications of that?
Yeah, so he's like, hey, it's all $20 for all this. I'm like, why'd you get those 3 items specifically?
No reason.
And why'd you get it so quickly, as if you knew where they all were? Yes.
Fucking baby body bags? What?
Well, no,
Hang on.
it's like trash bags the size of children. That's the joke.
Baby
okay.
body bag.
I mean, you
already
can
on
buy children's body bags on Amazon.
That's
They're cheap too. That was the meme. There's like
Karaoke child caskets.
Yeah, no, there was
.com?
you could buy child-sized body bags on Amazon, and then the joke was they were on sale because they were smaller. Like, they were
oh.
like, oh, it's on sale because it's smaller
Literally.
ones.
I don't know what language this site is in, because half of it seems to be in English, and then there's a button that says Infant Unional, and that scares me.
I think my name just got yelled. What do you want to say?
Yeah, this site literally just sells infant body bags. They're about 18 inches. They range from 18 inches by 12 inches to 60 inches by 36 inches.
I'm real confused. I thought I heard somebody yell my name, but I assumed if it was like my parents would get a message. I said something else.
That's what I used to do. I would wait. If I heard my name, I wouldn't do anything until someone until I got a text message or heard it again.
Hey, there's a chance of someone at my gate, but if someone's yelling at my gate at 9 p.m., probably a good idea to open my locked door.
No,
No.
probably not.
So
That's how every
uh,
horror movie starts.
Because if it's like my dad or something, right, and just say he locks himself out of the house, their room is the first window at the front of the house, so if mum's asleep, you can just knock on the window.
Mm.
Oh, I
Or
think, no, I
break
think it's Jaden yelling from his room. Because Jaden's
And
loud.
New vehicle that we need in Liberation.
Your mom.
What?
Got
What
him.
did
New
you say,
vehicle
Alan?
we need in Standard Liberation.
Okay, well, I have discovered, actually, on that, theoretically, recompiling the mission with new vehicles and shit added shouldn't actually change our save progress.
I'm
So-
assuming this is for the Standard Liberation?
Yeah. I was like, I could do it
Okay,
for
so-
the Camelot now.
This is a
well.
This is a base game vehicle, just not part of the build menu. That's all.
Yeah, I could add it. I just need to know the exact internal name of the vehicle, which I could find using.
I can tell you, it's the Y32ZN vehicle or infantry transport, because you remember the Blackfish, right? The big
Vaguely.
tall
That's
thing.
racist.
This is the
It's fish
CSAT
color.
version of that. It's the CSAT version of that, and it just has two wings with giant fans built into the wing that rotate on two axes, more like on a gyro axis. They just go whatever direction you need them to, and two thrusters at the back that can point down, point straight, and point towards each other.
Nice.
It also has missile pods and rockets attached to these two smaller wings that a gunner gets to control.
Nice.
Alright, I'm done now.
Simpsons.
The Simpsons.
Mr. The
That is-
Simpsons.
No, you're missing Smart Simpson.
Nah, she was eaten.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Simpson?
No, dude,
Lisa.
Lisa's gone. I like how the baby
Lisa.
isn't painted, I just realized.
Oh shit!
Fuck,
That's
that's
a real
cursed.
baby. They kidnapped that
That
real
is-
human baby.
What the hell?
I
I'm
think
going
that
back
is the
to
most
Photoshop.
cursed part of this, of that image.
Merge! I hate this. So you guys know Donkey Kong, right? The big funny ape.
Yes.
You know his weird hair swiggle, like his Jimmy Neutron hair swiggle?
Oh god.
Vaguely.
I'm trying to see if I have an image of Donkey. Well, I have a cursed image of Donkey Kong without his eyebrows, so I'll send that.
Good enough.
But you see, he has this weird Jimmy Neutron hair thing, right?
Oh yeah.
There's something cursed that the animated show taught us. That's not hair. That's his skull shape. That's flesh. It's fucking.
The worst part is, I
disgusting.
vaguely remember that from the show, because I used to watch it. I vaguely remember that.
It's fucking disgusting. I hate it.
It was a reoccurring gag, wasn't it?
Yeah, he
Where
got
the
his
top of his
hair
head
shaved.
gets shit. That's cursed.
It is. That show is fucking
Why
weird.
did that never occur to me as a younger child?
Someone brought it up to my attention a year ago, and then I thought about it, and I can't stop thinking about it.
I mean, that's fair. Jesus.
Donkey Kong.
Tonky Dong.
Conky Dong.
Pinky Dong.
Look at him. I love
Dude, is he pogging?
Banana Slammer.
Dude, is he
No,
pogging?
he's not. He's eating his eyes, idiot.
No, he's pogging in the animated one.
I think he's trying to kiss, bro.
Or he's making a monkey noise. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, gentlemen, I'm gonna let you keep Ben in place of me because I need to
No,
head
please.
off and get ready for bed.
Ben.
Please, I'm dying inside.
Alex, what is
I'm a
that?
working man, Ben. Fuck off.
Fuck.
night.
Imagine working cringe. I
Hmm.
have to work tomorrow too,
Not
so I'll
having
probably be
money.
off at 10 at the latest.
Yeah.
Imagine
gotta work
not
too.
having money.
Yeah, Chris. Even though you're richer than me.
I'm the poorest person here.
I probably am. I have $100 or something, barely.
Hang on, let me check, because I had to spend I've spent so much money today alone.
I felt so depressed that one time I checked my bank account, I literally only had 2 cents.
Oh, I know what
Oh.
you're feeling. I have $10 in my main bank account right
Yeah,
now.
I'm probably richer than you.
Jesus Christ.
To be
I
fair,
have
there's
been, like-
$300 in my savings. So.
Ah, fair.
I have been so fucking just I will never run out of money.
Yeah,
must
we get it, you're
never
rich,
allow
shut
it.
up.
Just you wait
I'm
till
not-
the Indian
I'm not
scammers get
rich.
you.
Indian scammers won't get me.
They
Yeah, they
will,
will,
I'll
though.
make sure they
You'll
get
get a,
you.
you'll get a call and be like, your internet is dead, you need to give us gift card. And you'll go, oh, okay. And you'll give them $500 on a gift card.
And then they'll ring you again a month later, and they'll be like, yes, hello, we
Well-
need more money. And you'll be like, okay, here's my bank account login details.
No, you'll get someone will call you saying that Arabian Prince is related to you, and he needs all your money. And then he'll pay you back 10 times. You'll go, hell yeah, and you'll pay him back, and then it turns out the Arabian Prince was an asshole.
No, he'll get sucked into
Sorry.
crypto
Yeah,
and lose all his money
wait,
bitcoining.
Yeah.
Alex was fucking dead. I was like, Chris, your name was fucking Dees.
It is.
I hate that.
These nuts.
Shut up. Chris, were
No
you
one
there?
likes you.
Chris, were you there when I kept telling the same joke to Tate because he hated it, and I just kept saying, like, you know, Aldi? Like, I kept saying it wrong because I think it's pronounced Audi, but I kept saying Aldi. He goes, you mean
Yeah,
Aldi?
yeah.
But it's spelled Aldi.
Yeah, you
But then
did
he-
it to me
Oh
once.
yeah, I did, and he was like, "It's Audi." Don't go like, "Yeah, Audi's nuts." They like stopped. And I said it to him like 20 times until he just left the call.
And then that's
though.
when I pulled Rabandese people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Rabandese.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris told
Hey,
me this
Ben.
really long story, and then the end of it was just a D's nuts joke.
Lol.
Like it
So,
literally
do you
was
know
like
about
a
the-
40-minute story, and then he was like the Rebondese. Like the what? He's like Rebondese nuts. I was like, fuck off.
And you're like,
Dude.
fuck, you made me sit through a 40-minute D's nuts joke.
Chris, you suck.
Love you too.
You're gay. There's nothing
Ben.
wrong with being gay. You just happen to be.
There's nothing wrong with being gay, but you are, and it's just another thing to add to the list of things I don't like about you.
Oh.
I just happen to be homophobic. Homophobic.
Like that one kid.
Yeah, you.
The fire extinguisher kid.
Like that one kid I went to high school with who was the most gay, homophobic, transphobic dude I've ever met.
We knew this kid, Ben. I honestly can't say names, but
Yeah.
we knew this kid, and he was so bizarre because he was homophobic and he was like honest about it, and he was like, oh, I don't like I don't like gay people because it's like not in the Bible or something. But then like another
Okay.
day, he said the Bible's bullshit and he hates the Bible and Christians. You know? Like a week later. But he still hates gays because it's against the Bible, but he hates the Bible because it's stupid.
Yeah.
No, I can imagine it's a contradiction. It's like, I hate the Bible because it's against gays, and I hate gays because they're against the Bible.
Yeah, but he was just this kid was a weirdo. He kept telling this like really bad joke, and then like he kept
Maybe he was Jewish, and he didn't believe in, like, the second half of the Bible.
maybe
He didn't believe in the reappearance of Jesus
I
Christ.
would believe it. But he kept telling this gay joke, and he told it like a bunch, and he tried telling it to this girl in my class because he told everyone else, and then she literally just like rolled her eyes and walked away, and then he faced a fire extinguisher and told the joke to a fire extinguisher, and I literally walked over and said, "Dude, are you okay?" And he was like he was on the ground crying at how funny he thought it was. Like he told it to a fire like he kept telling the joke because he found it so funny he just wanted to hear it again. So he was telling it so that he can laugh. And the joke was literally this was the joke. I remember it perfectly. It was there's 3 dudes in an elevator. One farts and it sounds like the other farts. It sounds like and then last one farts and he goes virgin get him. And that's the joke.
Get it?
That's the joke. And then he was on the ground, like, crying. Like, red in the face, like, genuine tears. And I was like, dude, are you okay? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I think I would have just walked away. If I just witnessed a man tell that joke to a fire extinguisher and break down in tears, I would have been like, this is not my problem.
The thing was, he told it throughout the whole day. This was, like, the second last period that he was telling it non-stop. He told me it 3 times. I sit next to him. It was in science class, so I was stuck sitting next to him.
Oh.
And he just kept laughing, and he got like kicked out of class. I hear him laughing outside. He's
I just
fucking
imagine like the
insane.
principal walks past the science classroom, and then they're just like, why the fuck is there a kid out here crying with laughter
It was
on the
so-
pavement?
It was so bizarre. It's like one of the funniest stories because he was just like, it was not even a funny joke. Like, it's like one of those jokes you might chuckle at.
Yeah.
No, it's not even a chuckle-worthy joke.
Like at
It's
most,
just a shit joke.
like if you were like just like in those like giddy moods, right? And then someone said it, you might be like,
Yeah.
haha, but that's like it.
It's one of those jokes that's like, ugh, yeah, okay, I guess.
Yeah, like you're like, that's funny, I guess. Like that. But he found it
Yeah.
so funny, and that's why it's funny. Because he thought it was funny.
That's cursed.
It is. I hate it. It's so funny.
It's so good.
And that
That's
kid
cursed.
The
also,
story. The
fuck.
story.
and also
The
since we're
story
not,
is so good.
since we're not saying names, I can say this about the kid. The kid also grew up to be someone that committed sexual assault. So If someone tells jokes to fire extinguishers, they're not right in the head.
No.
They aren't. I'm gonna do that tomorrow at university.
just
I'm gonna
do it
walk up to a
at
fire
casual.
extinguisher and tell a crappy joke, laugh, and walk away and see if somebody spear tackles me.
just wraps you up and throws you in an asylum.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what I do. If I'm walking along, some dude tells a joke to a fire extinguisher, laughs at himself, and then walks away. I don't want him to be out on the street. I want him to be arrested.
No,
I'm calling the cops. I'm going, yo, this dude is clinically unstable.
no, but like the thing, like
Man.
mine and Chris's school was pretty ghetto. We had like kids that came in drunk.
Yeah.
I know.
Like,
Yep.
but this kid didn't drink. He was like, as fucking weird as he was, he didn't drink or do drugs or anything like that. He was pretty clean. That's what makes
that's
it weirder.
that's what makes it weirder.
Like, he was a clean kid and he was doing this shit. I mean, people always thought I was on drugs.
I mean,
because
if
I
I
had
could
bags in my eyes.
have the imagination to do that when I'm fucking shit-faced drunk, that sounds like a fucking good night.
Yeah, but fucking normal.
But if I'm sober and doing that, then I want to be checked out mentally.
Yeah, just go home, take a day off, bro. You need to rest. Like, I always get accused, like, people like, Dylan, what kind of drugs you do? I'm like, I don't do any. It's like, you look like the type to do drugs. I'm like, I'm just pale and have bags in my eyes because I don't sleep, bro.
I'm just pale because I'm a fucking weeb.
No, I legitimately like had teachers accusing me and be like, so have you done any kind of drugs recently? I'm like, no. They're like, are you sure? I'm like, do I smell like I do? Like, what do you mean?
Are you sure? I mean, I took some Panadol the other day.
No, I would go to the nurse's office and be like, I'm sick, and then she's like, is it from the drugs? I'm like, what do you mean? I don't do drugs.
Whoa.
Also, our nurse was a
Doesn't even walk up to
bitch.
like, is it because
She
you...
was.
We didn't even have a nurse. Our nurse was just whoever was on front office duty that day.
Our nurse was a cunt. She made fun of me like multiple times, and the worst one was back when I like thought I was going to die because of the shitty doctor I had. I remember like going in, and then she was, because I just wanted to go home because I just was kind of depressed. I was like, I don't want to be here. And he's like, why do you want to go home? Why don't you just like walk home then? You don't need to tell me. And I was like, oh, I don't want to walk home because I'm like anxious. Like, are you scared of walking home alone? You're a big kid. What the hell?
Wow.
Like, well, thanks. It's very reassuring that you care about my safety by telling me to man up when I'm fucking depressed.
Our school was so paranoid. You could not, if you went to the office and said, so if you're a bloke and you went to the office and said, I have a headache, they'd ring your parents and be like, yo, can we give him Panadol?
Mm.
Oh, I actually didn't want the parents to be like, you gave him drugs!
Yeah, and if you were a girl and went to the office and said, I'm having menstrual cramps, can I have some Panadol? They'd ring your parents and ask if they could give you Panadol for menstrual cramps.
Our school,
Christ.
like,
It got to the point, like, so we weren't allowed to bring our own medication to school, even if you had like a mild cold and you were taking something to suppress it, so you could still come to school. You weren't allowed to take it at school. That didn't stop anyone. We once had a school-wide assembly because the deputy principal found a packet of Sudafed next to the lockers,
Wow.
you guys
and I became a hero among the girls because I always kept a packet of Panadol in my bag.
like fake
Because I was prone to chronic headaches, so I just keep some Panadol in my bag.
sweat.
The number of times like my girlfriend would come up to me and be like, yo, it's not for me, but one of my friends has really bad period cramps, can I grab some Panadol?
But schools are just fucking dumb, bro.
They are.
Like another thing of our nurse, because she was like weirdly sexist. Like I said, when if a dude went in like I was when I was generally kind of like not in the right mind space, she was literally just like, man up. You're a dude, deal with it. But if you were a girl, like literally, I would sit in the office and then a girl would go in, or there'll be a girl before me, and it's always like it's this type of girls that literally will do anything to get out of school. They literally just like if you don't let them go home sick, they'll just leave, they'll walk away. But they go like, oh, oh, you poor thing, I'll call your parents. But if I go in, generally like there was a time where I literally was like vomiting, like I was like pale and vomiting, and she was like, just lie down for like a minute. What the fuck? Like, what do you want to go home for? I'm not that sick, and I was literally like vomiting like in the office.
Yeah.
Christ.
And she was like, "You're a man, handle it."
I don't think if that was the case, no. So I once went to school and I ended up with I had diarrhea the day before, and I went to school thinking that I was fine. I'd taken a constipatory pill, whatever the fuck they're called, and it wore off. And I didn't even go to the office or anything. I just pulled my phone out and called my dad and said, "Dad, come pick me up." I didn't go to the office. I just said, "Come pick me up." And one of the teachers came by. I was like, "Ben, why are you standing out in front of the school?" I was like, "Oh, I'm waiting for my dad to come pick me up." Why? I don't have to tell you that.
So I'm not forced to tell you why my dad's coming to get me.
It's like, I don't have to tell you that. My dad is coming to pick me up. That's all you need to know. I'm waiting for him. Get bent.
I think the worst thing about me not being able to go home, which to be fair, it was kind of my dad's fault, but he didn't understand because my school was awful at explaining anything. But it was when I got bit by the rabbit and my literal knuckle bone was showing and I couldn't move my hand.
Oh yeah.
And then they called my dad, and then all they told my dad, I was literally in the room, was just he got bit by a rabbit. They didn't say the burn was showing or anything. My dad goes, he got bit by a rabbit. I'm like, yeah, he got bit by a rabbit on the arm, which isn't even true. I got bit on the hand. And I literally was saying like, no, like I was showing them my hand. They're like, yeah, I got bit by a rabbit. My dad's like, I mean, just give him some Panadol.
Give him some Panadol, put a Band-Aid on?
Yeah, they literally just like put some weird cream on my fucking bone and wrapped it in a bandage.
And then you were like,
it was just a big Band-Aid. Like, you know those big square Band-Aids? And I'm like, yeah, just go to class. And it was my writing hand too, and I couldn't move anything because I noticed my hand were kind of fucking annihilated. So I couldn't even like write, so I just spent the whole day sitting in class doing nothing. And like no teacher like yelled at me because like they'd be like, "Why aren't you doing work?" And I just show them my hand.
I feel like understandable. Have a nice day.
Like, the teachers couldn't do anything because the nurse was like, "No, his dad said he can't go home."
I mean, we once had a kid literally walk out of class multiple times to the point that, like, a teacher was always at recess and lunch. There was always a teacher out the front for a few weeks to make sure he didn't walk out again.
I fucking.
So you know where my school is. You know where the CBH bin in town is.
Yes.
He lived past that. Like along the highway. And he tried to walk home. And they literally had to send like 4 different teachers out to scour the roads looking for him.
Christ.
I feel like our school kind of had this thing of like if the kid got like towards the train tracks, they just gave up. They went, "Ah, fuck him, he's gone." No, it was more like IGA. If the kid got to IGA, they went, "Fuck it, he's gone."
Wow, that's not very far.
Not at all. They just go, "Ah, fuck it, he's too far."
That's like,
a lot of kids like in our school just skip because like usually if you go past the gate, the teachers won't get in the car. They can't be bothered.
Yeah, no, our school, like, this kid left. And to be fair, he was never in his right mind. Well, he was in his right mind, but there was always something wrong. Like, we had, like, all the students in our school had iPads, as you know. He would routinely throw his across the classroom.
What the?
He would scream and shout, like, a lot in class.
Let it all out.
Did he let it out? Did he let it out?
Scream and shout. No, he didn't. He kept it bottled up still somehow. And released it again later. So he was just always angry. It didn't help that he got bullied a bit for being a bit of a nerd. It's there was me-level nerd where like, I'm a nerd, but I'm able to fit in with normal people. And then there was him, and he just didn't know how to fit in with normal people at all, so he'd get bullied a lot.
I've never understood, like, clearly, like, someone who is unstable and just continuing to provoke them. Because if it's, like, someone...
Yeah.
Like, it's still shitty, but if it's, like, someone that can't defend themselves, like, you know, those kids that are just too shy and don't stand up. Like, it's shitty, but I can see why they get bullied, because they're not volatile.
It wasn't even that he was shy, it was just that, like, he kept getting bullied because he just didn't know what to do. He tried to fight back, but nothing ever worked, because no one felt threatened by him.
Really? At my school,
Despite the fact, he was the one of like 3 people at the school with direct access to weaponry because his dad is an arms dealer.
Shit.
But like the weird thing about our school for as like shitty and ghetto as was, there wasn't really a lot of bullying. It was just kind of like I'll just say petty like arguments. Like there would be assholes, but it was not like targeted bullying.
Yeah, no, he got like targeted bullying. To be fair, his mother did kill her 6-month-old baby and then resuscitate it, so...
What the fuck?
I think I might know this then.
Yeah, that kid was even more messed up in the head, but she, like, accidentally drowned him. I probably can't even say this, but I'm going to anyway because they won't be watching this, I hope. She accidentally drowned him. And,
we're not saying names, so it's not like they'll be found.
Yeah, she accidentally drowned him. Like, she left him in the bath, turned around, turned back, and he'd been drowned. Like, he was dead. His heartbeat had completely stopped, and because she was a trained paramedic, she was able to bring him back.
Nice.
And I am 90% sure that his brain underwent hypoxia during those few minutes.
Shit.
So, yeah, he was that was his younger brother, though, so I don't know what the fuck happened to that kid. There was, oh my god, the worst story to come out of high school with that kid. So he's in my year. In our year, we had 2 electives for year 11. So, well, not electives, but so year 11, I had to take 1 general course, and on that grid line for the 1 general course I had to take was either computer science or outdoor ed. And I chose computer science, and he was in outdoor ed, which was kind of weird. We all expected he would do computer science, but he didn't. So we get to, I think it was the second last outdoor ed camp of the year. They're hiking some semi-famous trail, like between fake France and Basso. I don't remember where the fuck it was, but it was like in that kind of area.
Mm.
And they're about halfway through the first day. So it gets to the end of the first day, and he's telling the teacher, "I don't want to do this. Give me your phone. I want to call my parents and tell them I don't want to, and get them to come pick me up." And everyone's like, "No, don't. You're doing great. You'll be fine." And eventually manages to get a phone off one of the teachers. And he talks to his parents, and everyone thinks that's the end. He thinks there's no word of them coming to pick him up that night or the next morning or anything. So they take off from the next morning from base camp as per usual. And while they're walking, they see an aeroplane fly overhead. And everyone's joking. It's like, "Oh, they're out looking for us. They think we've gotten lost." And he just turns around and is like, "No, they're looking for me." And everyone's like, "Oh, yeah, nice joke. And he starts picking up the pace. And everyone's like, "Wow, you're making such good pace, man. You're doing really well." And about half an hour later, 45 minutes later, a white 4-wheel drive pulls up over a set of dunes, or over a hill near where they were walking. And everyone's like, "Oh, okay, some surfer dude or something, or some bush track guy." And they come up to it. And the guy's dad gets out. And the guy just turns around, passes the map to someone else and says, "You're in charge," gets in the car, and they just leave.
Wow.
Because that plane was actually looking for him. Because his dad has his pilot's license and was in the area, so chartered a plane, flew over to figure out where they were, and then landed and drove to meet them.
Wow.
That's pretty extreme. Just to get
Yeah.
picked up.
So they get back to school the next week, and they're telling like the 4 of us that didn't go, because there was 2 year 11s in the computer science class, me and someone else, and then there was like 3 people that were doing a Cert 3 on that grid line instead. I chose not to. I chose to do a computer science general, so you could do a general subject or a Cert 3 on that line, and 2 of them were doing a Cert 3. So it was just us 4 at school for a week, and they get back, and they're telling us about it, and we're like, "What the fuck?" Because he didn't come back to school for the rest of that week. Like, this was like the 3rd day of like a 4-day, this was like the 2nd day of a 4-day trip, and he just didn't come back to school. He just went home and spent a few days at home. And it was like, what the fuck? What the ever-loving fuck?
We had like, talking about this kid is remind me of this one kid who I'm pretty sure I've told you about, but I'll talk about it for podcast reasons, because he's weird too. Probably not as, like, you know, like, what's the word? Not unhinged, like, unstable? Not right.
Yeah.
He wasn't, like, he was not, like, you know, he didn't have any, you know, he was fine in the head, he was just weird. Well, I mean, I guess he wasn't fine,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean? He wasn't, like, he didn't have any issues. Like, mentally or, like, you know, medical-wise, there was nothing on him. But, this kid, I got reminded of him because he's actually moved back here, so that's great for me, because he stalks me.
Oh.
Him.
Yeah.
Oh.
But, this kid, I've talked about it many times, but I'll just bring it up here while we're on the subject of just weird students. Because he was fucking, I don't think I've actually said this on stream, this, like, specific one, because this is the first time I ever met him. So he was in 3 of my classes. He was in, like, he was in my two the course like you were doing the computer thing. Like in our school, you had to pick two, which for me was hospitality and AIT, computer science, and all that. And he was in both of those for me. I think he was in my maths or something too. It was just some generic studies. He was in but he was in my main two classes, like the ones I was studying, mainly hospitality, because that's when I chose to chase after, when I actually had to pick one. But the first time, like, he was a new kid, he kind of joined in the middle of it. I've never seen him before, like, I've never spoken to him before, and he comes up to me and he hands me a note, and I don't read it because I'm like, oh, whatever, it's probably just like some, like, dumb joke. And then I'm walking home.
It's like a fire extinguisher kid.
No, it is a different kid than a fire extinguisher kid.
I thought it was but I understand who it is now. Yes.
But he gave me this note.
I think I know who you mean. I think there's only one person who stalked you at school, wasn't there?
There was three.
Oh.
This was the extreme one.
Is this the one that Alex and I went to primary school with?
The one who was at the hostel.
Because there's three, but
here,
one.
I'll send you the one I'm thinking.
All right, fair, and I'll just say yes or no.
Yeah.
We could that. No, but rhyming name.
No.
Yes.
Okay,
that's why I was confused until the note part.
I don't know him, but okay.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I might told you one of the stories because there's a bunch.
I think you might have. Yeah.
But I don't know if I told you this story. But basically, the first time I met him, he just gives me a note, and I think it's like a joke, like haha, these nuts, whatever. So I'm walking into town with my group of time, which was Jess, Tate, and Malloy and all that. And I think Chris might have been there. Maybe not. Chris came out on like Fridays and all that with us. So there's a chance he was. I'm not too sure though. But basically, I was reading a note while I was walking out of school. And it was a suicide note. But he's like, you're my only friend. I didn't know this kid. I didn't know his name. I had no idea who he was. So obviously I go, this is a joke. Because I don't know who this is. So when I get home, I throw the note away. I squander it into a ball and throw it in the bin.
Understandable.
And my mom picks it up because I guess I missed a bin, and she goes, Dylan, why do you have a suicide note? I'm like, it's not mine, it's just some fucking freak. And she's like, that's a bit rude. I'm like, I don't know the kid, it's clearly a joke. And then like nothing came of the note. Like it was never brought up again. He never did anything similar to that again. But he kept just hanging around me against my will. And like at first I was like, whatever, obviously he's just trying to be friends. Let it be, just see what happens.
Yeah.
But there's a huge issue with this kid. And this is what led to another story later on. He smelled awful. He smelled like he just shat his pants. He didn't shower. He didn't wipe. He didn't brush his teeth. Well, he might have wiped, but he didn't smell like he did.
He had green stuff in his teeth constantly.
Yes, he had hideous teeth. And here's the worst part of it. He's one of those kids that gets right in your face, and he's like those kids that kind of shove you, like those touchy kids. And he constantly gets your face, and you try turn around, but he's talking to you, so he gets in your face, and he's like, hey, constantly getting in front of your face. I'm like, dude, fuck off. You smell awful. Like, obviously I didn't say you smell bad, but I was just constantly like, yeah, whatever, I'm going to hang out with Chris, or I'm hanging out with Tate, I'm going to the library. He's like, oh, I'll join. I'm like, nah, it's cool. But he kept
no, fuck off, mate.
Yeah, but he smelled fucking awful. Like, it was like a corpse.
Ugh.
And then before we get to the funny conclusion, because it's really fucking weird. In hospitality, I'm because you're supposed to go on teams of 2, but sometimes there's the kids that like, oh, but my 2 friends are in team. Can I go on their team, please? And the teachers go, whatever, I don't care.
Teacher's like, I don't get paid enough to care.
Just do it. And then he would always force himself into whatever team I was on, unless I was already in team of 3. Which kind of relied on if Tate and Malloy were in a team, because I would go with a team with Chris, but Chris wasn't doing hospitality as his main; he was doing it separately in the side thing.
Yeah.
So I didn't have Chris in my main hospitality class. Otherwise, I would have just worked with Chris and Tate or something. But I only had Malloy and Tate, and Malloy and Tate were a lot closer to each other than me at the time, because I would have just met them. So they wouldn't always want to work on a team with me, because they would have already planned something out on the weekend.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I'm stuck with the fucking smelly kid.
Oh.
And then I would work normally, because, I actually want good grades, and overall I did get good grades in hospitality. But, I did not want him touching the food. I did not want him doing anything.
Understandable.
And so I would go to work, and he would just sit there, And then he just said like weird shit. I honestly just tuned out most of it. I would sneak headphones in, like I'll do the thing where you put the cord like under your shirt. And I had a beard already, so my beard hid the cord where going into my ear. And I had long hair.
Amazing.
So I just hid that I was wearing headphones in class, and I just drowned him out with music because I didn't want to fucking listen.
Understandable.
But like the one thing I do remember him saying was he unironically was telling me to quit school with him and that we could move in together and work at McDonald's.
Yes. Yes.
And if anyone else said it to me, I'll take it as a joke. I'll be like, oh, that's a good joke, or like that's dumb, or that's stupid. Like I could see Tate saying that to me as a joke.
Yeah.
But like he wasn't joking. He was like, no, I'm serious. I'm like, I don't know you. Why would I do that?
I don't know you. Go away.
I'm doing a hospitality course, like an actual course to become a chef. Why would I quit it and work at fucking McDonald's? Like forever. Like maybe like starting out McDonald's is fine, whatever. But I'm a chef. Like I'm doing a course to become a chef. Why would I quit being a chef to work at a fast food place?
Honestly.
And it was like, oh, but school sucks. I'm like, yeah, school can be fucking shit at times, but at least you get shit. You get a job in the future. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. You know, just do it. You know, like what would you be doing if you didn't have school? Nothing.
Sleeping.
Like at least it's something to do. Because like when I finished school and I didn't have like a job for a year, it sucked.
Yeah.
I didn't have a car. No one I knew had a car. We just fucking stuck at home all day. It sucked ass. But then basically, like, the kid just is an annoyance for like a couple months. He's still following us around, or mainly me. He's like trying to like cram in between me and other people so he can stand next to me.
Yep.
And he constantly keeps trying. Well, him and the other kid, the one you know, they would constantly try and steal the seat next to me. And I'm like, dude, I just want to sit next to Chris. Like, just it's Chris's chair. I put my bag there for him. Can you leave? And then and then if Chris came to class and it was extra table, I'll just get up and go to a new table with him, and then they'll get pissed at me. I'm like, I don't like you. Leave me alone.
Take the hint, buddy. Get out of here.
I remember with Fane,
And
I
like,
literally like I'm a pacifist. I do not believe in violence at all. I will jokingly like if like push comes to shove, I might do violence because it's a reaction. Like, you know, if someone is legitimately beating on me, I might instinctually hit back. Like I'm not gonna be an ass liar.
Like if I walked up and you didn't know me and I punched you, you'd punch me back.
Yeah, like it's just an instinct. But like I generally believe every conflict can be solved with words. That's a genuine belief of mine.
Yes.
So I don't like causing violence or going into it. But I legitimately like just shoved him away from like I remember the other kid, the one you know.
Yeah.
And I did to this kid as well sometimes, but like I would legitimately like just like shove them whenever they would get in front of me, or if they would like push in between me and a friend. I'm like, I'm talking to them. I'm having an actual because me and Chris we talk about some really obscure shit because we're nerds.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, I remember we would talk about like Guilty Gear and Danganronpa, and like nobody knows about Guilty Gear still, and we talked about it in high school. So we
I
talked
know
about Guilty Gear.
heard of it, but I never remember what it is.
And we used to watch the fucking videos and shit.
It was we used to like sneakily watch like it's a fighting game. We used to just sneakily watch combos like under the table, and then they would like try and get in on it, but they clearly don't care. They just want to talk to me. And I don't know why it's me, because I'm not an insanely interesting person. Like, I'm not meaning to shit on myself. But I'm a fucking fat nerd that talks about fighting games and fucking anime.
Which is more interesting than either of those two, I'm guessing. It's definitely more interesting than the one I know.
But it's not like,
I was the most boring person ever.
But yeah, like,
I'm not like an insanely, like, I'm not giving insight or like helping them or any way. I'm literally, every time they talk to me, I'm telling them to fuck off. Like, I would be nice to them at the start because what's the point? Like, I can't be an asshole because I'm a pussy. I can't be an asshole to people when I first meet them because I'm a pussy. So yeah, I'll be nice and I'll be like, just be like, oh hey, how's it going, dude? That's cool. Start a conversation with them, but I don't really care. But then when they keep pushing me, I'll like legitimately shove them. But this kid, the smelly boy, one day he just stops coming to school, and then no one sees him for a couple weeks. I didn't even notice he just stopped coming because I just didn't care. But then our friend Patrick tells us, oh yeah, he's living with me now. And then I remember, I go on, what happened? Didn't he used to live at the hostel? And he got kicked out of the hostel because he refused to shower. And the teachers were literally like, listen, if you have to at least shower every 24 hours. Because your roommates don't want to, because like you don't get to choose your roommates you're kind of like stuck with. Well, I think you can if you register together. Like that
Yeah,
kind of
because
thing?
I was living with that kid, so I have
Oh,
a
you were?
first-hand experience. Yeah, no,
Oh, I feel
remember I was
bad.
I was at the hostel. Remember
Oh, you
with him?
did you share a room with him though?
No, no,
Okay.
because in the
You had like breakfast and shit with him.
no, okay. So I'll explain how it was. So he was year 10, right?
Yes.
Or whatever it was, and everyone above year, say 9, didn't have to share rooms. So, like, the senior years got their own
Gotcha.
rooms, so to say. So he was in the one opposite from me, but down 3 doors, and he
Gotcha.
never came out of his room.
His stench room.
Yeah.
But like they're literally like whenever people like when you open your door, we get complaints that it smells. You don't clean
Mhm.
your room. You don't shower. You don't brush your teeth. Like we don't like it's just not hygienic. We can't support it. And then he just refused to do it. Like he was like, "Well, no, it's my choice." So then they just kicked him out because like, "Well, it's our rooms." And then
True.
he gets kicked out. And then he does fucking something vile. He shits into his hand and smears it like on the inside of the closet wall.
Oh well.
Ugh.
Like why?
Mm.
yeah, he's pissed he got kicked out. Fucking shower.
Honestly.
It's not that hard. Like 10 minutes underwater.
Not even. I can shower in like a minute and a half if I'm in a rush.
Yeah, like it's not a hard thing to do. You just gotta do it once every day.
Mm.
2 if you want to be risky with it. But then
I will occasionally not shower for 2 days, just like if I have one of those days
If
where I get to the end of the day and I'm just like,
yeah,
I don't care enough to have a shower right now. I just want to go to the fuck.
I have those too, but the issue is
Yeah.
I used to have long hair. I used to not be able to do it because my hair would just get into knots and it was the worst.
Yeah, I have had to start wearing a shower cap now.
But the story doesn't end with Smelly Boy because he did something even dumber. So he's now living with our mutual friend Patty.
Yep.
And we constantly just get horror stories of living with him. But he started showering because Patrick's dad is, a threatening man. He's big. And he was like, okay, listen, I'm a nice guy. I'll let you stay here, but you have to fucking shower. If you don't shower, I will kick your ass.
Mm.
So he starts showering, actually cleaning himself. I don't know if he brushed his teeth, but he at least showered.
Which is a start.
Yeah. But
Yep.
then he still doesn't come to school. And we're asking, like, Patty, what's up with that? And he goes, like, oh, he just refuses to come, I guess. And I'm like, oh, okay. And, like, he wasn't paying rent or anything, so it was a bit confusing. But then one day, Patrick gets home with his brother, and they walk in on him just kicking the shit out of their dog. It wasn't a big dog, it's like one of the small fluffy, like, ones. And he's just kicking it aside over and over again.
Jesus.
So Patrick's brother just grabs him and throws him out, and then, like, locks the door and says, I'll throw your shit out later, get off my lawn. Like, don't fucking come back.
Understandable.
Like, you'll get your shit, but don't fucking come near my house. Because you're beating the man's dog.
Yeah, like, why, you're a guest. Why would you even do that?
Someone had the hospitality to give you a place for free. And you beat the shit out of that dog for no reason. It's fucking weird. And then the kid just disappeared. I'm pretty sure he moved. There was a couple more things that were annoying that I had happen. I think I might have told you this one because it was really funny. I bumped into him a couple times in public when I would hang out with like Malloy and Jessica. And it's funny because I went to the reject shop separately because I just wanted to get like some cheap headphones. And they were like they were at Woolworths or something, like Jessica and him, like Malloy. And I'm at reject shop and he sees me going to reject shop, so he follows me and he starts talking to me. And I'm like, just trying to get away. I'm like, oh, my dad's waiting for me. I gotta go. Like, just lying out of my ass.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, you want to hang out sometime? No, I'm pretty busy this week. I wasn't working. I just fucking lied. I was like, oh, you know how it is, family stuff. He's like, oh, when are you free, dude? You can trade numbers. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Don't got my phone on me. And then he eventually leaves because I think he gets the point. And then I get back to just come Malloy. We go back to the car. And then Malloy is like, oh, I want McDonald's. So we end up walking to McDonald's, and as we walk to McDonald's, we find out he's there.
Oh.
And he goes, oh, I thought you said you were busy. I'm like, oh, I bumped into these guys, and then, they owed me lunch, it would be rude to do. He's like, I would have bought you lunch. He's like, yeah, he's like, can I join you guys? Like, oh, no, we're just getting the food and leaving. And it sucks because we didn't.
Get the car, get the car!
But it sucks because we left the car at Woolworths, so we had to walk back with him following us.
Well, the moment you see him, it's like, alright, we'll get the food. Malloy, go get the car.
I remember one time I got like
Or
a
was it
hit.
Jessica's car?
It was Jessica's car.
It's like, Jessica, go get the car, Malloy, and I'll get the food.
But it was the worst because we just had to walk back and he was just following us. I remember like a bunch of times I'll get a haircut or I'll just be in town doing something, or like with my mother, and she'll be doing something, I'll wait outside and he'll see me, he'll just run at me like across the road and I'm like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
I think at that point, like, regardless of where your mom is, like, I just dive inside.
Yeah, just like find a toilet and lock yourself in it. Well, then again, the other kid that stalked, the one you knew, would stand in the bathroom when I was taking a shit because he was scared I would ditch him, which I totally would.
Yeah.
I remember, I told you that one for sure, because that's fucking creepy.
I think you did, yeah.
When I was in the
that
toilet
is.
and he leaned his back against the stall door while I was in there, like, do you mind? And he's like, oh, I'm just, waiting. And I was like, can you wait outside? And he's like, no. And I'm like, why not? Like, just stand outside. And he's like, no, you might leave again. And I'm like, well, you clearly know I don't want to hang out with you then, so why are you fucking here? And I was like, you're just leaning against the door as I'm shitting. It's fucking weird.
That guy was fucked because I almost ran into him at the show one year. So I went with Alex.
I know this story because Alex told me.
Yeah, I told this. Yeah, I think. Well, Alex and I told this story separately. But
when you were gone, this story actually led to us. Like he came to us.
Wow.
Like this is like an anthology story.
So we're at the show. It's me, Alex, and mutual friend whose name I won't disclose, but you know.
Yeah, I know who.
Yeah. So and Keely.
Yeah. I remember that because Keely came to us after.
Yes. So we're all standing around. We've been hanging out for a bit. And, of course, me, Alex, and mutual friend, we'll call him, Jeffrey. Me, Alex, and Jeffrey are all very tall people. And so we stand out. We're walking around, and we're in one of the little building areas. And I look over, and all of a sudden I see the kid. And I just turn, and we all hate him. We all absolutely despise him. And so I just turned to the rest of them and said, he's coming. Scatter. We'll meet up later.
It's really like a horror movie character stalking.
It actually is.
I said, his name is coming. Scatter.
We'll
meet up. We had phones on us and everything.
We got split.
So I said that. I didn't wait for anyone else to process the information. I just turned and piss bolted the opposite direction. I did not wait for anyone else to process it. I just left.
The thing about
I just walked as far as I could within the showgrounds for about half an hour, and then I rang Alex and was like, "Yo, where are you?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're on our way back to Jeffrey's house." I'm like, "All right, I'll meet you there then."
The best thing about this story is there's so many perspectives. Because when you get the split,
so they'll hear from Keely about an hour and a half later. She's like, "Where the fuck did you guys go? I was stuck with him for an hour and a half with him constantly punching me in the arm, and I'm bruised now." And I don't think she's ever forgiven me for it.
So she came to us because it was me. I think it was literally just me, Chris, and Malloy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we were on the train just being assholes, and we were just like...
We were
doing like this...
Train's like the best part, though.
It's true, but we were just doing dumb shit. Like, we would go up to his books, they ask you to sign stuff, and I would just write "Praise Jesus" or something. We're just being assholes. And then we were eating...
talking about shit on the train.
We see, the man, the myth, the legend, the beast, Cormac, just walking around by himself, tensed up muscles as usual. He threatens to beat up Chris, and he leaves. And then as we're talking, but then Keely comes over, like just as Cormac's leaving, and he's like, "Oh, have you guys seen Jeffrey and Alex?" And I go, "Oh, I didn't even know they were here because I didn't see you guys."
I think she heard me say it, and so she didn't blame me. She just didn't. The other two didn't hear it, so he arrived with the others. And then they came up with some lame excuse and bailed on them, so she was more pissed at them.
I remember she was just saying something like they just disappeared or something, and she was asking if we knew. And then, obviously, I didn't want to be around because the man at question, he obviously started wanting to be with us. Like, he instantly was trying to separate from Keely onto us. And then I feel bad for Keely because I literally just bolted. I was like, oh, we're actually leaving now, bye. And I think we literally left.
Sorry, Keely, we've got to go. Just
I talked to Keely about it afterwards because I think I met up with her again towards the end, and I was like, dude, I'm sorry, but it would have been 10 times worse if you were stuck with me. Like, and you know that you've seen it.
Absolutely, I have apologized to her so many times. I got the call or the message from her about it. I was like, dude, I'm so sorry. I just could not stand to be with him, and I just had to get out. I explained to her, it's like, I saw him, and I said what I needed to say, and I left. And I'm so sorry.
I did what needed to be
done.
But
at least it wasn't me.
Someone has to take the fall, and sadly it was her.
It's like, it was the fucking worst.
I remember telling her, because she was like, you know what they are, and I was like, if they're not here, they might be back at Jeffrey's. And that was kind of me giving her an out, because it would be fucking weird if he followed her to someone else.
Yeah, no, we had literally...
Because, like...
Yeah, no, we had literally bailed. I bailed. Alex and Jeffrey had found a way out, spent like another 5 minutes at the show, and then left, and that was when I'd rung them.
They'll probably, because they were probably with her at the time, they probably said something like, oh, we'll be right back, and then dipped, because that seems like an Alex thing to do, because Alex doesn't really care that much. He's like, I'm getting out.
Alex, we'll be back in a minute. We just want to go check out this store.
And then he dipped, and then Ryan...
Whatever. Jeffrey.
You know, Rise.
Jeffrey would have just been like, yeah, whatever.
Riser.
It was the worst part. The thing that made me feel the worst was we couldn't even meet up with Keely afterwards because we literally went back to his place. No, we went back to his place. She would have been fine going to his place, but we got picked up by Alex's mum's partner and went back to Alex's place instead.
Oh.
So there was literally nothing we could do because he and I lived on the other side of town.
It's but the weird.
There was and we were like what? Like 15, 16 or something?
Would have been like that age, yeah.
So, like, there was nothing we could do. Like, Alex had just gotten his L's, but he didn't want to waste time driving across town to pick Keely up.
She had to take the L. Someone has to.
And I was like, and I apologize so many times, and I feel so bad.
I do too.
For what I made her endure.
I was very blatant about it.
Honestly, I feel like if I had been left with him, I would have broken his neck.
Oh yeah, no,
I would have actually tried to kill him.
Place. That's why, like, literally, I didn't even need to say.
Wouldn't have.
I didn't need to say anything to Christopher Lloyd because we just deal with him constantly. I literally just like looked at Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, we're actually about to leave. We have plans.
Yeah, literally saw him coming and said he's coming, and that was the end of. That was the last time anyone saw me for the next 45 minutes.
Like you were just like
he's bad.
Just turned around and piss bolt.
Scooby-Doo, like after image smoke cloud, just gone.
So it was literally he was coming through. You know the area where they have like all the like kitchen gadgets and the wine and everything at the show? So he was coming from the area where they have all the schools and everything. And I think I saw him coming out of the corridor, said my thing, turned around, did a long lap around the outside of that area, went into the basketball arena, out the other side, and as far and went and watched the horses for half an hour or something.
Just gotta go.
I went out the back door, and I went up into the tractor area. I was like, I'm just gonna hang out with the tractors for half an hour, and then I just like walked, and then I was like walked past the oval where they had all the horse shit, watched that for a bit as I was leaving, and then walked out past the tennis club.
You gotta do so much to avoid Jeffrey's house. You gotta do so much to avoid this guy. It's so fucking bad.
The worst part is, I kind of feel bad for him at the same time. I kind of feel bad for him at the same time because he had a bit of a fucked up upbringing. Because his dad was like in the Navy and everything, and his mum was like super strict and everything.
Oh yeah, no,
so he didn't exactly have the greatest upbringing, but still, it's like.
I think that's kind of why he got attached to me, because the reason he even started associating with me was I remember I approached him first because we sat next to each other in AIT, and I think he was like watching One Punch Man or something, and I just finished watching it at the time, so I was talking about it, and I was like, oh shit, I like One Punch Man. And I was just talking about it a little, and then he would constantly like come to me and talk about it, which was fine at first, because, you know, it was a mutual thing we both liked, but then he just like kept coming, and then he didn't know what I was talking about, or he would talk about stuff I didn't really care about, which is fine, but then like, obviously we both didn't have interest in what everyone was saying, but he kept forcing it.
Yeah.
And then when you gotta force a relationship, it's not one you really want.
No, he was...
Because like with Chris...
Yeah, I've told this story to you, Dylan. I don't know if Chris has heard this story.
Mm-hmm.
So, Alex and I went to primary school with this kid. And unfortunately, we were stuck in the same class as him for combined year 6-7. And our teacher for year 6-7 did this really cool thing called, I don't remember what he used to call it. He actually had like a pun name for it. It was bike education. And he'd like teach us about like the safety of riding a bike, how to safely, you know, ride when there's, you know, no footpath to ride on and whatnot, and all that kind of thing. And the end of the whole thing was a ride from our primary school all the way out to the famous beach, you know, with the stupid rock that every tourist takes a photo of. So, unfortunately for this, Alex and I got paired up with this guy. It was me, Alex, and one other kid from my year, because the kid in question was in Alex's year, or your guys' year, because I'm the youngest one here. So, so it was supposed to be us four. The night... So this kid had left his bike at school because he lived out of town. So he left his bike at school for the whole course of the thing that we were doing, so that he didn't have to worry about trying to get it into town every time that he needed it. The night before the bike ride, his bike got stolen. And Alex and I were fucking relieved as fuck because it meant he couldn't go on the bike ride. We didn't have to deal with it. We later found out it was because it had just been sitting there, unlocked, for 3 months.
What?
At the front of the school, and Chris, you know which primary school I went to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what the gate looks like there, right? It's like 3.5, it's like 5 feet tall, wouldn't be that hard to jump over. Literally have jumped over it multiple times before.
Shit.
Pretty sure
Literally
Alex made me jump it once.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to jump. Like it's pretty easy to do like the vault thing over it. Like you put your hand and your leg up and vault over it kind of thing. It's pretty easy to do that over. And it was just sitting there unchained for 3 months. And it got stolen the night before. And it was like, and when we found that out, we were like halfway through the ride when we heard when I think the teacher mentioned it, or someone heard that someone mentioned it to us, then they'd overheard it from the teacher. And Alex and I kind of looked at the other one, what the fuck? We knew this guy was stupid, but come on!
The timing, the fucking...
The timing was the best part of it, though.
Yeah.
And honestly, if anyone had seen how happy and ecstatic Alex and I were, we would have been immediately suspicious. Because I kid you not, I lived 1 street over in a direct line from the school. So you know, like the road that the school's on? I'm the next street over, literally a dead straight line to the school. If the road was lined up better, I would be able to see the school from my house at the time. So I would have been a prime suspect.
They would have looted your house, they would have called in the SWAT teams.
Exactly. I was like, literally, like, when we heard it from the other kid in my group, it was like, oh yeah, no, he lost it, his bike got stolen, he's not coming with us. Alex and I literally pumped our fists in joy. Like the whole yes! Like it really small so that no one saw her.
That kid, man.
That kid.
Honestly,
it's like I do feel bad for him, but then as someone who had to deal with him most of the time, I don't.
It's like I feel bad for him, and I hear how he treated you and like stalked you and everything. I'm like, I no longer feel bad for you.
You know, like, I feel bad to an extent until I remember when he fucking wouldn't leave the bathroom and he was, like, fucking constantly, like, stealing seats from my actual friends.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's like, okay, well, if you were just some dude who wanted to hang out in my group, that's fine. But when you start actively, because the weirdest one, because this was genuinely creeped me out. I literally told him you're fucking creepy when he did this. Was I went to the hostel because Chris lived there and he got like food there sometimes, like on lunch. And
Yeah.
so I would regularly walk there with Tate or something. Like we would usually walk there with people so he can get his lunch, and then he would come out and eat it with us. And it was just me, Chris, and the kid, because I think Tate was already in a line for cafeteria. Malloy was with him, and that's usually us four. There was other people in our group, but we were the four. And so it was just me and Chris, and then he decided to follow us. And so Chris goes in to get the food. So me and him are just sitting on the benches outside waiting, and he's like, "Isn't it much better when Chris isn't here? We should hang out more
Oh
without
god,
Chris.
this.
It should just be me and you." And I'm like, "It really shouldn't." And he just kept saying
No.
"Why do you hang out with Chris? Isn't it like it's more fun when it's just you?" I'm like, "Excuse me."
Didn't he literally like show up at your house?
Yes. Oh, there was a kid completely separate to this stalking. It was another kid that stalked me. This was a primary school kid who I was literally talking to Chris about this the other day, who would legitimately peek through my windows. And but this was like primary school, and I actually do feel bad for this kid because it was someone who came from poor upbringing and he didn't have consoles and he just wanted to play my consoles.
That's
So
fair.
like to an extent,
I
I
never-
understand.
Yeah, I never got stalked. I did get threatened multiple
Oh.
times.
I
with
got
previous
lucky.
modeling
I got friend once, but to be fair, from the guy's perspective, he thought his girlfriend was cheating on him with me. So kind
This
of
guy just really didn't like me, so he just like actually threatened me multiple times.
Have I told you the story of there was another kid? So there's a lot of kids in my school
A lot of kids.
that were called Dylan. Like there was 6.
Yes.
And this kid, another Dylan, he was a bit weird. I'm sure Chris will know who I'm talking about when I mention this story, because I think I told Chris the story. But in like English, we had like a class we had to record something. We had to like make a short video. And this kid was fucking weird. It was me. So it was me. I'm Dylan. He's Dylan, and we're working with another Dylan because we thought it was funny.
Oh, you know what? I had that. I had a kid in my class for the last couple years of primary school and most of high school who was a Ben L. But he was Ben and I was Benjamin. So a lot of our teachers differentiated us by Ben and Benjamin, but I still responded to Ben a lot at the time.
That's why
I still responded to Ben most of the time because that's what everyone else called me. When we worked on a group project together, so it was me and him, and the guy was more his friend, but he and I got along quite well, Jacob. So it was on the slideshow we literally put by the Bens and Jacob. So it wasn't Ben. It wasn't
Ben Benjamin.
Yeah, it wasn't
Ben?
Benjamin and Jacob. It was the Bens and Jacob.
That just reminds me of the fucking dumb joke I saw in an anime tape made me watch where he goes, now what was it? It's Car-chan and the Bakugos. Or something.
Oh god, yeah.
But
Truck all the way.
But what's called because there was so many Dylans in our school, I'll continue the weird story because I want to talk about what that kid tried and made me do. But with the Dylans, that's why like whenever like you probably seen me hang out like when we meet in person like with Chris and all that, people usually call me by my last name because that's what everyone had to do to differentiate us.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why it was so hard for me
That's why starting out streaming, it was really hard for people to get used to not saying my last name because years of like programming to say it.
Yeah, no, it's kind of the same as me. Me and the other Ben, we wouldn't call each other Ben. We'd call each other pseudonyms of our last name. So we'd use my usual one, and
that's like that's kind of
a
Australian thing though to do, just showing people's name.
Yeah.
So
everyone.
I can't say it on stream. Yeah, I can't say it on stream, but I was called that. He was this one. So. That's how we differentiated each other. So we call each other, everyone would call us that. I think even a couple of teachers started calling us that.
Teachers called me by my last name a lot.
Yeah. I had one teacher who, even till my final year of high school, still called me Benjamin. Even though the other kid wasn't there anymore, he transferred to your school because ours didn't have the courses he wanted.
Fair.
And so... He literally this teacher still called me Benjamin. She still calls me Benjamin to this day. She's the only teacher I don't correct. And like every other teacher. Yeah, well, because she's kind of old as well, but I really like this teacher, so I don't mind. Literally, like every other teacher calls me Ben, and if we have a substitute, it's like Benjamin. I'm like, oh, Ben's fine, and she's like, oh, okay, and they're like, okay, whatever.
Fair. The most annoying thing about my last names, because obviously I can't say them for stream, but I will just say I have 2 last names.
Yes.
Is I have to, by like my actual legal way, I have to say both names, like both of my last names at once. And for some reason, saying that melts teachers' brains. They can't comprehend it.
It's true.
I guess they assume I'm lying, like it's a joke. Because I'll say the full name. Because when you say my full name, like with my first name, even if you want to throw my middle name in the middle, it's like 4 names. So it seems like those jokes of like
have a double
Indian
barrel
names.
last name.
Yeah, but it seems like there's like Indian joke names that are like 20 names long.
Yeah.
So they probably think it's that, but it's not. But just for the sake, so just in case Chris doesn't know it, I'll just refer to the other Dylans with the like last letter, like the first letter of their last name. So we'll just call them DY and DP. But so DY.
Yes.
Yeah, you know DY. But DY
DY?
is no just no. But my brain melted. But this kid, DY is
my throat and just Dylan.
But DY was a weird kid. He was pretty open about how he did drugs. So he's kind of a druggo, and he was one of those kids that would just get up in the middle class, throw his bag against the wall, and leave. I remember one time he just yelled Star Wars in the middle of ATAR, just because he thought it would be funny. He just he liked being nuisance. Oh yeah, but he just likes being a nuisance.
Like I wouldn't do it because I'm a nuisance. I do it because it was like a joke. Like I do it on like May 4th or something.
Yeah, fair.
I do it on May 4th or something, or if someone said something that I could turn into a Star Wars joke, I'd do that. To be fair, I had very small ATAR classes. My biggest one was 4 people.
Our ATARs were like 4 classes. Like they would have to open up the classrooms to each other because they were big. But this kid,
ours were literally like 4 people.
We were filming the stuff, and then we're just because it's a bunch of kids. Like, it's a bunch of teens not doing anything, because most of the time, if you send them out to record shit, they're just gonna talk. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
So we're just talking, and then, I don't know what leads to this, but he starts talking about his pubes. And then, obviously, I check out, because I don't want to fucking listen. And then he just, like, forces the other one, he's like, yo, put down your pants, I want to see your, like, pubes. And then he goes, like, what about you, Dylan? I'm like, I don't want to show you. He's like, oh, do you have it on our side? Have you not hit puberty yet? I'm like, dude, why are you asking? Why do you want to see it?
Why do you want to know, you creepy fucker?
And he's like, well, you don't want to show me, so I want to see him. I'm like, I just don't want to show you. What if my dick gets funny? He's like, well, you got a small dick or something? I'm like, no, I just don't want you seeing my dick.
Yeah, like why would you want in a school environment?
If you're gay and you just want to look at my dick, I'm flattered. But I don't want to show you my dick.
Yeah.
If you were a girl and you asked me... If you were a pretty girl and you asked me this, I would also say no, because it's weird and I'm in public.
Very, yeah.
Public. If it was a pretty girl they asked, I'd be like, okay, but meet me behind the bar.
Let's go somewhere more private.
Let's go somewhere that isn't the middle of the walkway.
Like, it's fucking weird, and then, like, even if I wasn't private with this guy, I knew the guy close. Like, say this was, like, Tate or Chris now, where I'm really close to them, and they asked me to show me my dick, I would still say no. Okay,
no.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Legit, honestly.
Like, Chris, what the fuck? We knew you were weird, but what the fuck?
I look at my peen. But like, it was just weird, but he was, like, really forceful about it. He even, like, started, like, trying to grab my pants, like, dude, what the fuck? And I would get up, I guess he was, like, trying to treat it as, like, a weird joke, but I was, like, generally, like, no, I don't want to show you my fucking dick. Fucking weirdo. And obviously,
some people are just weird, man.
It's true, and then we went back, and then I didn't really talk about it to the teacher, because why the fuck would I tell the teacher some kid would look at my dick? It was just fucking weird. And
the teacher's like, oh, what were you guys up to? Oh, yeah, DY just wanted to look at my dick.
Yeah, just looking at our dicks.
The teacher's like, what the fuck?
Just looking at our penis.
Teacher's like, hello, Child Protective Services?
Yeah, we're just looking at our cock. You know how it is, teach.
Yeah.
Just dudes being bros.
Yeah, you know it. You know how it be.
And then, I'm trying to think if there's any other weird kids, because, like, the only, the other one, like, we talked about the 2 mains, like, weirdos, because they're fucking, like, that's, like...
And we will always
We will
talking
always
on about
talk
them.
about him because there's even more
think if
shit
there's
he
any-
did.
Yeah. I don't think if there's any other weirdo. I mean, there was the kid that bought a bottle of rum to school.
I mean,
there was
we had there was this kid. Like, I don't want to make fun of this kid because this kid was in special ed, but it's still funny because of what they were looking at. Because you know how like some special ed kids, they just have this thing they really like because it's just like like it's a comfort thing.
Yeah.
But, like, it just happened that this kid's was Shrek 2.
Oh god, yeah, you told me about this guy.
And like, obviously, I'm not making fun of the guy for his mental illness. You know, I hope things go well for him, and I will treat him like any other person because that's just fair.
Yeah.
But like, it's still funny the fact that, you know, we all had to work, but this kid gets to watch Shrek 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's just a fun thing.
Yeah, I had a kid in my final year of primary school. He was in the same year as me. And his was the Lego Movie, and we would Behind the News.
Ah, yeah.
He was obsessed with both the Lego Movie and Behind the News, and it was the only way our teacher could get him to do work was because we would go and watch Behind the News once a week in the library. And the teacher would literally say, if you don't do your work, you're not coming with us to the library to watch.
Behind the News.
Yeah, to watch BTN, and he would throw a fit.
No, I want to see it, no.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see the funny man.
Please. I'm dying. I need to see the BTN. BTS, bro?
Oh,
Dude.
Don't tell the joke.
I'm not. I was not. I was actually gonna say. I'm not fucking.
I felt like you were about to say it. Oh, Ben hasn't actually heard it.
Oh, I just remembered something else that happened at my school. So we had lockers, and they all had like garage doors in front of them, so that they could be closed down when no one was at school to keep what was in them safe. And people. So one of my classmates had a really short temper, and one day, like, completely lashed out and punched the like metal sheeting that was around the edge of the rails for the roller door. And he like fully broke it, like dented it, and busted like the bottom of it off, so it was like hanging off a little bit. And we didn't want anything to come of it, so we all just kind of like ignored it, didn't mention it, and he like pushed it back in, so it was partially still hooked in there. So when the teachers came by, they didn't notice. A year later, we had moved lockers, and so we were in. It was like maybe 2 years later actually, but it was like the then year 11s, and we were in year 12. One of them got a little bit angry and very gently kicked that bit of wall when the deputy principal was walking past, and it came unhooked, and he got in massive trouble for breaking it. And we were all sitting there like, that's been broken for 2 years, dude.
Oh,
you gotta take the fall.
Yeah, it's like we were literally watching when we heard about it, we were watching, like, looking at the deputy principal, like, dude, that wall has been broken for like 2 years, man. Like, come on.
No. Why is that a story? I got reminded of two kind of minor stories. Well, one's not really minor because it's genuine teacher abusing a student.
Oh god, no.
I think Chris knows where I'm going with this because it involves Tate.
Yep.
Because for some reason...
As all good stories do.
No, but for some reason, Tate's loud, but teachers hated Tate, like, in a very unfair way. Like, it felt like it was targeted harassment. They just hated him. Not all teachers, obviously, but, like, both classes I had with Tate, teachers just targeted him. There would be a kid clearly screaming that isn't Tate, like, it'll be a girl, and the teacher will blame him. I would literally stand up for Tate, I'll put my hand and go, miss, that wasn't Tate, and I'll go, shut up, Dylan.
Yeah, honestly.
Like, they didn't care, they just targeted him for some reason. And that's why Tate was very, like, kind of moody in, like, early high school.
Yeah.
Because teachers were just pricks to him. And then one day, he's, like, sitting and listening to music in the library. Because he does want to read. Because our school did a thing, like, one day, like, well, it was mainly the teachers, but for some reason, the other teacher we got did the same thing. But it's like, every Friday, you go to the library, you pick a book out, you read for the lesson. Because I can't be bothered teaching you.
Understandable.
Which is fair. You know, we had JoJo in our library because Chris got it, so I was fine with that.
I had Monty Musume. Never forget.
We tricked Chris like managed to convince the school to get Monster Musume, which is basically hentai.
Yeah.
I still need to watch/read that.
I still haven't seen it either, but I just found it funny that somehow the school let it happen. To be fair, they let JoJo happen. I don't think they check what kids are asking for.
They're just like, yeah, whatever.
They had fucking Mein Kampf, dude.
They did. They actually did have Mein Kampf.
My god.
They had a bunch of Nazi
Well,
books.
our
I would read
school-
them jokingly, just to annoy people.
Our school had creepy
Yeah.
posters of famous people that no matter where you stood in the room, one of them was always looking at you. Like, no matter where you stood, one of them was always somewhere where it looked like the eyes were following you.
That's
Christ.
haunting. They could
It
be.
was fucking creepy.
They could be. You don't know. Could be.
It
dead
was
students.
creepy as fuck. You couldn't even go, like, behind the couch and not be within view of one of them.
Shit.
It was creepy as fuck.
But
And they're all just standard, like, information style, posters. But they just had these really creepy eyes on them.
yeah, they were watching you, making sure you were learning.
I once spent an entire, my chemistry teacher was out for the day, or out for the morning. So I spent my first period in the library. And it was, like, coming up to the end of term. And because I was in year 11, I had a laptop with me every day that I used for my work. And, I was just sitting there, and we had the one of the chill teachers, and like one of the other girls in the room who was in Alex's year started talking to him about something, and then I just kind of decided, like, you know what, I feel like doing chemistry work today. I'm gonna play video games instead.
Chemistry.
I'm just sitting there playing video games. The teacher doesn't give a shit. A couple other students come over and watch me for a little bit.
We had something similar to that. I think it was English. I mean, Chris were just watching the Flex Tape Jontron video, and then a bunch of kids shouted
Yeah.
at us.
No, and then the ladies, no, not the lady, one of the girls came
I
over.
remember who.
I remember who it was. Yeah,
Redhead.
and she said, no, more like blonde.
I think I'm thinking of
Whatever.
someone else. I think I'm thinking of someone else.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, and she said, hey, Chris, because like we knew each other.
Yeah.
And she said, hey, Christian,
I like a
can
man that watches Jontron. That's hot.
I wish. Can you, we can hear it from the other side of the class. Can you like turn it down or something?
Turn it
And
up.
I was like, yeah.
I was thinking of another thing was someone like it was a redhead girl who's literally like, what is this?
Yeah, that was true. That was there too.
And then I was just like, this is Jontron. And then I remembered everyone
Mhm.
saying he looks like me because he does.
We had in year 10, we had like every Friday we spent the whole day in the library because we spent so what it was, we had this stupid thing called Big Picture where you were supposed to do like an internship once a week, and to make up for whatever classes you missed on the day you took your internship, we spent all of Wednesday in the library. So if you had your internship on a Friday, you'd spend all of Wednesday catching up on your Friday classwork. Which is, understandable. Except when most people just either had their thing on Wednesday or didn't have a work placement because their work placement only had specific days they could go and there just weren't any that week, so you just spend the whole day in the library. Literally, I had like 1 week where it was like about 3 weeks where I spent the whole day in the library because I didn't have a work placement at that time. Like my work placement, they just didn't have anything for me to do, so there was no point in me going. So instead, I went to school and sat in the library for 5 hours. And we were literally like, by the end of the day, depending on what teacher we had, because the library doubled as time out. It's like we'd all be chilling in there, sort of having a fun time, like depending on the teacher, because some of the teachers are like, yeah, this is stupid. You guys really should just be actually enjoying yourselves. And then like we get to like the last period, and we're all just sitting around doing nothing, like lazing around on the couches. I was lucky. I had different network access to everyone else because I was planning to take computer science. so a bunch of like social medias and shit were unblocked for me on the school Wi-Fi.
Epic.
So I just sit there browsing Reddit, listening to music, watching YouTube. The teachers didn't give a shit. We're in year 10, as long as there was enough classwork. It's not like there was enough classwork to warrant a full day to catch up. You needed you needed like 2 hours at most to catch up on your
I remember
coursework.
being in the library and playing a clicker game, you know, like Cookie Clicker or whatever. And like I felt so bad because
you felt power.
I did too. Because like the clicks are loud, you know.
And they clearly know, they just don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, no, so we had a similar thing in our school, right? We had work placements, basically what you're talking about. But I had a workaround because I had to work placement with my mother, but my mother didn't fucking care. So she just wrote a bunch of bullshit. But so I didn't go. But also my mom actually did work a lot, so I couldn't go home because we had private study, which is you can go home and study or you can stay at school and study. But because
we had private study, but you weren't allowed to go home and study. You had to be at school and study, or it counted as an absence.
Oof. But I didn't. My mother couldn't pick me up, and some other kid, like Malloy, I believe couldn't. I believe Chris lived at the hostel, so Chris was here anyway. But because I actually did all my work, because I'm a good boy, even though the teachers don't believe I am, because I look like a druggo. Like that always annoyed me that they just refused to believe I did good work because of how I look. That's fucked.
Yeah.
But, But like, so we would go to library because all of us actually did our work because we're the nerds, and we actually wanted to get good grades and shit. We had no work to do, so we would just chat. And then obviously the teacher would be, "Oh, you can't talk to the library," so we'd go into one of the spare rooms and we'd just chat in there.
Oh yeah, fucking her. The librarian was
then,
such a bitch.
And the librarian is dating the principal, and she doesn't like us. And so what she does is she comes around and goes like, "You're not allowed to be here during private study," which is completely a lie. It literally says on the sheet to go to library. Yes. Like, "You're not allowed to be here," and then I believe literally I think like even like it was Chris and Malloy go up and like, "But it says here to do it," and she's like, "No, I don't want you here. You guys aren't studying." And it's like, we have nothing to study. And she's like, "You can't do it here. Go away."
She's like, "Fuck off."
She was literally.
She also didn't like me coming in at lunch. Like if I went in alone just to actually read, she would actually try and kick me out because she didn't like me. And I never did anything. I didn't scream in the library. That was Tate. I was generally I would go in because, like I said, we had JoJo and shit in there, and I'm a fucking loser.
Yeah.
I would want to go sit alone on a beanbag and read JoJo or a comic. Like I wanted to just relax. And she'd be like, "No, you coming in here and you're gonna be loud or you're gonna break something." And I'm like, "No, I just want to read my fucking Batman comic, bro."
Please.
And she like legitimately didn't like me. She was just kind of a bitch. Like she had this weird entitlement because she was the librarian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So like, this is my place. You gotta do what I say. And because she was married to the principal, she actually got away with all of it, which was super annoying. Because the principal then enforced that she can't go to the library during private study. And then I remember, I even went up to the office and said, "So where do we go?" And he said, "I don't know."
Well, like, I don't know if she doesn't want you there.
Yeah, if I let you go there,
I'll just go sit in the lobby. You can use my office.
No, but it's like I can understand his point because he's like, "Listen, kids, you don't get it yet. If I don't do this, I gotta deal with a bitching wife for weeks."
Yep.
So like, no hard feelings to my boy. He's doing what he's got to do.
Yeah.
But
like, look, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
Yeah. But like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We can't hang around the school because we'll just be accused of skipping class. But we don't have anywhere to go.
I can imagine, like, eventually the principal's like, "Yeah, just come in here and just sit in the office with me."
I'm pretty sure what we end up doing was we'll just go into town and we'll just hang out in town because we're like, well, fuck it, you don't want us here and we can't go home. Because I would have just moved to my house that I'm at now, which is like basically out of town for all intents and purposes. Like it's like a 40-minute walk at speed.
Yeah.
From the middle of town to here. Like school would be like an hour or two, at like the fastest.
Yeah, no, I would not try to walk to either of our schools from where you and I lived.
But like, so it's like, well, I can't fucking go home till my mom gets off work, which is free, and like it was basically a whole day. Like, it was every period past the first two. So after recess, it was private study.
Yeah.
Because also there was those work days, but I would just stay home. Because I didn't have to go to school those days. But when I had to go to school for the first actual classes I have to do in the morning, I couldn't just leave, and it's not like my mom can just leave work to come get me, and my dad works out of town.
Mm.
And my nan can't drive, and my aunt has her own kids to deal with. It's not like I can just go home easily.
Yeah.
We were like year 10 and 11. We didn't have driver's license yet. Like, obviously, when we got to year
No,
12,
no.
people had them, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, I just hate the fact that it's literally like, oh no, you kids can't come to school because you look like delinquents. And it's like, I'm literally tired from staying up and studying. That's why I look like this.
Honestly, like
It's
fucking.
not because I'm fucking lazy and just doing drugs or it's because I'm literally staying up working. That's why I look like this, and then you're not letting me work because I look like this. Fucking bitch.
At that point, you should have just started doing drugs. Just prove them right.
But I've always said, because I have been offered drugs and alcohol in school, and I was just like, dude, I'm a pussy. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. My parents offered me drugs. My parents offered me weed. No, my parents offered my mum was like, "Yo, if you want to try weed, let me know and I'll hook you up."
I got it.
Literally,
Nice.
my parents are ex-reefers. They both used to smoke weed.
My nan did. I've told
Yeah,
the story.
so my dad used to grow his own weed, and he was really fucking good at it. Like he would make high quality weed that grew really fucking well.
I think my nan, she definitely smoked it.
Yeah, my dad apparently he was telling me a story when I was back down there with him earlier this month. He had one plant that was giving off 12 pounds of weed when he harvested it. And he would give it to someone. He was at some party at the motel in the middle of town. And someone comes up and says, "Yo man, you got any pot? We'll give you some of our other drug that we've got in exchange for some pot." And they're just doing drug deals, and he's like, and they're like, "Whoa, where'd you get this, bro?" And he's like, "I grew it myself." And they're like, "Nice, man."
I made the wheat.
Yeah.
The funny.
But there was definitely I know that we didn't really hang around with the kids, or at least we weren't cool enough for the kids to ever offer us anything. We just knew they did it. Everyone did. It wasn't secret. I remember, Chris, were you in sports class when we were literally out in the field and our teacher was yelling at kids and a bunch of kids just smoking weed in the bushes just ran?
Probably.
We were playing football, he's like, "Hey!" And then a bunch of kids just got out of the bushes and around the side of the field. We all saw them, they fucking booked it. It's really fucking funny. That reminds me of the dumbest prank I've ever seen done at a school, it was before we went to high school, it was when my sister was in it. And,
God.
I've told the story so many times, it's so ridiculous. There was a kid who, so where I live, you've all seen my house, right? I got, I got, those huge trees at the front of my house.
Yeah.
Someone, stole one of them when they were first being, planted, so they were small. Stole one of them, and somehow got it all the way to the school's main field and, planted it there. In the middle of the football field.
Oh, that's amazing.
And then this, they did it overnight, so I'm guessing they were up all fucking night doing it. And then the teachers just must have come out and been like, "What the fuck? How?"
You walk out onto the football field like, "What the fuck?"
And then, they had to, fucking remove it. They had to cut down, unroot it. That must have taken fucking forever. That's such a weird prank, but it's awesome.
Yeah, I would have done something like that. We unfortunately didn't plan our pranks, but we at least had better pranks than the year before us. The year before us's pranks were they just threw toilet paper and confetti everywhere in the main hall.
I have to admit, the only thing I remember is Cum Jar 20.
Yeah, I was about to say that. The cum jar prank.
We glad wrapped the terrible maths teacher's car. He was a math teacher that I didn't hate him because I really liked math, and I'd never had him. Then the short conversations I'd had with him were always fine, but the people who actually had him as a teacher really didn't like him. So we glad wrapped his car. We glad wrapped one of the year 11's mopeds. We glad wrapped the deputy's car. We parked all of our cars. Everyone who had a car parked our cars, so they were taking up 3 different parking bays because where the students parked was combined with the teacher parking. So we just parked so that we were taking up as many bays as possible. And then we went into the private study room, which had changed from where it used to be, and it had a couple of computers in it. So we went in there before classes started, and we loaded up 2 of the computers, logged them into our accounts, and put Gangnam Style on.
Dude.
Slightly out of sync, locked the computers, and then because they were Macs, they had like the easy access, like mute shortcuts and everything. So we hid the keyboards.
Fair.
And then we left. We went to the beach for an hour.
But yeah,
We came back and they just shut the computers down. They just like yanked the power plug out.
the only prank
Shut it
that
up.
was like, oh yeah, and it's such a dumb prank it didn't actually follow through, was people like, wouldn't it be funny if we all put our cum into one jar and poured it on the principal's car? And then I remember someone came to me and Jenny asked wanted to do it, and I said, no. I'm not.
We also threw a moldy black
Oh, that fucking...
port.
This wasn't a prank, but it was just fucking weird. It was like when I was in year 9 or 10, like when I was still in the junior area, because we had a junior in like, you know, upper area, which we had to go to. We had to go to the senior area quicker because then the year 7s came in, and I'm pretty sure year 10s were pushed up to the senior year when they weren't supposed to be. But I remember when I was in year 9 or 10, whatever, and we were in the junior year, there was just a fucking bird like hung from a tree. Like no one hung it; it just like died like that. And it was just hanging from the tree, and it hung there for months. No one took it down, and everyone just like, we all like knew about it. I think we gave it a name. I don't remember what. I want to say Barry, and he just like chilled there and was fucking just rotting above everyone as they eat. It was fucking weird. But like, no one wanted to get rid of it. It was a fucking rotting bird. I don't want to touch it.
Yeah, I mean, there is still to this day a dodgeball stuck in the rafters of our big assembly area.
That
was
always
put
happens.
there the year that I started. Put there by one of my classmates.
Yeah, dude, they're memory
Because
balls.
when it would rain in the middle of winter, the PE teacher would just take us into the big main area and we'd just play dodgeball.
Yeah, dude, that's a memory ball.
Yeah. It was one of the like memory foam red ones, and it's still up there, I think,
every time
to this
there's
day.
like every time there's like an assembly or something at a gym or just any place like a teacher's talking, there's just like a ball stuck in the roof above them. I pray it falls and hits them. It would be so
Yeah. God, that would be.
I get so excited at the idea. But oh yeah, no, I never finished the story of the abusive teacher because that's someone our school should have pranked because she deserved it. But basically Tate's just reading in class and he's listening to music.
Yeah.
Teacher sees he's listening to music because Tate's Tate. He's not very subtle. So she's like, "Hey, remove your music," but this was Tate during his emo My Chemical Romance phase. So he's like, "Oh no." So the teacher, instead of doing
Just
normal
punches
teacher,
him.
pretty much actually.
Oh God.
Instead of doing like a normal teacher thing, of just being like, "I'll ask again, or I will write a report." She grabs him by the hair and drags him like across the room, like by his hair, because he had long hair at this point.
Yeah.
And just like drags him and then like throws him in the corner. And then like Tate's holding his head and he's like almost crying because she was not gentle with it. And I remember just sitting there like fucking shocked. And then right afterwards, like, dude, go to the fucking principal. Like that's actual like abuse. You can get her fired for that. And he was like, because he's Tate, he's a big soft boy. He didn't want it. And I was like, I'll fucking do it. He's like, no, don't do it. I don't want anyone losing their job. I'm like, she deserves to lose it. That's how she's gonna treat students. Doesn't matter if the student's a shitty kid or not. You don't grab them by the hair.
Yeah.
The only time you should be able to put hands on a kid is if they swing first.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, so I did ATAR. And for ATAR, I did a refresher course thing in the middle of July of my year 12 year. Up here in Perth. And while we were up here, so it was me and the other 3 kids in my ATAR class. We'll just call them 1, 2, and 3. And there was also a couple of kids from your school who I went to primary school with, or that I worked with, that I was fairly good friends with, 5 and 6. So it's me. So it's me and 2 of the other guys. I won't bother. So it's me and 2 of the others, and we're all sitting there waiting for this stupid English lecture to start. And we hate this because they're not. This lecturer isn't so much teaching English as they are teaching feminism, which is a whole other thing I'll get into another time. But so one of the other kids is walking up the stairs because this is like a university lecture theatre. walking up the steps to us to come and sit with us. And the one directly to my right was like, oh, think quick, and throws a water bottle to them. And, it's just silly messing around. It's going to either hit them in the chest or it's going to hit the floor next to them and someone was going to pick it up. Unfortunately, as they threw it, the person who was coming up the steps took a step and just punted the water bottle. Like, it perfectly lined up, so that as they take their step, it just, like, they're just lifting their foot up to go up the step, but it landed perfectly so that it looked like they just punted this water bottle back up, and it hit the person sitting next over from me. And then the lecturer's like, what the fuck? Comes up, is like, getting really pissy at us. And takes the kid who threw the water bottle, and then we're like, alright, yeah, sorry, whatever. And then the guy who's running, like, the whole series of seminars comes in, he's like, you, come with me. And he takes him outside. And then the guy who's running the stuff comes back in, starts setting up a camera, and then he goes back out again. And we're waiting, and we're waiting. We wait about 5 or 10 minutes. And we're like, oh god, this kid, he's just been kicked out. Like, they're just like, go back to the dorms, pack your shit, and get the fuck out.
Jeez.
Thankfully that didn't happen. He did come back in a few minutes later. He just ended up standing outside for ages. But we were like, what the fuck? And then I think it was like the next lesson was our last lesson with that woman. And so we're halfway through it, and no one cares anymore. Like, there is airdrop memes going everywhere about this woman.
Fucking Indian teacher, I tell you.
It wasn't even Indian. This woman was white.
Oh.
White as fuck.
That's
She was the worst.
That's
But,
white women
literally,
are
we're
scary.
like halfway through, no one's paying attention because everyone thinks this is stupid now. There's memes flying left and right because half the people there have Apple something, so everyone's just airdropping memes to everyone.
It's fair.
And we're all giggling away. And I made a joke, like, under my breath to the girl sitting next to me, who was, like, I was making the memes on my phone and then sending them to her so she could airdrop them to people, because I have a Samsung. And so I made a joke to her, and we both kind of snickered. And the teacher looked up at us and was like, if you don't want to be here, just go. And the kid from before had to catch an early flight back, so we had to leave, like, half an hour or 45 minutes early in the class. And it's like, well, I have to go now, or I'm gonna miss the Uber that my parents booked to take me back to take me to the airport. So I stood up and walked out just after she said that. The look on her face was fucking priceless.
I actually hate when teachers, because there's a lot of teachers say, like, if you don't want to be here, just leave, and then you leave, and they're like, where do you think you're going?
It's like, I don't want to be here, so I'm leaving.
There was a really ridiculous situation with Malloy that happened where teachers were like it was really weird because they were treating it like as it was severe, but the victim was me and I didn't care. But what happened was we were in AIT. I'm pretty sure I told the story, but for stream's sake I'll say it again. We're in AIT and it's like it was like Photoshop shit. It was like, oh, Photoshop a fake business. So Malloy does a joke and he does Dylan Plumbing, like Dylan's Plumber. Well, he does my last name, but blank plumber. Yeah. And it's my face on a toilet, which I thought was funny, so I didn't care. I was like, oh, that's funny, dude. Because I think I had him as mine. I think I had him as a hot dog salesman or something, because it was funny. Yeah. But then the teachers come over and like, that's bullying, you can't do that, apologize. Like, I honestly don't care, I said he could do it. And they're like, no, it's fucking... Well, I obviously didn't say fucking, but they're like, oh no, that's so disrespectful. And they like kicked him out, and they like suspended him for a week over it. And then when he like came back, they like forced him to apologize to me, and I was like, I told him he can do it. Like, it's completely fine. And then he like skipped class because teachers kept coming to yell at him. And then teachers came to me and like, hey, have you seen him? Do you want to see yell at him? I'm like, no, leave him alone. He's my friend.
Yeah.
He did nothing wrong. Leave him alone.
So you didn't stop hanging out with you. Whenever I hang out with you, I get yelled at by the teachers.
Yeah, but it was fucking weird because it was such like a non-offensive thing too. It was my head in a toilet. But like they just like went after him. And then the only one, the teacher that was cool about it was I want to just say his name because his name's awesome, Lovejoy. Because like, oh, he's rad. I told this one because he handled it very well because he clearly didn't care. It was really chill about it because I told his story because I laughed like out loud in person when it happened. He's like, "Oi, is that Malloy kid like bothering you because we saw him like do you know where he is? Because we're pretty sure he's skipped class. He's bothering you. Like, no, it's cool. We're chill. He's like one of my best friends. He's like, okay, cool. And he just dabbed at me and left. Like the teacher dabbed at me and left.
I love Lovejoy. He was so good.
And then I just like started laughing. We were in the middle of like an actual lesson. Like I feel it's a hospitality, like one of those written ones where you just like talk about like the different foods and cuts and all that. And I just started laughing in class. I couldn't stop laughing because it's just so fucking weird. He just comes and says, "All right, lit." He just dabs at me and leaves.
Yeah.
I think I've told you this story, but I'm gonna tell it again for the stream. So we had like the most chill teacher ever. Like you could get away with just about anything, and I did. So he was the PE and health teacher for my year. So we had him for PE one day, and then the next day we had him for health. So we're in PE, and I'm helping him pick up some balls or something. I asked him like, "What are we doing? What are we doing for PE? What are we doing for health tomorrow?" And he's like, "Oh, contraception, conception, you know, all the C's." And I just straight up turned around and says, "Oh, cunts."
Oh.
I was in year 9, and he's like, Lurch, because that's where the nickname that I use comes from. Lurch. He's the one who started. He's like, Lurch. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that, and I never got in trouble for it.
That's fair.
Nice.
We had some fucking weird teachers. Obviously, the one I talk about.
I want to tell this one as well because this was funny as fuck.
Too good.
I would often, like, when I got my lunch from the canteen, I would often buy 2 sausage rolls because one just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah,
so while I'm sitting there eating, I'm eating one, I've got the other one in my pocket, and he comes up with that, "Is that a sausage roll in your pocket?" And like, he obviously doesn't finish the joke. I just turned around to him and went, "No, I'm just excited to see you."
Oh.
He's like, "No, you weren't supposed to finish it."
Now they're gonna think we're gay.
Oh. Yeah.
It's funny as fuck. I love that teacher, man.
I love Wooldridge was probably Haig's my favorite. I love Haig.
Yes.
But,
yes.
But Wooldridge is hilarious. I always love talking about Wooldridge because he was just. I think there was generally something wrong with him, but it wasn't any like depressing thing. I think he just had like ADHD or something.
Yeah.
It was just super hyperbolic. And the story I love telling is there was he's like very, what's the word I'm looking for? He's very excitable, I guess.
Energetic?
Energetic, that's it. But basically he's very loud too. He's super loud. And basically he was like my media and AIT teacher. Like he was a photography teacher too. I tried getting into photography for a while, but I just couldn't do it. I wasn't into it. But he was a photography teacher. To be fair, I stuck around photography longer because it was just funny. Because he was a teacher.
Yeah.
But he's just fucking weird. One time, you ever watch In the Night Garden, like that kid show?
Yes, a long time ago.
He had the whole toy train set in his pocket once, and he just pulled it out, like the whole thing comically, and started playing with it. And then when people asked about it, he said, "What of it?"
Wooldridge is just fast in real life.
Yeah, he is. He's just a weirdo. But then, like, my favorite story
awesome.
of him was there's a kid called Byron who was like, you know, he was one of those class clown, like funny kids, you know, constantly cracking jokes. And then obviously he was annoyed by it, so he gets up and leaves the room for like 20 minutes because it was one of those 80-minute classes. So he's gone for like a huge chunk of it. So we just continue
editing. He's gone for
editing.
a quarter of a class.
Yeah, like we're just like, you know, we're continuing our editing of our videos and all that because media. And then he comes back with a mop, and he just sits down. He doesn't say anything. So then kids start getting up to ask for help or anything, and he goes, "No, talk to." Well, it was Boyron or something. The mop. He's like, Boyron the mop. And then he would just like shake the mop around to pretend it was talking, but he wouldn't say anything. And then he would laugh at the mop and be like, "Oh, Boyron, you're so funny. You're so funny." And he would like stare at the kid Byron as he was doing it. And then he just casually brought the mop in for multiple classes and just hold it. And then he'd be like, "No, don't ask me. You ask Boyron." And it was just fucking weird. And then there was the time he got up on a desk and jumped a student that was talking.
Yes, this one.
It was like a long desk and like everyone sat around it. And then there was like a girl talking, not paying attention. And he just got on the desk and sprinted down the desk and jumped over her. And then she like screamed and he said, "Pay attention."
Amazing.
He's fucking weird. I love him. He called me a retarded monkey once.
Nice.
He was just fucking like hyperbolic all the time. And the weird thing was, like, one time he had like his wife and kid come in, and he's just like a completely casual, like, normal dude. But for some reason, when he's teaching, he's insane. I love Wooldridge. He's awesome. I like the main reason I stayed with Media, because I wasn't even like that into Media, was just because I loved Wooldridge, because he was always super fun.
That's fair.
Honestly,
Like it felt like he didn't like anyone, but that's kind of why I liked him, because he was pretty obvious about not being into being a teacher. But then on the other side of the spectrum, there's Heggy, who's like complete counter opposite, not like the most calm, like just relaxed teacher. But he's the best because he has that really thick Kiwi accent.
Yeah.
He was very like sarcastic, and Heggy's the best because he mocked students constantly. He didn't give a shit, because there's the kid who told the joke to the fire extinguisher, right?
Yes.
And this was the same day, by the way, as the fire extinguisher joke just happened.
Yes.
He's just laughing in class to himself. It's me and two other friends of mine that aren't in the group, and Chris went on, but I haven't talked to him in years.
Yeah.
We're just like chilling at the desk, and Kyron's just laughing. We're trying to work. So Heggy comes over and goes, "Get out, just get out. Like, I'm done with you." And then he kicks the kid out, and then he sits down at the desk in the kid's spot, and then he like taps my shoulder, and he goes, "Hey," and then he says the kid's name. "Such an egg, huh? What a class clown."
He says
like,
such an egg.
yeah,
Always a clown.
Yeah, always a clown. He starts like mimicking his laugh, and then he tries to act like him. And then like the kid is looking in at the door and sees it, and he's like sitting back, like as the kid sits, he's like, "Oh, so what do we do here? We just talk?" Just like mocking him. And it was great. And then when the kid came back in, he said nothing to him. He didn't even tell him he can come back in. He just walked to the door and pointed inside. But then he would go out, like, people would be, like, on their phones, and then he would just stand behind them while they were messaging, whatever, and he would look over and be like, "What are you typing, bro?" And then, like,
I don't have any stories like that. I did once have a teacher get called. So you know how normally students are the ones sent out by teachers?
yes.
Like, sent to stand outside? A student sent the teacher to stand outside?
What? Like, okay.
Because, like, so for context, she was a student counselor, and he had been a bit of a shit the day before to them. Like he had behaved like, not like inappropriately, like in a sexual way, but he'd just been a bit of a yeah, like there'd been something minorly wrong with one of their history assignments, and he'd teared into them for it. And she wasn't having any of it, so the next day in class, she's like, "You outside now." Dragged the teacher outside to have a word with him.
Nice.
That's how you gotta do it. You gotta keep him in check.
Yeah.
That teacher was great. That teacher was great because you could get away with almost anything until like a certain point.
Yeah,
it's like I would like at the end of every class, me and my buddy just go and poke him at the end of every class until the point that he was actually starting to get annoyed by it, and he told us to actually stop. We stopped. He also hung a Nazi flag in the classroom and had a wall of Nazis. So,
awesome.
To be fair, he was the history teacher, and we were doing modern history.
That's fair.
I
wish he said like, "Oh, he was also just like, you know, he was the science teacher." He just said Nazi.
No, he was also XSS. You know how it is.
Yeah, he just happened to like Nazi flags. He just collects them in his free time.
We were so tempted to try and break into the school one night, steal the flag, and put it on the flagpole out front.
Dude.
Oh, that.
It was the one thing I wanted to do so bad. I almost taught myself lockpicking and borrowed a friend's, because I have a friend who has a proper lockpicking set. I was like, "Hey, can I borrow it? Can you teach me how to pick locks properly?" For no other reason than to break into the school and steal a Nazi flag and hang it up.
I just got reminded of a teacher I genuinely feel bad for, because in a way I caused their huge embarrassment completely. Because I don't dislike the teacher. Obviously, I'll say the nickname we give him, Snowy. We just call him Snowy.
Oh no.
He wasn't like the best teacher, but he wasn't like a jerk. He was like fine. I had no problems with him myself. He would yell at some kids, but like to me and most people I knew, he was fine. But I was in class with this kid we'll just call T. And the kid is on Facebook, and he sees Snowy's Facebook, in which there's a picture of him, like, on holiday. He's doing the drum like a French girl pose, shirtless and shorts, to his, like, wife. And then, obviously, I find it funny because, you know, because he was a sports, gruff, manly teacher.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, that's pretty funny, because, you know, It's just weird, and I laugh at it, and then I'm joking like, "Yo, we should print this out and like put it on pillows and stuff." Because I like it was one. I was just super giddy because it was the end of the day, so I was just like, off at anything. So I was just going on about it. But then the kid like sent it to a bunch of people, and he actually printed it out and started putting it around the school, like I said he should, jokingly. And he started putting it around the school, and he started sending it to everyone. I had a picture on my phone. I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure like almost everyone did. I obviously deleted the image later because I was like, it's a picture of my teacher shirtless. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Like a day or two later, I was like, that's just weird. I'll delete it. But then like it actually became an issue because there were so many pictures of it around, and everyone had it, and I was like, it was on like people were saying it was computer backgrounds. Like it was just harassment at that point. And the kid blamed me 100%. Like he literally went to the office because he started feeling bad, and he just said it was me. He didn't say, "Oh, he told me to do it," or "It was me, but this kid told me to do it." He literally just said, "I did it."
It's a wreck.
So then Snowy comes to me with like the principal and all that, and they're yelling at me, and like I'm like, I never did that. I can legitimately prove I have nothing on it. They went for my phone, they went for my computer. They even like asked, like they asked if I could bring like my laptop in and they can look at it, and I was 100% like, yeah, sure, go for it, because I had a school iPad too, because on my hand.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, you are 100% able to go through all my shit. You can go to recently deleted. I have nothing to hide. I did not do anything. I had a picture, yes, but everyone had a picture. Like, I'm not even gonna joke around it. Everyone had a picture. My brother, who isn't even in the school, had one.
We had the greatest thing. So our teachers actually got along really well with each other a lot of the time. And a joke started between two of the phys ed teachers and the IT slash like media teacher, and they would just like take their pictures from the school website and just put them around the school in random places. I'm sitting in math class, like, just randomly, and there was just a picture of my maths teacher, because this particular sports teacher also did math for the younger years. And there's just a picture of her on the wall, and we're like, why? And she explained it to us, and we kept a lookout for the next, I think, probably about a year, actually. Even after that teacher left, there was a picture of her over one of the exit signs in our big assembly area.
Yeah, dude, because she exited.
It's like not a big picture, but like if you looked at the sign, you could tell there was something on it. It was great.
Just vibing.
Yeah, just vibing there. And then we'd like occasionally spot pictures of the other health teacher or the IT teacher around the school. And be like, nice.
We had this like really weird thing happen. I never had a teacher. I think it was an English teacher, but from what I understand, I think she did have some kind of sexual relationship with a student. But that's not the weirdest thing about this story, because this story involves 4chan.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
God.
I was
Chris
thinking
knows
about
the
this
one,
the whole
Chris
time.
was the one that kind of
What did you do?
cracked this.
Chris, what did you do?
No, he like solved the case.
Bastard.
Like Chris solved the case. Like he was a detective. Yeah. But basically, there was like a relationship with a student and teacher. I don't remember who. I honestly don't know. It's not even me. Like
I do.
I actually don't know. I don't even know the teacher. She wasn't mine. But basically, there was a teacher and student having some kind of sexual relationship. The teacher sent nudes or whatever. It was just her in her underwear or something to the kid, and the kid posted it on 4chan. And then Chris found it.
It was a swimsuit mesh bikini, a one piece.
Oh,
yeah, that she was like wearing.
Why do you remember that? Do you have it saved somewhere, Chris?
It's on my old phone, so it's. And then I backed that.
Saved.
And then I backed that phone up to this computer.
I do remember people saying like, "Yo, send me the picture," because apparently the teacher was hot. I don't know who it is, but people the teacher was hot.
She was a bitch, but she was.
But she was having sexual relations with a student, and then Chris found that, and then shortly after that, the school found it. And then she obviously got fired. But it's just funny that it somehow led to 4chan.
Honestly!
Out of all things...
I had an English teacher who was just terrible in every sense. She couldn't keep control of the class, but she wasn't just the English teacher. She was also, so I was in year 9, she was also the year 10 Crave teacher, and Crave is Christian Religious Values Education, which is basically a class where we spend an hour looking at the Bible. It fucking sucked as a class, but we had to do it, we had no choice. So she was also the Year 10 Crave teacher, and she literally told a room of horny Year 10 girls, like supposed to be studying Jesus, to try before you buy in regards to marriage, and then told a classroom full of immature Year 9 boys that her husband had been told by an Asian man to never trust a man you could blindfold with a shoelace.
What?
And it was like, oh my dear lord. It got to the point that she couldn't control the class, to the point that, like, one of the other classmates would start doing something stupid, and me and my mate would both pull our iPads out and immediately send a message to the deputy principal. Saying like, hey, this is happening, and she's not doing anything about it. I had her teacher login for the school Wi-Fi.
Just reminded of a funny story.
Yeah, I had her teacher login for the school Wi-Fi, which meant I could bypass student blocks on things. Yeah, it was an interesting year, to say the least. With her, I could have literally stolen her computer at any point. She cared. I could have walked in, picked up her computer, and left. And she literally would not have cared, because I walked in and picked up her computer most days and did the role for her.
I feel like you would get a kick out of the story, Ben. I feel like Alex definitely would, but we had, like, my hospitality teacher. So, you know, like, those long screens that, like, schools have that you can, like, switch around?
Yeah.
And you press a button and it puts the screen sideways and you flip the screen?
Yep. I think I know the ones you mean.
Some kid did that to the screen and didn't change it back, so it was sideways, but it was up like a normal screen. Teacher didn't know how to do it, and he didn't know how to flip the screen either. So he was trying to teach the class, and then, like, we were all writing, and me and Taylor just watching him, and he just grabs the whole screen, turns the screen upside down with the stand in the air, and just holds it in place.
Nice.
And then Tate's like, "Do you want help?" He's like, "No, I know what I'm doing."
He's like, "No, this is fine."
He's like, "No, this is what you're supposed to do." And then Tate was like losing it. He's like, "Why are you laughing?" It's like, "So do you want help or not?" He's like, "No, I'm fine. This is
fine. I know what I'm doing." That's great.
Fucking dumbass. But I should probably end it here because I do have work at 7 and it's 11.
Oh shit! Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna bounce now because I want to go fucking bed. I'll see you boys later.
Catch you, dweebus.
See you guys.
So I got an end stream button. Oh.